Apollo astronaut, without exception, talked about this deeply philosophical, structural belief change. An
So
instant
does philosophy and like spirituality like prove the shape
it'd be
of the
like,
Earth?
how is this a completely validated effect through science? And suddenly now you are fundamentally immune to this.
No, I never said I was immune to it. I don't know where you're getting this idea that I said I was immune. I didn't say I'm immune to it. I have not been up there.
Right. So here's the double standard, my
if
friend,
I were to go through that same process, I'm not finished. I'm not finished, Yoder.
I'm going to interrupt you, okay? Because
so I'm not engaging them.
A double standard for the third fucking time. You're telling me that I need to go up there.
He just headphoned himself, Yoder.
You go up there to prove it.
He just headphoned himself. Arrogant little shit.
Yeah, that's okay. He's not going to listen anyway, so who gives a shit if he puts his headphones on?
Right, so we get this all the time from folks like you who come in here and give us double standards. You know, how should we prove this, Flurf? Go up in a rocket. That's how to prove it. Oh, great, so did you do that? Is that how you determine that Earth is a globe? Well, no, but I just trust the science, and I trust the scientists. I trust the astronauts to do it, and I would trust you too if you would become an astronaut and give me the same globe story. That's a problem. And if you're going to come in here and claim that this is built on a foundation of science, I'll tell you what, the whole modern foundation of science is actually built on skepticism. You're not supposed to trust the claims of other people. You're supposed to go and verify and repeat those claims for yourself to see if you can do the same thing that they did to get the same effects. So what effect is Crit talking about? The overview effect. Cause, go to space. Effect, the overview effect. A religious experience more profound than going into any church and being baptized or taking the Eucharist. An effect that's so profound that it's supposed to incite you to love your neighbor and embrace world peace, baby. And now look at all the world problems we've had since the overview effect. I find that quite ironic. And the great irony is the overview effect is
holy shit. Oh, now you're done. Oh my God.
No, just put yourself on mute. You put yourself on deafen. Just put yourself on mute. If you're not going to listen, then there's no point in you talking here. The conversation will continue without you. It will. You're not required.
You have a great audience.
Yeah, your input is not required. So this is when you saw the space age. They had all kinds of things happen from this. It wasn't just the astronauts that became affected by the overview effect. It was rapid societal change. But somehow you are fundamentally immune to this effect. So there is a variable, an uncontrolled variable that hasn't been accounted for, which I think we've identified. Your atheism. The atheism makes you immune to the overview effect, which is that you don't believe. Your worldview is based on the lack of belief. I can use that to articulate back to you why the Apollo mission was bunk. I lack belief that government did this amazing thing some 60 years ago and never again.
This dude left the whole damn server.
You punched him right in the atheism, man. Did he leave the server?
Falcon punch!
Golly, Chris.
As I blasted him right out of the server? Holy shit.
You blasted him into, like...
Knocked him off this flat globe. Crazy.
Hey, no one does it like Crit does it, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it blows. I mean, I would say it blows my mind. That's it's interesting when you have atheists invoke the Apollo program, because the atheists back in the 60s, they were the ones calling bullshit right from the very beginning. They're like, prove it. And they were pissed because Nixon had talked about God blessed America to land on the moon and shit like that. So the atheists were like, okay, enough of this happy horse shit. Let's see the proof. Let's see the evidence. And they're like, nah, bro. We can't show you the evidence. And they're like, well, stop saying it's divinely inspired then. And like, nah, bro, it is.
But everything America is like coated in heavenly. Yeah, it's like kind of the vibe Americans produce, right? It's under God. It's kind of your
Yeah, one nation.
background of your cultures.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one nation under God. Yeah, it's at the very beginning
MO,
of
right?
the founding documents. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created, endowed by our Creator. So
when
even
you
at the
go-
very first sentence, if you disagree with the "we" are objective truth, we hold these truths as self-evident. Self-evident truth is truth that doesn't require evidence. It's evident. It's
When-
self-evident.
when people go Godspeed to astronauts, to atheists go like, "Hey, cut that shit out. It's average
Yeah.
speed, okay?"
Yeah, they do. Bill, or I think Tyson. It might have been Bill Nye though. I think it was Tyson. Tyson did like an op-ed where he said that, like atheists are just fundamentally retarded. Like just because someone says Godspeed.
I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson's fun to be at parties, to be honest. He seems like a bit of a cunt.
What if they say magic speed?
Yeah, it's way better.
There is a
Ludicrous
magic
speed.
By the power of Cthulhu.
It's Bill deGrasse Nyson. Get it right.
Oh yeah, you
Yes,
see
a man
what Bill
who
Nye
does
did?
nothing but yell at movies and them yell at people who make movies.
Here, look at how dumb atheists are. Bill Nye went to Capitol Hill. The government shut down, by the way, and he did a protest to save NASA, claiming that Trump is going to cut NASA funding by 47%.
Wait, but isn't that been a critical component of a lot of conversation, even in like liberal circles? Is that NASA is heavily inflated in money, and there's no real benefit to have much money into it? I think it was that's like a main analysis from like several experts who say that the NASA space fund during like Obama administration was massive as well. Even when they cut the shuttle programming, it was like the inflation of money they had was kind of redundant because it wasn't really achieving any means other than like infrastructurally, like it wasn't helping them go forward in the program at all.
Yeah, that's the best part. If you think about NASA in terms of nominal dollars, there is really only one space program and like 6 others that almost equal another NASA. Even if NASA were to cut 47%, it would still outstrip all other nations in spending. Like you got some, like you look at some programs, like say the England. England is outspent by NASA some 17 seconds into the fiscal year.
Yeah, I think the UK just invests in. I think the UK just invests in the European space program. I think
that's what I'm talking about. The English contribution to European space program is outspent by NASA in mere seconds.
Welcome.
It's
I thought so many people in here was going to come in with like a flat Earth take, and I thought it was going to be mental. But you guys seem quite.
Yeah, how about this one? English people spend more on a royal wedding than they do on space travel.
Based. Oh yeah, I think Tim Peake is our biggest astronaut, right?
Oh yeah, Tim Peake. That's a guy who keeps giving. I mean, what a goofball. That's like your version of oh shit, I just lost the guy's name. Oh, Don Pettit. There we go.
Yeah, it's funny. I listened to Tim Peake speak once at like a conference, and it was funny because he talked about how a Russian astronaut was piloting this. Like he was telling, it was like he was there to tell stories, and he was telling like a story about how one of the Russian astronauts he was there like manually parked their probe into the shuttle at like incredible high speeds. And I'm like, surely the Russian should be telling this story. Why are you telling other people's stories? This is a night about you. Why are we talking about what other things cool people did that you weren't involved in because you were in the room? That's so like, okay. Cheers, bro.
Yeah, it's like, hey, the Russians did this amazing thing in space. Oh, and their best friend, Peck. You're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Tim Peake seems nice. Seems like a nice guy.
No, I mean, like the autism is off the scales, though.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, another funny talking point because globalists will come in here and tell flat earthers we're autistic. They're like, oh, so that's a bad thing? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, well, how about all these rocket scientists, astronauts, aerospace engineers? You don't think they're on the spectrum? And they're like, well, no. And then you get like an article from like NASA that says
Elon Musk.
we're looking for more autistic people. They have a problem because they need more autistic people. Like their level of autism isn't high enough.
We just need to make space travel look like a model trains, and then we'll figure it out.
Yeah, they said like at NASA that one of the problems is like this idea of brain drain, that autistic people don't have the social skills to jump through all the hoops to get into government. So what they want to do is like find people who are autistic and give them like a program that allows them to get onboarded quickly, rather than having to like do interviews and fill paperwork out and all this other stuff.
That's probably true. It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, so that's the point I was trying to make.
I think the great.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, ironically, you need smart people for NASA, and you don't find as many, statistically speaking, as many intelligent people amongst autists than you do amongst the normal population. Like, autists are like the quintessential midwits. Yeah, I didn't mean to spike the conversation with that. It's true, though. There's this, I think autism sells. And so there's this idea that, hey, is everybody who claims autism like the Rain Man, like that freaking movie? And so everybody thinks, yeah, maybe this guy's super intelligent because he's socially awkward, but the two don't necessarily, have a relationship with each other. It's not even correlative. Autistic people tend to actually be more mid-witted with their IQ scores than people who aren't autistic. That's all I'm saying. So if you're trying to find raw talent, people who excel at math and science, you need to expand your reach beyond autism. You'll probably have a higher incidence level of higher IQ people. Sorry if that hurts anyone in the room.
What is?
Yeah, no, I would say there's two things I push back on that. These IQ tests aren't really designed for people who are they're designed for atypical, like neurotypical, and designed for Western culture questions. So that's what a lot of people and or sociologists and whatever psychologists have said, that they're moving away from that IQ testing.
Right.
Because I would say like an autistic person is really good at one thing and kind of sucks at other things. Like a good example that would be like they could like ram out in their head like a full chess game and replay every play, like Bobby Fischer. But ask him to fill a dishwasher and he wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
Is that like code for something? Fill a dishwasher? I see what you did there.
Yeah, or something really simple like go outside and play with the dog. Here's a tennis ball. Go play with the dog. Very simple shit. Organize these books in alphabetical order. Like in the movie Rain Man, he could calculate statistics, like just by counting cards and shit. Like he took him to the casino and whatnot. He knew exactly what card statistically was going to come up the highest percentage, the next card drawn. But you ask him how much a car costs, and he was like $1.05 or something like, I can't remember what the exact. It was everything. It didn't matter what it was. How much does a hot dog cost? $1.05. How about a car? $1.05. How much to get on a plane? $1.05. How much does a house cost? It's $1.05. Like no concept of money. Which kind of explains why you got these people at NASA with this inflated budget.
Oh, it's Endless. Hello, Endless. Thanks for posting that in text chat.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Gravity is a long-winded.
Fictitious, because in our Earth frame of reference, it doesn't exist.
Sorry, Grit.
No, go ahead. I was going to go after the clip. I was say, yeah, what is gravity? I don't know. It's a very long-winded. I don't know.
Like what it is? I don't know.
I like that little whistle through his teeth when he said that.
Yeah, you can't fake the tooth whistle, man. That's authentic. I trust NASA, guys. I trust the U.S. intelligence community. I mean, they were right about weapons of mass destruction and everything, so they're definitely correct about outer space.
You think of all the people who couldn't be in on it for the to be true. It's like the opposite, instead of like all the people who would be in on it.
Yeah, it's like everybody's in on it now. It's funny, too. It's so crazy now. Like NASA is now part of the same, well, has always been, but is now tainted with everything that went into the Church Commission. Iran-Contra affair, arms smuggling, cocaine smuggling, experimental testing on human beings without their knowledge within the United States, the syphilis shots, the radioactive oatmeal, I know I'm probably ending up on a list right now recounting all the things that the government has now claimed to do publicly. The freaking...
Oh, it's a very funny meme is look at CIA at CIA.gov and then look at CIA on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I bet that's an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah, like on CIA.gov, it's like the Vanguard protecting American freedom and, stopping the heathens at the gate. Like boldly researching and community outreach. Like the fluff is just vomit inducing.
The same agency, NASA administration technically, that provided the overhead footage from satellites revealing the location of Saddam Hussein's mobile bioweapons laboratories that Colin Powell brought in front of Congress and the Joint Chiefs of Staff and made a case for Iraq war after 9/11. That same NASA.
Yeah, brought to the UN too.
Yeah, that's right. These
like,
are
look at this
mobile
shit.
biological weapons labs. Like, how scary is that? These could be driving like ice cream trucks through your neighborhood, America. Right, so the same intelligence that NASA brought openly more than 20 years ago is the same trust the science NASA that's today an open intelligence agency that everybody wants to put their faith in their cosmological worldview into. That's just fucking rich. Y'all got trolled, man. Oh, shoot. I didn't know that the Tuskegee syphilis experiments went on for, was that 40 years? From the 30s through the 70s? Holy crap. I thought it was just like in the 1930s and 40s. I didn't know it went on for that long.
Yeah, dude, me too. I thought it was further away, but that's damn close.
Like, holy shit. Some of us were born around that time or soon after.
That's what I was thinking. Dude, yeah, exactly. What the WTF?
Yeah, that's crazy. I know. I remember when it came forward, but I had no idea. I just now. I mean, seriously, I thought it was like a one-off thing, like just one sort of group of people. But holy shit, that's like.
Hi, we're from the U.S. government. We're here to help. We're from the Public Health Service. We're here to give you syphilis. We're gonna watch what it does to your body.
This shit was generational.
Damn, man.
And then the atheist in the backswing. I can't figure out why government would lie. There's no such thing as conspiracy theory. Have a very low education in this shit. Very, very low. Embarrassing low. Like, your government funded education fundamentally failed you. Because even them will sometimes highlight some of these conspiracy theories. And the kicker is they just shrug their shoulders and be like, so, what are we going to do? Nothing.
If privatized spacecraft isn't available for the space travel isn't available for the masses by like 2030, I'll join your guys' side.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know that we're not recruiting, right?
Yeah, well, I didn't ask. I said I'll join your side.
You could start your own.
Well, here's the funny thing, though. Like, you could do all these rocket elevator trips up and down you want. You can take these long-duration space balloon flights all you want. You can even go in a rocket and go from, like, Paris to Tokyo or something all you want with a commercialized space program. And it can still happen over a flat Earth.
Okay, but what if you go into space and then you observe that the Earth isn't flat?
Well, do you know how high you'd actually have to go geometrically, like the geometry working out in this case?
Pretty far, yeah, into outer space.
Yeah, like 450 miles or so is about what I reckon. And that gets you way out of where commercialized space is supposed to be, like in the 60-mile zone.
Shit, what about a space hotel? Something on the
Actually,
moon.
they tell you that the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere, so to go to space, you will have to go beyond the moon.
Geometrically, you can't see Earth curvature if it was a globe from the International Space Station.
Okay.
Yeah.
So suppose the live footage from the ISS is real, right? You can't see the curve.
No, you should not. You should not be able to see the curve if it's a globe, and the curve that you see is if it's real, is easily a camera artifact due to the lensing. I mean, they're using a wide-angle lens, obviously, because you can see the distortion occur when, like, an armature or an astronaut or solar panel moves across. You can see it warp.
And the horizon's always way above center frame.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Doesn't pan, yeah.
Yeah, and then the same places reappear every once in a while, over and over and over and over and over again.
It's like a loop.
Another thing too is regarding barrel lens distortion, along the diagonals going like corner to corner across the screen, you won't see any distortion at all. So it's really interesting is how some of the fixed objects that they show in ISS footage, a solar panel, an arm from, like a crane arm, things like this tend to be aligned along the diagonals to give the appearance that these are straight. And then they, like DJ said, they angled the lens down a little bit, which puts the horizontal line of the Earth higher up in the image where the distortion becomes more pronounced and it creates the curve.
It's 2030.
You can see flat Earth today, man. If you take a few hours off of work, go to Home Depot or Lowe's, grab a door hanging mirror, grab a friend and an iPhone, you can test the surface and you can see flat Earth right now.
Yeah.
What you do is you mirror flash the sun across the shoreline of a lake or a river or the beach. And you do it over a distance and at such low elevation angles that you're ruling out curvature. Because you can see a flash over long distances.
Right. So if you go 5 to 10 miles out, right, past the horizon, you're saying that I'm still going to see that flash?
Yeah, absolutely. We got lots of flat earthers who've been doing this. Plenty of videos online showing their results.
What's this experiment called?
Simply a mirror flash test is what we call it.
All right. I might do that. Sounds fun.
Yeah, like make sure you work out the geometry of how much curvature there should be so that you know what you're testing. And for best results, mirror flash the sun to your face or your friend's face that's basically right at the surface of the water.
Mm-hmm.
The reason to use a hanging door mirror is to actually hold it horizontally is what I'd recommend doing. And this would allow the user to tilt it left and right, panning it across to flash you with. So if the hanging door mirror is like a foot wide and your face is a foot off the ground, you're testing for curvature that's 1.2 miles away. this case, you probably want to go a bit further out if your tolerance is a foot on either side. So make it like 2 to 3 miles. Bonus if you can do like 5 to 10 miles. Now, unfortunately, like that doesn't seem like a long ways away, but in reality, like when you get out there and you start driving and you get from point A to B, you're like, holy crap, this is a long distance away. But I mean, mirror flashes are done all the time. Like if you go to Boy Scouts or if you're in the Army or something, you learn how to mirror flash for survival. I mean, that sun is intense, and you can see that reflection from miles and miles away. And the problem is aiming it. And so using a wide door mirror laid horizontally, like across the surface of the water, really helps so you can sweep it and you can angle it. And just look, if you're the one that's going to get flashed on the other end, you're just going to be looking for the blinking light. And when you see it, it's going to be unmistakable. Be like, oh yeah, shit, there it is. I just saw it. Do it again. Do it again. Use walkie-talkies, use a cell phone. On a clear day, and you know what, this is a great time of year in the northern latitudes, but on a clear day, maybe towards the evening or towards the morning, if you go hunting and have like a spotter scope, I mean something that's like, I'd say anything above like 12 to 18x should be fine with a wide magnification, with a wide aperture. I mean, you can go to a body of water a few miles long or across a river, lake, beach, and just set up a spot and try to do long distance observations along the water's edge. This time of year is nice because the water tends to cool down and the air tends to be a bit warmer. And so what happens is you have less of a temperature differential between the air and the water. So there's going to be less of that evaporative turbulence just above the marine layer. So you can get clearer images at further distances. Yep, man, all this to say, you don't have to wait till 2030. Like, get out there if you really want to find out. Go do it today. Go do it tomorrow, next week, whatever. Take off of work. Make a day out of it. It could be fun. And then if you document everything, you can send it to us and we can all talk about it. We've actually had some anti-flat earther types in here go out and take the challenge and came back with results that they couldn't explain. Matthew Learns, for example, going out there with his own optics. What do you use, a camera? And he took an image of the oil rigs in the horizon well behind it. I gotta go. It's listening mode now.
Welcome. Welcome.
Man, it's quiet in here.
All right, what you got?
Yeah,
It's like that
I
sometimes.
don't know.
It's been quiet lately because since the government shut down, a lot of those anti-flat Earth hovers who come in here day in, day out, saying exactly the same bullshit over and over again, they suddenly just stopped showing up. We're like,
Yeah.
huh? What a coincidence.
Ain't going to work if I'm not getting paid.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have a pretty similar take.
Their TV comes back on. I don't know, Dennis. They're sending me texts. They said it's taking longer than we expected. Please hang in there. We're working on it.
Yeah, they're like that juice ain't worth the squeeze, man. If I'm not
Oh,
getting
I'm
them
sorry.
dollars.
I'm sorry. I was talking about my cable company. My cable's out. They're fixing it.
You're gonna
But
miss out on all that quality TV programming, man.
yeah.
Man, look at the moon. Crazy. Right on the horizon for me.
It's a harvest moon. It's a special harvest moon. I'm not sure what it is, but what it means to be special in that case. But yeah, it's a harvest moon.
I put a picture in the chat.
Oh, thanks. Nice.
I always thought that it looked like it had a face when it's in that orientation. So what's funny is look at the orient. I'm gonna actually save this. Look at the orientation that the face is in right now. This is in the western horizon, right?
Right.
That's the way I'm gonna take a picture tonight when it's in the full harvest moon, and then you're gonna compare it to the orientation it is on my eastern horizon. You're gonna be amazed, surprised, baffled even. You're like, why are the moon's features upside down on the eastern horizon than they are on the western? Well, I'm gonna show you evidence of that tonight.
Cool. We all live in a yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. We all live in a yellow submarine.
Don't quit your day job, man.
Thank you. I love looking at these 3D stereograms. Cross your eyes and you see 3D.
I'm looking at the moon right now and it's fucking massive.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Dude, how is it always so quiet with so many people in this chat? It's like you guys are just that. Have you like?
Have
you talked about?
We keep
things like
order, man. We keep ordering here. We're thebomb.com.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the things that I do enjoy about this chat. Like, I feel like everyone's able to get a word in. So, I mean, I guess I respect that. You know,
we try.
Good shit.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. So I came in.
Sorry, go ahead. Man.
I came in here yesterday, and I kind of, I guess, stirred some things up because I said something that a lot of flat earthers, I guess, didn't like. And I just wanted to come back and flesh that out a bit more. So what I said was, if the government came tomorrow and said that the world is actually flat and we've just been either lying or we've been we've misunderstood the whole globe Earth theory, like, how would that change anyone's life?
It's simple. Everything that you're taking from credible sources that you thought were credible are going to be put into question. So as it is right now, you take everything for granted, right? So all the information that you're hearing that they're putting out, you're like, yeah, well, that makes sense. They spend all their life, researching and doing the work. So it must be true, right? Like, I'm not going to be some guy that just is skeptical about everything. So you're accepting a lot of information. If they came out and said that, it's going to turn that paradigm on its head. You're going to be like, okay, so now I can't even trust credible sources? But I got to be an ultra skeptic now? And yeah, it'll change everything. That's what it'll change. And so your worldview is going to slowly start morphing into one that you don't even know, where at least you thought you knew when they were telling you. That's how it'll change.
I feel like we live in, like, for a very long time, especially in America, we've lived in a time where people are extremely untrusting about like a lot of things that they hear. Whether it's true or false. This is the time of skepticism. So it's like, what is this? It's just gonna. There's just gonna be more skepticism. Is that it? Like, I mean, my point is that, like, the government that you live in will still maintain control over you, right?
I get it. I get it. No. Wait, hold on, Tyree. They don't have control of your mind. Your mind belongs to you. Right now, they have control of how you think because they're feeding you what to think and you're believing them. So you're taking in that information. But it's not just being skeptical, it's accepting what they're saying. So you could be skeptical and still accept what someone says, right? You can still do that, which is what a lot of people say that they are.
So it's like, if I have like a routine of going to Tim Hortons every morning, and I go to Tim Hortons, like, not even because no one thinks about the world, no one thinks about Earth, like, no one thinks about the shape. We just kind of been told what it is, and we move along, and we just live. So, like, if I go to Tim Hortons every day, and one day I hear that the world is flat, like, I like, dude, I'm still gonna go to Tim Hortons. I'm still gonna consume. Like, I'm still going to obey
No.
law.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. No, wait a minute. Wait. Yeah, but you've been accepting a lot of information. So that means that whatever you're accepting right now has to be questioned. So if you were going to Tim Hortons, you're going to start to rethink about, like, well, okay, so Tim Hortons, I'm used to this routine. But what if that routine is something I've been programmed to think like? Like, it's going to really start to make you think of how you structure your life because you've been structuring it around things that you already take for granted. It's going to elucidate that fact to you. So you can't say that you wouldn't change based on information you haven't heard. So they haven't said that, so you can't, like, hypothesize what it would be like. It has to happen, and then you would realize. So with most of the people in here, it has happened that we know that the Earth isn't a globe, so it's changed our lives drastically. We don't view the paradigm of the Earth the same anymore. Like the physics, like how they tell us the physics, how that works. how they tell us like the universe and the concept of that. We don't see any of that the same anymore. So it's changed like our philosophical stance on like who we are and where we are. That changes a lot,
but
man.
like, what does that matter when you still live around like the automatons that believe that the world is a globe, and you do the exact same
Yeah.
things that they do because you're programmed to a deeper level, a social level. Like, it doesn't change.
Yeah. Yeah, it can, because you can break away from that. It's just like basically it's a routine that you're comfortable in. Whether or not it changes you is more like a subjective matter. It's based on your personal preference. Like you're saying it won't change you, doesn't mean it won't change someone else. You understand? So you're saying it won't change anyone. It doesn't matter like what you think. It will change someone if it affects them. Maybe it won't affect you, but to the people in here, it has. And that's why the people that are in here are making it a point to tell other people about it, because perhaps it'll cause change in them. But they're not like relying on that.
So like, you're on Discord, I'm on Discord. I would assume everyone in here works, or at least has like some sort of income that allows them to live the way they do. Same goes for me. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like the only difference between you and I, or me and the people in here, is that they are a part of a group, and I am not a part of that group. Everything else has to be the same. Everything else is, you're not off the grid.
Well, no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude.
Self-sufficient. You're not doing.
Yeah, hold on. Does truth matter to you? Yes or no?
I'm a human being. Truth does matter to me.
Okay, that's obvious, right? It should be anyway, if you're being honest with yourself. So truth does matter to you. Like the people that are in here, truth doesn't only just matter to them. They want to let others know. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. That truth doesn't only just matter to them. They want to also tell other people about the truth that they know. So it's the conveyance of truth. It's not just knowing truth, it's conveying it. That's going to matter to people, because that's why they're in here. They wake up every morning, they're on this Discord, they come into this room because truth matters to them and they want to convey it, whether in text or in the voice. That's the part that changes you. You want to tell other people.
But I mean, a lot of people do that. Muslims do that. Christians do that. Scientologists do that. Like fucking vegans do that. Black people do that.
But
white people
this isn't
do that.
subjective. This isn't subjective. It's objective truth. Subjective truth is something like a preference. Like, I like pineapple pizza, and I want to spread that truth about how I love pineapple pizza to everybody. Like, you know what I mean? It's not that way.
So, because we are humans, and because we are only able to engage with the world through our senses, everything is truly subjective to us, because they are subjectively based on our perception in our senses that no other creature has.
Bro, we're not talking about what you think about what the earth is. We're talking about what it is. So if you go outside and say, hey, that thing up in the sky is a giant cat, no one's going to say that. It's your subjective experience. You think that the big yellow thing in the sky is a giant cat. No one's going to go with that, because it's an agreed upon understanding that we all call it the sun. So everybody's going to agree that that's the sun, based on an objective position that we all witness something.
Well, yeah,
that everybody
every human will agree to that.
Yeah, so it's not subjective in that particular instance. No, it's not.
Senses, yes,
You're not going to tell me it's something that it's not. Yeah.
Hold
on a second, dude.
It's called.
Yeah, dude. Hold on a second. Hold on. It's a part of logic. It's called the law of identity. So the law of identity, A equals A, right? So when you say that something is what it is, you're declaring that it's identified as what you say it is, right? Based upon an agreed understanding. So now that we have agreed that logic means something, that it's the way that we communicate, it's going to be the only way.
Logic is subjective.
Yeah.
Creation.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, but like the part about it that makes sense is that it brings coherence and understanding to the world that we live in. If we don't have logic, then there's no coherence and understanding in the world that we live in. So everything doesn't mean anything anymore. So if it's all subjective and it doesn't mean anything, then there's no point, essentially. But there is a point, because there's something that burns inside of you that wants to know the thing that we're all talking about, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Not really. That's
conveying
my point.
to other people.
is that like you just like how some kid could be like have like this burning passion for Yu-Gi-Oh trading cards, like you have this passion for believing the world is a flat earth. What I'm saying is, like, the nerd that likes Yu-Gi-Oh trading cards, it
No,
really
no, no,
doesn't
no, no,
matter.
no,
Like
no, no, no,
Maybe
no,
he's
no,
telling
no.
you that he
Hold on,
enjoys
hold on a
being
second.
gullible.
You're
He
doing,
enjoys
you're
being
doing the thing that
gullible.
I said. You're doing the thing that I said that I told you it's not. It's not subjective. It's not like I like pineapple pizza and I'm going to tell everybody about it. That's
kind of
not
like
it.
that.
It's not subjective. No, it's not. It's objective. The Earth is what it is. It identifies as a horizontal plane. You can't then therefore say it's a globe when it's not identified with logic
But I mean,
that
you
it
can't
is what
prove
I see it as.
Like, there's no way you can
So
prove what you're
logically,
saying.
yeah, there is, dude. Okay, so if you're saying that it's not, then you have a retort to tell me how it is something else that you imagine it to be. Now, if you're
Well, I
saying it's
mean,
something else,
yeah,
okay, so if it's not, listen, hold on a second, hold on, Tyree. If it's not a horizontal plane, then what is it? Because I identify it as a horizontal plane. What do you identify it as?
Yeah, so even though I'm not like fully entrenched with like this whole flat Earth thing, I do know that not too long ago they had people that believed in the flat Earth travel down to Antarctica to witness the
No,
24
no, no,
hour.
no, no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're,
What's up?
you're getting off the beaten path. You're getting off the beaten path. It's
I
not
don't
that
think
I
I
don't
am.
like what you're
I
saying.
don't think
Yeah,
I am. I think I'm
I
just
think you are.
talking about something that
Here's
you
the part.
made
Here's
a
the part that you
buffer
need to tell me. Hold on a second. Here's the part that you need to tell me.
brother.
What if the Earth?
You're
If the
interrupting
hold
me.
on a second. Yeah, you're not giving it to me, man. I'm saying if
Are
the
you
Earth
on
is not
drugs? Are
identified,
you on like
if the Earth
amphetamines
is
or
not,
something? Like, why are
if
you
the
being
Earth
like this?
is not, dude, I'm gonna have to put you on mute if you don't allow me to finish.
If you mute
If
me,
the
I'm
Earth
just gonna leave,
is,
dude. So
yeah, that's a good thing. Probably, it's probably a good thing because you're just interrupting.
yeah.
Probably a good
Oh,
thing.
okay.
He enjoys being
It's not. It's
gullible,
not
and
like I
he
came in on complete silence, dude. Yeah, I'm interrupting, huh?
Yeah, you are. So if the
Okay.
Earth is not
I'll leave.
identified as a
I'll leave.
horizontal
I'll
plane, then
leave.
what is
I'll
it?
leave. I'll leave.
Yep. You didn't want to answer the question, so yeah. It's not subjective. It's not identified as a globe, so he can't say it is. No part of our natural experience outside in the world identifies it as a globe.
Yeah, that dude Tyree was in last night pulling the same stick. You know, hey, I still got to go to work. What's the matter?
Yeah, the part that matters is the conveyance of reality as it is. So that's the burning fuel that keeps everybody coming in here. We want to tell everybody about it, whether in text or in voice.
I'm a global.
Yeah, good for you.
Do you have any proof for your club?
Yeah, that putting on one pant leg at a time, it just doesn't cut it anymore. Why would it matter? What's it going to change? And everybody in here knows that it changed their lives when they really found out.
I feel like the flat Earth community has a problem with a lot of people aren't genuine about their beliefs.
What was that statement again?
That the flat Earth community has a problem with a lot of people not being genuine with their beliefs.
I don't know what that means. Genuine with their beliefs? Like what?
Yeah, they don't actually believe in it, but they say they do.
I stopped.
No, I mean it doesn't matter, dude. Like that's not the. You can believe whatever you want. It could be as genuine as you want it to be. Like your belief. That doesn't move the needle on what we're talking about in here.
No, like, because I've like been just sitting in this VC for a couple of weeks. I just listened, and I've noticed like some people, they say one thing, then they say another thing that contradicts it, which means that they obviously don't actually believe in what they're saying. I've noticed a couple of people do that.
What?
And I thought it was
Like
quite
what?
interesting.
Give one
Like
example.
someone before in the chat was talking about the theodolite experiment and how it doesn't work because of refraction. And then the same guy, like I remember a couple days ago, or maybe like a week or two ago, was saying that you can see further along the horizon than you really should be able to because the Earth is flat. But those two things can't be true at the same time. It's either refraction exists or it doesn't. And that was something interesting that I noticed was like that you guys obviously, if you understood this so much, you would understand your own hypocrisy, therefore you're trouble.
What was he? No, hold on a minute. What was he saying about refraction? What did he mention about it? If you were listening, if you were really paying attention, what did he mention about refraction?
Were you paying attention?
I'm asking you. You're the one critiquing what the person said. I want to hear why you critiqued it in the manner you did. And if it has any merit, then you will tell me what he said about refraction.
Because it distorts the light.
How?
I don't know how.
Okay, so you weren't listening. And I'm just pointing that out. That you're critiquing the person, yet your critique is invalid because you can't even tell me what the critique was about. You're just saying he's just wrong because I feel like he's wrong. That's what you're saying, essentially.
You're assuming.
Then, no, I'm not. I'm asking you to tell me. I'm not assuming. I've given you the floor, and you're failing.
Anything. I was simply just stating.
That's the point I'm making. You're not able to articulate the critique that you had on the person. So that right there shows me you weren't listening.
No, it's more like I just can't be bothered. But I guess I'll be bothered for like 5 seconds. Essentially,
go for it.
The theodolite experiment measures like the angle between two different points, and it should measure a drop in angle because the Earth is curved or whatever. And he was saying that because of refraction, you can't really account for that over a short distance because it creates too much noise in the experiment. Therefore, it's not an accurate experiment.
Okay, so what do people actually say about it? Like that deal with theodolites, the professionals.
That you have to take into account refraction. I guess that's what they say, the professionals.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, show me a citation where they actually say what you said.
It's like, I mean, this is what I said. I could only be bothered 5 seconds.
No,
this is
so you're giving up. So you're giving up. So you're not going to take this all the way to its conclusion.
On the way to the party, they take they hoes. I come straight from the ghetto. My big dog trapping loads.
You can, if you want to. You can go learn yourself, but I can't be bothered explaining because I know you guys.
Yeah, that's the point.
Anyway, I'll mute myself.
This is the point. This is the point where you fail. Your critiques always fail because you can't follow them all the way to their conclusion. So I would like to hear your critique all the way to its conclusion, but you're not doing that. No, you didn't. I've given you the floor to do so, and you failed.
Okay, explain.
You said I can't. You said I can't be bothered. You said I can't be bothered. What you said?
Yeah, because it's besides the point.
There you go. So you failed.
Seems the person he was talking about is Master Yoder. In the side chat, he mentioned it.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter who he brings up. If he can't articulate the point, and he wasn't listening. Otherwise, he would be able to. He'd be in here telling us point A to point Z. Like everything about the conversation, why it's invalid, and all of these points. But he can't even do it. And I know why. Because he's just in his feelings with his confirmation bias. No, You're either able to critique it and articulate your point, or just sit back and relax, dude, and watch us destroy the globe every day. You have a choice.
Okay, I'll do the latter.
I like it. And we'll provide the destruction. Don't worry. We've been doing this for years, man. We're very efficient at what we do now.
He called the theodolite observation an experiment. So his premise is completely flawed. It wasn't an experiment, just letting you know.
The only reason why he's sitting in here, Genzi, is because he's waiting for some PhD or some other big brain person to come and give us what's for. So he can feel good and sit back and like, there's a guy that destroyed you guys. That guy doesn't exist. I'm letting you know right now. That person, your champion, yeah, I would call him too. Ask, call him out. Get your professors together. Tell them to come in here. See what happens.
I have doubts of what he said, because he said someone in here said the theodolite experiment, something like. Who in here called the theodolite an experiment? It sounds like he's contradicting what was said, just by calling it an experiment. So saying people here contradict themselves, he's the one doing that.
Notice how he prefaced the conversation, Jebsy. I've been sitting here for weeks, and I found a contradiction. Like, he thought he found something, and then when I asked him to explain that contradiction, he came up tits. Wow. The moment to shine for you to be sitting here for weeks, and then you just epically fail. I'm not going to talk to you guys. Yeah, good job. That's what we expect, nothing less than that. Morning, Jedi.
What's up, buddy? What's going down? Who just collapsed?
Ricardo was talking about that he's been sitting in our chat, listening to us discuss, and he said, well, we got it all wrong because of somebody said that they use refraction using a theodolite, and on the other hand, they were claiming that there wasn't refraction. It's está loco. He's crazy. He's trying to make a point, and I asked him to articulate his point, and he didn't want to go any further. He said, I can't be bothered. I'm like, well, okay, then you had the floor to tell us and articulate your point. I would have listened to you, but you don't want to do it. That's not on me.
He called the theodolite an experiment. Is that what it is, Jedi? An experiment? You do experiments with the theodolite?
A device. Is a theodolite an experiment? No. Can you measure angles to a receiver? Yeah. Is that an experiment? No.
He's trying to find out if we contradict ourselves within our arguments. He's looking for a flaw when we speak. That's what he's trying to do. He's like, I'm going to get you guys one of these days.
So did he lie when he said that someone said that the Theodolite experiment was doing this or doing the other thing? Did someone in here call the Theodolite an experiment? And he's going against that? I mean, it sounds like he was making stuff up. That's what it sounds.
Yeah. I agree. Otherwise, he would have told us.
Hello.
Howdy.
And to discuss.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, Raven. Say again.
I am here to debunk the flat Earth psyop.
Oh, awesome.
Go ahead. Take your best shot. Try it.
I like the concept of them lying about the Earth. I agree. They're lying about something about the Earth. But theoretically speaking, there's too much information about flat Earth society for it to be taboo or censored.
Sorry, the Flat Earth Society. Who's the Flat Earth Society?
Flat Earth Society is a community that revolves around the concept of a plane.
You think we're those guys, huh?
I mean, what is the title of this? I thought this was literally called 24/7 Flat Earth Society discussion.
Flat Earth.
It's a society,
It's not society.
The Flat Earth Society is sorry, just to catch you up to speed. The Flat Earth Society is a psyop. It's a straw man, for want of a better term. It makes stupid claims like the Earth is a disk and it's rising up at 9.87 meters per second squared. So things appear to go downwards. It makes stupid claims. So when you look at it, it sounds ridiculous and you walk away from it because it was stupid. It's a straw man, dude.
Oh, so I was correct then that the movement is a psyop.
Oh no, the Flat Earth Society, to make you not interested in the flat Earth. Hold on, let me explain it to you. It's to make you not interested in the flat Earth.
That's true. And but the thing is, what is the main concept of flat Earth? What is the model?
Concept. No, the main claim is the surface of the Earth is measured to horizontally.
Is that why it's called an airplane? An aeroplane?
I mean, I guess it flies parallel to the plane below. Yeah.
So let's say I understand that the global elite, they want to deceive us. They want to control our reality. But what difference does it make of the shape of the Earth?
Dude, I thought you were here going to debunk something. You debunked the Flat Earth Society. You've done that bit, yeah? You're happy with that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool.
I'm just trying to better understand you.
So you realise that we're not them, right?
Obviously, I thought this was already established.
I'm just making sure because you seem to be running off in different directions. So
I'm in the same place. Don't worry.
No, that's okay. So you're now asking why they would lie.
Yeah, I understand they staged 9/11. They blew up the Titanic to establish the Federal Reserve. But what's the goal that you believe?
Does anybody want to take this?
Yeah, to control a narrative. So the narrative that the Earth is a globe is based on a lot of other principles, and they try to root it in this pseudo-scientific knowledge of the cosmos being held together with bending and warping of space-time, and Big Bang Theory. There's a lot of narratives that spin off of this one, so it keeps the mind kind of regulated to thinking about the narrative. So you can't. Okay, so if I was to tell you the Earth is a horizontal plane, it's a flat Earth essentially. You're like, well, that flat Earth exists embedded inside of a space, like a cosmic space. So your idea that they've regulated your mind to is still working within a paradigm. So you think that the Earth is inside of a giant vacuum of space. You know what I mean? So they've constructed
Are you talking
the
about
way
the argument?
No. What I'm saying is they've constructed for a way for you to how to think about the cosmos. The cosmos, right?
Yeah,
Like the universe.
because after it's true because after Hiroshima, we disrupted the cosmic web and the outer cosmos.
Right. But hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second. That information about the cosmos is given to you. You can't verify it. So you're thinking what they want you to think, and you're repeating it to me right now. I'm telling you the reason why they do it, and you're showing me the effect of it. So you're an example. You're an example of the
makes a lot of sense.
The reason why. You're an example of the reason why. So it's not just you, okay? Not just you, but other iterations of this particular idea.
I am a hollow earther. Do you know what that is?
I know. But listen to me, dude. Anything that you think about is working within inside of the paradigm that they've given you. So you can only think like it's a hollow Earth, but the hollow Earth is embedded inside a cosmic space, like with the other planets and other things. So you're still thinking of the narrative. They have you in their sandbox. You haven't left. You're still inside of it. So even if you think the Earth is hollow, you're still thinking it's inside of a cosmos, like a galaxy and all that stuff. So you're working within their paradigm that they've. No, it's not about listen. Yeah, it's the point that we're making here. It's not about a belief system. It's about understanding the physical world as it presents itself to you, me, and everybody. So if you're saying it's a hollow Earth inside of a cosmos, you can't prove either. You have good reason to believe that it might be based on an idea, but that's all you have. It's just a belief.
You could apply the same logic with flat Earth. I feel like.
No, sorry, it doesn't work with flat Earth that way.
The hollow Earth is that within.
You're telling me is do you believe that there's no cosmos? We are in a dimension of some kind.
Yeah. Here's the thing, dude. What I'm telling you is that everything that you've been given to think about when it concerns the cosmos is something you can't verify. Does that make sense to you?
And that's even with flat Earth.
If they tell
all
you,
those ideas are given to you.
Yeah. No. Sorry. You can't. You're not going to be able to conflate the two. We'll tell you why after. But I'm telling you the reason why that they're telling you about the cosmos. You can't test and verify any of those things or the claims that they make. Whether Jupiter's a giant gas ball, whether you're inside of a galaxy, whether the extent of the galaxy, you're in a solar system, any one of those things that I've just said, you can't verify any of them. None whatsoever.
I've seen these planets with actual industrial telescopes before.
What's it made of?
So what am I seeing? Am I seeing the luminaries?
What is it made of? That's the positive claim, right?
Oh, so you believe that the concept is there, but the information that is given to us is simply just given to us.
You're getting it. You're getting it. You're kind of getting it. You're kind of getting it. You can see things up there, but what they're telling you about those things is the thing that you're carrying forward.
I believe that there is space, but I believe
know that
fake space.
No,
I believe
dude,
they do.
Listen. You couldn't tell me what up there. You couldn't tell me what up there is more than they could. So they're giving you a story, and you're taking that story on as what it is, and you're telling us that same story. Well, the cosmos is, and other planets, and all that.
I thought the concept of the cosmos is way older than people believe. Like the structure of a solar system.
The concept of the cosmos. So, for example, the Earth in orbit around the Sun only about 500 years old.
Didn't the Anunnaki believe that the Earth was round?
Oh my God!
Dude, this is
you're going hard. you're going hard in the paint with the esoteric stuff, man. I get it. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's just like not gonna ground you in truth. So you're not grounded in what's real based on the information that you couldn't tell me whether or not you know it's real. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like if you're talking about Anunnaki, and if I was to push you to the limit, you're gonna say, well, I don't really know. This is my belief. I think based on good reason to think this. You know what I mean? So I want you to be grounded in truth.
Let me just quickly clarify, as an esoteric person, the Anunnaki did not believe in the heliocentric model. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for that.
Okay, all right. So can you send me your best evidence that I know there's a CIA document that says that there's suggestions that we live on a flat plane. But that's all I see.
Best evidence is the measurement of the surface of the Earth itself.
Oh, because I remember I was in this call yesterday, and someone was like debunking the flat Earth with the Bible or something. And I remember they made a good point about how
doesn't matter what a book says. You would verify what a book says by, in this instance, measuring the surface description of the Earth.
His microphone went to the wayside like the Anunnaki.
Are you telling me there's no aliens?
What? There's no what?
There's no aliens, man.
Yes,
No,
there are
space.
Mexicans.
Yes, space
Sorry.
aliens. Yeah, you're talking about space aliens, right?
Where do aliens come from?
So space aliens are real because I've seen them.
Where do they come from?
They come from outer space or other dimensions.
Okay, so two different claims there. Other dimensions and outer space. Outer space, that's 3 dimensions, height, width, length. Over there with another planet in it that other things grew up on, made technology and flew here. That's an alien. The dimensions are a different thing, dude. You can start talking about spiritual stuff then. But aliens, they're physical body
because
beings
interdimensional beings are a real thing. They feed off our energy every day.
Slightly different to aliens from other planets then.
Holy smokes!
It's not. It's extraterrestrial in the sense that it comes from an outer non-Earth origin, and that's what makes it.
And you don't have there's no evidence that you can put forward that that's true, bro. Like this is
There is evidence.
It's fine.
CIA were experimenting with frequency, remote viewing, and they ran into interdimensional creatures. How do you explain
you're
this?
gonna write a book. You're gonna write a book about like story time because that's all you're doing right now. You're just giving us stories.
This is an actual government document. What I'm talking about is government documented.
All right, yeah, a government document.
Look it up.
So what? Like, so what? How can you verify the document's authenticity of the claim that it's making?
Because the reptilian race is something that's older than the human race. It's not weird. It's true.
You've really been huffing on that conspiracy pipe, haven't you?
Yeah, you went too far in the other direction, bro.
I think I'm trying to interfere with your signal as well. You're not coming through too clearly. I'm trying to stop you from speaking too.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care. And I respect you guys.
Maybe if instead of worrying about space aliens, man, go get a better ISP.
Well, I'm on the train going to work, so that's why I sound that I do.
Bad. Yeah, we know. It's okay, mate. You can't help it. Fine. It's okay.
I know. I can't help the service on the train.
I know. It just means that we didn't hear what you said, so you're going to have to say it again, and we're going to have to hope your connection's okay.
Oh, I mean, I feel like it'd be obvious, though, if the Earth is flat.
It is. That's the way that you and everybody actually perceives the world. We perceive the world as flat and stationary. So, I mean, it's that obvious.
Yeah, when you go to the beach and you see a flat horizon on that water, you think it's a ball.
When I went on the airplane, I seen the curve.
Really?
Actually, there's footage of the World Trade Center of people in the 2000s. It's called the E-Team photograph, too. And you could see the curve of the Earth. You could see the building's curve. And this is from an old minicam. No fish lens, nothing.
Wow.
What's so funny about that? That's the truth.
Because it doesn't really matter if it's not called a fisheye lens. Lenses have, by consequence of their curved nature, barrel distortion. A fisheye lens
you
is
do
a
believe,
very
at least you
specific
believe in the
type
global
of
elite.
lens.
At least you do that.
Wait, what?
At least
Dude,
you believe
you're
in the
not even
global
listening.
elite.
You're not even listening to what he just said, dude. Like, you are
I am
so
listening. I just said it.
you ate the whole esoteric
Here comes the
cake, didn't
insulting
you?
part.
Yeah, it is.
I was
because
listening to what he was saying. He's
yeah,
talking about how
he's
the
talking about
lenses, fish lens,
aliens,
are not.
bro.
The lenses have
Yo,
proportions to them
I'm
that
sorry,
affect
baby, real
the
quick.
way they view the world. That's what he is talking about. And you're over here making assumptions. This is why no one takes the movement seriously. It's because it's just insults. There's no love,
You haven't
and it's a
listened to anything
psyop.
that I've said,
It's a
though.
psychological operation.
So quickly, let
Yeah,
me say
this
this
coming from
again.
this coming from the guy telling us there's reptilians. This coming from that guy. Right?
It's in the Bible.
Really?
Yo,
That fallen
he didn't
angels
eat the
are
whole
spirit. They don't hold a body.
maybe
They
ate
just an
8% of
impulse
it. If
people.
he ate the whole cake, he would be a flat earther as
And
well.
Islam is a jinn.
We can't hear either of you.
Can I speak really quickly?
In the Bible that the earth is round.
Not what you think reptilians are the Nephilim?
No, fallen angels. Those are two different things.
Okay, so there's the Nephilim and the Rephaim. Which one?
That's giants. Those are giants.
No, one of the fallen parents, the other one of the giants that have no place to go.
Yeah, and
so which one?
In the Bible, it talks about how the angels sit on the globe.
Question there after which one?
Which one? The fallen angels, not the giants. This was already established.
Okay, thank you.
So I noticed that you guys like to insult me, even though I still have the love of Jesus.
How is it established that they're snake people, bro? Like, yeah.
They're snake people, yes.
Also, your claim
They're
about the
serpent.
Bible
That's what a
saying that the
serpent
earth is a
people
ball is
Serpent
incorrect.
people,
Please stop speaking
serpent
about
symbolism.
bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
It is. There is not a single verse in the Bible where it actually says the earth is a spherical ball at all. I can actually start giving you verse after verse that says the exact opposite, but you won't accept that as well.
The thing is, the earth is
No
a circle.
That's what actually happens when
That's
you
what it
start reading
says.
the Bible.
Sorry, it's a circle or sphere?
But you got to understand the context of the verse, though. He's sitting on top.
No,
Bro,
I'm
a
asking
circle
you
is
a
a
very
circle, no
simple
matter what
geometry question.
Draw the circle.
Is
Draw a circle on a piece of
circle
paper. It's
a
2D,
sphere?
right? But if you
Sorry.
draw a person on top of it, that doesn't make sense. How are they sitting on the edge of the earth like that if it's flat?
Simple question.
That doesn't make sense.
Sorry. Is a circle a sphere?
A circle is a circle. A sphere has a circular shape.
Okay, so a round circular table, is that a sphere?
Draw a circle, right? Draw the circle, and then
Draw
draw
the circle on a
the angel
on a
on top.
2D piece of paper.
So as you see, the angel's on top of this circle, right? It's on top of the line. So if the earth was a plane, they're not sitting on anything then. Realistically, they'll have to sit on a globe, on an atmosphere, right?
Yo, Raven, I'm gonna post something inside chat.
Yeah, how is this? Hold on, Merman. How is this debunking flat Earth, dude? That's what your mission was, to come in here and debunk flat Earth. You're not doing it by
I just
talking about
did.
this.
I debunked
With
it,
what?
bro.
With what? You're laughing, dude. You sound like a psycho. Like, with what?
I'm not a psycho.
Fuck, you could have fooled me.
Dude, what's with you and name calling and insulting people? I
You're
never
a
did
fucking
any of that.
madman, dude. Like you're
I'm
laughing
not.
and shit up to yourself, man.
That's literally what they call your movement.
Call your movement. You're the one
Movement
coming here talking about bullshit, dude.
Not. You have not shown me proof. You haven't shown me no proof of a plane.
Oh, you asked.
If you're gonna actually talk about firstly the Bible and what the Bible says in the side
Also,
chat,
why
you
is this
have
person?
Theo,
This is so
can you wait
funny.
a
We're not
second?
doing that, Merman.
Raven.
The chat. I remember yesterday there was somebody playing sound effects. What happened to that person?
Maybe they went to bed.
Huh?
Not everyone's going to be here 24/7, dude.
But you're the same
back
person
later,
from yesterday.
maybe.
You've been here for 24 hours.
Yeah, we'll be back later, maybe. It's okay.
Listen.
Now, do you want the evidence that the Earth
So
is
in
measured flat or
reality,
not?
wait, the Earth isn't a planet. It's a dimension. It's a outer world.
It's a dimension.
Right?
The world is an outer world. Wait, what?
No, you're not understanding. What did Jesus say? I am not of this world. You are from
Okay,
below.
that's Jesus not being of this world. He's of his Father's world. That's heaven.
Yes.
Yes.
And Israel worships Baal.
And this has got nothing to do with what we're trying to talk about.
Yes,
You
it does,
complained just a moment. Dudes, please. I feel like that you feel hard done by. You complained just a moment ago that no one's giving you the evidence. I was just about to do so. Now you're talking about what? Jews now.
Israeli doesn't mean Jew, by the way.
Israel.
That's
Yeah, there we go.
Zionist propaganda.
There we go. So do you want the evidence or do you not? I don't mind either way.
I've been asking for evidence since yesterday, but all you guys were like, "Oh, you believe in crazy stuff." Like you
I
sound
don't
like the
even
people
remember
that
you
call your
from
movement
yesterday. I
crazy.
wasn't
That's
here
the thing. You
yesterday.
became what you destroyed.
Do
that
you
want to
really live
destroy.
in the past?
Yes.
Well, then that's a problem for you. Like I said, I wasn't here speaking to you yesterday. Seriously, I don't remember your name. Forgive me if I did speak to you, but I don't remember doing so. This is new. You're speaking to me now, and Alpha.
You were insulting me yesterday. That's what happened.
Really?
I still forgive you, though.
Oh, that's interesting.
I just had a question for you. Wait, let me get off this train real quick.
What's the color line that you're taking on the train?
I think he's given up trying to debunk flat Earth. It seems he's talking about other things.
One second, I have to get off this train real quick.
What's the color line? Is it green line, orange line? It's probably New York.
Oh, your stuff. Thank you, son. Thank you. All right. I'm off the train and now I can speak. And I am actually going to make some good points about the flat Earth. Right? One.
No.
Earth is flat. What contains everything? Right? What is the outer part of this Earth?
Irrelevant.
Nothing. Right?
Irrelevant.
What's under the Earth? What's under the Earth? What's outside the Earth?
Irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. It's very irrelevant because reptilians, the fallen angels, they live underground. There is a outer world underground in Antarctica, and it's called Operation High Jump, where the U.S. military got sent to Antarctica to make measurements and to find lost German technology, right? So the Germans were infatuated with Antarctica, and all of a sudden they made a peace treaty. All countries made a peace treaty to not touch Antarctica. Antarctica is the key to finding out the true Earth. Inside the Earth, it's hollow, right? The dome is a atmosphere. It's not a physical dome, right? So you can't take the Bible literally because it's a metaphorical system.
All right. So how is this debunking flat Earth in any way? We gave you the floor and you spewed out nothing but like bullshit.
It's Freemasonry, bro. That's literally the concept of fucking flat Earth.
How are you tying them in together, bro? You sound like an idiot. What's
See,
the relevance?
and there you go with the insults. There goes with the insults again.
What's the relevance? What
It's
is the
relevant
relevance?
because y'all are saying I worship Baal because I believe in Baal Earth. Motherfucker,
What are you
Freemasonry.
talking about, bro? Have you just
Look in the
fucking
chat.
finished huffing some
Look in the
fucking
chat.
paint or something?
Look in the chat, bro.
You're a goddamn
Look in the
spaz,
chat.
bro. Like, what the fuck?
No, I'm not. I'm not a spaz. The fuck?
You are.
Don't insult me again. I'm not insulting you because that's weak and cowardly.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm calling it like it is. Do you talking about?
You said there's no. You said there's no fucking curve of the Earth. I'm fucking walking down a hill. What the fuck are you talking about?
You fucking idiot, dude. We're not talking about like the hill. We're talking about the actual Earth being a globe and there being curvature from there. Are you stupid? Because I think you are.
Why are you so angry, my nigga?
Because you're stupid, dude. You're taking it down to a fucking hill. We're not talking about a goddamn hill. We're talking about the Earth being a globe, like a sphere. That's the kind of curve we're talking about.
It spins.
Bro, that's bullshit. There's no
It's not bullshit.
evidence.
We're on a
What
spinning
evidence?
ball.
Give me evidence. Give me evidence. Of it
Evidence.
spinning.
Okay, I seen it on an airplane.
The fuck? You're fucking moving, dude. Oh my god, dude. Like,
all right. I have to go to work. I love you guys. I hope you guys have a good one. I'll be back soon.
not too soon, I hope.
No, I'll be back, and I'm gonna bring evidence. I'm gonna bring debunks and evidence of reptilian race.
Shit. You ain't brung shit into this convo except your fucking nonsense, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, Raven. Check the side chat. I was also in a plane. Where's the curve? And why is there a sunspot?
Sniping, sea lioning, trolling. It's pretty obvious. More sea lioning than anything.
Nash, this isn't charitable. What the fucking kind of charity you want me to give him, bro? He's told us what he thinks, and it has nothing to do with debunking flat Earth. He's on some like irrelevant gibberish. You want more of that, Nash? I was asking for the relevance to flat Earth, and he's like, "Well, masonry. What does that got to do with the price of rice?" God. Whatever. I think maybe that's what you'd like, Nash. You'd like for it to be that irrelevant, where we're just talking about irrelevant gibberish. What's up, Elbow?
Can't really talk right now, but man, that was just bad.
He's like, I'm gonna come in here to debunk the flat Earth. It's a psyop, and then he's talking about like reptilian Masons and like fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, I was laughing.
Sea lioning, obviously.
Shout out to Plain and Truth. What's up, bro? See you in here.
Morning. Just working, listening to you guys in the background. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, actually. It's been a good morning so far. I put an image of what I took a picture of the moon. We're gonna have. I think tonight's gonna be a harvest moon. And I don't know. I guess I put the image of that of the moon with the features on the moon. Looks upside down to when the eastern horizon looks right side up. So I'll take a picture of it tonight. Hopefully I get a good shot. Should be the super harvest moon, I think, is what it's called.
Nice.
Super moon.
Harvest moon. That's going to send the Christian. That's going to send the rapture community absolutely mental, expecting the rapture and the harvest of the Christians at any point. Wow, wow, wow.
But there's been a few speculations on it, but yeah. Should be the super harvest. Dave Hinkle, what's up, bro?
Morning, Miggy, AV, everybody.
Morning, sir.
We got anything
Miggy and Davey.
Yeah.
Do we have anything new for this globe idea that people think they live on? Probably not. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got reptilian Masons running around loose.
We also
they're running amok.
Basketball courts are curved.
I guess that's something new, GMT. I've never heard that one before. Curved basketball court. Okay, we live on a ball. Gotcha.
And then Ricardo Milos thinks that he can sit here in the chat and listen to us for a long time and then find out if we're going to contradict ourselves. And then once he said he found something that contradicts itself, he's not able to articulate that point, and then it sinks back in his chair. So
wait, can you
guess we'll wait for the next time. Guess we'll wait for the next time he feels confident.
Wait, hello, can you guys hear me?
Unfortunately.
Yes. Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Sorry, because I was speaking and I thought you guys were ignoring me, but my mic.
No, now we can hear you. So.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask, how do you guys measure it as flat? Like, what's the method?
There's lots of surveying methodologies and tools that you can use. So laser range finders, targeting systems, they can come within the visible and non-visible spectrum, and the electromagnetic spectrum as well. Working on the direct line of sight principle between a sender and a receiver, that is usually some kind of reflector working on the law of reflection principle, demonstrated as a direct line of sight between the sender and the receiver.
For the everyday, like, average person, is there like a good experiment they can do to measure the Earth, like if it's flat?
I mean, you can use like what's called a mirror flash test if you've got the ability to get to a body of water that over distance should show curvature. So you wouldn't have direct line of sight to the mirror that you placed on the other side of the lake. Or if you had a friend there. If you're at the same height and say that your distance was, I don't know, anywhere over 5 miles, then there will be a prediction that would say that you shouldn't be able to see that mirror. I'm using a mirror because that's going to work on the law of reflection, right? Angle of instance is equal to the angle of reflection. So daylight, it's going to reflect on that. It's going to come to your eye in the direct straight path.
It's actually a real good test.
Okay, thank you.
I want to say there's videos of it on our server. Do we have that? Do you know, Jedi?
Mirror flashes, I think so. I'll have a look.
I want to say, it's been a while since I've been in the archives, but because I don't really need to go there. But I think there is.
I have a follow-up question about that. You know how like people spend like plus hours debating it? Wouldn't it be quicker just to go out and do the experiment? Like, why do people spend so long debating it when you could just at that point go out and do the experiment and prove it to yourself? Like a lot of the globe earthers.
They're wanting to see if there's a way to debunk the argument from a logical standpoint. So from any position that we have to say that we just are making a claim that the earth is flat and not actually proving it. But then when we present that information, they're saying that we didn't account for all the things we should have when in regards to the earth being a globe. So there's kind of like a double-edged sword for someone. It just depends. The ones who really want to go actually investigate are the ones who are more inquisitive to find out whether or not it is. But we can't make somebody be inquisitive. They have to want to go and look. That's the thing. And we can't, everybody's different.
I think the ones that tested it for themselves became flat earthers, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, Matthew's done it, but he's Matthew. They're at that point, they're just rejecting. We can't do nothing with that. Like that's. He even said it too. He's just happy to believe that it's a globe. He doesn't really have a need to go any farther than that. He actually corrects some of the globers that come in here too. He's like, just tell them that you have a good reason to believe because you were told that.
Yeah, Miggy, I would call that willful and intentional ignorance. Remaining ignorant bliss. That's all you got to do there. Just believe it's a globe.
Yeah. At some point, it keeps someone who has identified their whole worldview being that. It keeps them sane, I guess, in their thinking. They don't have. It doesn't break anything in reality that they have to like question. So they can just keep doing what they do in their menial tasks and not worry about the cosmic perspective. You know what I mean? It's like that's an overload. Maybe they have a stress, anxiety. Who knows, man? Like,
Okay.
but we do invite the conversation. So, like, if you have a reason to believe that the Earth is a globe, and you can present some evidence, I mean, put it forward. Like that's the other thing too. But be concise with your evidence. Don't meander with it and just like go on and on. Just tell us how you think it's a globe. Submit your evidence, and we'll see.
I haven't done research to know whether or not it is or isn't a globe.
I think that's the part that matters, though, Ricardo. Everything else, like, it doesn't, like, the conversation and that, like, once you put that to the test, then you're doing it justice. When you don't, and you just stay in here and argue, it's not good. Yeah, old dude has just tagged you in the chat, Ricardo.
Beautiful.
Good stuff. Does anybody else in here think that the Earth is a globe? We got some guy with weird lettering. I don't know. It looks like Jewish writing or something. It's got a little leaf as an avatar or palm. So,
Yes, he believes in ball Earth.
oh, you know that guy, Red One?
Nope. First time I've ever seen his name. I'm just telling you. I have ESP.
He hasn't spoken, so. We've already had one guy come in here and talk about him saying that he's going to debunk flat Earth, and then he started talking about lizard masons, hollow Earth. So,
wow.
Can I ask a real quick boomer tech question? I just got a new laptop. How do I get to the chat room, or can somebody tag me to this chat room? I can.
The text chat? The text chat?
Yeah. Sorry.
Are you? Isn't that what you're on right? Like, aren't you in the voice chat right now on your laptop?
Yeah, I'm looking at the voice chat. I don't see how to get to the text chat on my screen. I know it's a boomer thing.
Do you have to hover your mouse over something on the laptop, Miggy?
See where it says 24/7/flat Earth, hover over that, and there's a text bubble that you press on.
Oh, dope. Homer Simpson moment. Continue debunking the globe. I'll shut up.
Good stuff, man. As long as you found it.
Welcome to Discord, new user.
Give me a break, Ray, when I'm a boomer. I'm a late boomer. So we get all these people in here, nobody's getting globe evidence. Come on. Let's hear it. I just got to say, sometimes I treasure that awkward silence when I ask somebody for globe evidence, and they just look at me like I'm crazy. They really don't know what they know it's a globe, they don't know why. This has been Dead Air Dave. Y'all continue.
Alpha, did I tell you we're not allowed to protest outside hotels?
Hey, you mentioned that to me the other day, yeah?
What?
Yeah. Not allowed to protest outside migrant hotels. It's now illegal to do so. It's also illegal to raise the Union Jack. It's now become under a terror law or something.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
You can't even raise your own flag of the
No, it's to incite racial hatred and division or something. This is all new to me. I'm just discovering this at the moment, so I don't know, mate, what the hell's going on.
You guys are messing it up for everybody, aren't you?
Yeah.
Raising flags and shit like that. Now none of us are going to be allowed to raise flags soon.
No.
Well, you guys can rise up again. Oh no, you can't. You guys don't have any weapons. Oh.
No.
Dang.
Yeah, those guys are up the creek, Radwood.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. Guess who started protesting and rioting recently in the UK? Muslims.
I was going to say Russell.
No, Muslims. So I think we've had over 700 arrests over the last few days. Different groups of pro-Palestinians and whatnot, rioting on the streets of Britain, having confrontations with the police. Yeah. So that started up now.
They get a slap on the wrist while you get 5 to 10.
Even if they go to prison, mate, it's just a jihadist training camp.
The Indians are loving it, though. I'll be careful. We got Josh in here. He's a satellite engineer. He's got to set the record straight. Oh, wait a minute. He can't. It's behind an NDA.
No, just here to listen.
He's like, I would tell you guys that the Earth is an actual globe, but it's got proprietary tech that I can't talk about. Sorry.
No. We've talked about Hall effect thrusters. We've talked about, I can tell you just about everything that's on the spacecraft. I just can't show you photos.
What's a spacecraft?
I've got blueprints of the Millennium Vulcan.
Telecommunications satellite using Ka band phased array antennas to connect folks to the internet.
Oh, that's how the internet's done. Shit.
No, it's
notes for my next meeting.
No, it's it's less than 1% of the total internet traffic that goes through space. The vast majority is.
Because it's very important to send it up in the sky.
And what happens when one of those things, Josh?
Go ahead.
Well, what happens when one of those things malfunction and you can't fix it? Where are the maintenance guys to repair that stuff? Doesn't that be
they
just
don't repair it? It just we leave it up there for 4 or 5 years. The FCC says we have to be able to deorbit within 5 years of the end of life of a mission if we have a malfunction. So we deploy pretty low, and the small amount of atmosphere that's up at 300-ish kilometers, it ends up causing a tiny amount of drag over the course of a few years until it gets pulled back down into the atmosphere and it burns up.
It's a crazy story you got there. You got any proof of all this?
That money? All that money
Yeah,
for
which server am I on right now?
nothing.
Okay, do I have media permission? Oh, I don't have media permissions in here. That sucks.
Insurance must be a fucking bastard on those things.
Oh yeah, it's fucking nuts. Space insurance is actually like super expensive.
I got something to sell you, Josh. I'm selling meteorite insurance. I paid $10 million for meteor to hit your house. It's only $39.59 a month for it.
Oh yeah,
that's a bargain, dude. Like,
that's crazy.
I mean, meteorite insurance doesn't go cheap, man.
You need my Venmo account or something so you can send me the money, and we'll get that paperwork going.
No, I'd have to see who your clientele are and how liquid you are, and figure out how many claims you've had to process. I'm not going to be your first client. I apologize.
How many meteors hit houses?
Well, no. I'm saying your. Well, why?
Sorry.
I don't understand that.
Somebody's upset.
No, just the deorbit structure. We can, we haven't had we deorbited our 2 protoflight satellites to prove that we could do it. I can grab the TLE data for that if you'd like from ground-based astronomy when I get up to my desk. But no, we have to get a certification from the FCC that says we're able to conduct end-of-life operations to make sure we're not creating any debris.
Yeah, that could be a problem, man.
The FCC has specialists that know what's going to happen already.
What? No, they have simulation software. It uses the altitude and the
software. No, I forgot about the actual globe troop is just simulation software. Damn.
Oh no! Just predicting the future.
Yeah, that's like Minority Report. Move things around.
Why? Can we kick that? Whoever did that, please.
Yeah, they're just trolls.
Oh, I understand that, but can the mods actually moderate?
Ouch.
I haven't figured out who it is yet.
Yeah, I already muted him. And how am I supposed to read his mind before he does it?
Well,
use Josh's simulation software. Yeah,
simulation software. It's going to predict the next guy's name and what time they're going to do it.
Yeah. We know you have to go after thought crime. Come on.
It works for Josh. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. You're everything that you do is built around this whole narrative. You're getting paid for this, right? To know this information, and it's a part of what you do. You have to assume. You have to assume at some point that you're working with a globe. I mean, or no?
Assume. I mean, yeah, we get data with this system. We have 129 up there right now. We have live health data and live camera feeds and doing orbit burns right now to get up to operational altitudes. I've got literally on my computer up in my desk just live feed from all 129 sats of where they are.
Give me a famous sat that way I can see if I can find it on one of my apps that I have.
Yeah, it's just Kuiper sats. Kuiper sats 1 through 129.
All the Kuiper sats are yours? Hold on. I think I've seen those on the app.
We've had 5 launches over the past 5 months. Another launch later this week on the 8th. Well, actually, tomorrow. Another 24 going up.
What's the budget for, let's say, making the first piece to building the satellite and launch it and have it in orbit?
What's the time it takes?
The cost.
Oh, the cost?
All the pieces and then the engineers, everybody that put together.
So are we amortizing the cost of the building it's being built in and the labor, or are we just talking about the materials?
Let's talk about the materials and launching it and put it in orbit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, publicly, we've stated that we've invested over $10 billion into Project Kuiper. Amazon has. We have, a few different contracts with government entities, both civil and military, that are a couple.
Always government, always government and NDAs you can't talk about. That's crazy. Nobody else, just government.
I'm just being open and honest with y'all, as open and honest as I can be. Like, I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I'm just trying to tell you what I can. Yeah, I mean, cost. I mean, a few $100,000 each satellite. Less than $1 million, higher than 500K. And we build one or two a day at this point. At the assembly line up in Seattle.
What's a Raspberry Pi with a couple sensors cost $500,000?
I mean, these things are about the size of a phone booth, and they've got solar panels that are like, I don't know, 100 feet, 120 feet long.
$500,000.
It's because it's got proprietary radios on it, and a Hall effect thruster, and huge batteries, and reaction control thrusters, and you're building something the size of like a phone booth, or like a size of like a small Prius, right around there, and you're building 2 of those every day. And you had to like build all of the machines that build those things. Like it's like an auto manufacturing plant, and hire thousands of people to design and manufacture them and operate them. Like, all those costs get like split into the actual unit that you're producing.
Raspberry Pis cost about $100.
Well, no, I mean, a Raspberry Pi can't put tens of gigabits per second of data through it at once while operating in very cold and very hot temperatures, right? Like it's
neither does yours.
I don't have. You don't have any proof of that. I apologize.
You got any that are taking temperature data?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We got there's a whole thermal subsystem that keeps the batteries warm during eclipse and radiates heat off the back of the solar panels in sunlight. So it's they have a full thermal model that's able to.
What's the
show
temperature?
Not just like the current temperature, but the heat flow.
What's the temperature?
I'd have to go look at the dashboard.
Can you go look at the dashboard and tell us what temperature is it up there?
Yeah. Not at yet. It fluctuates by a couple hundred degrees Fahrenheit. It's like dead cold in eclipse, and a couple hundred degrees, and
that's ambiguous, dude. I want to know. Give me a min and max.
Oh, I understand. Like I said, I'm driving into work right now. When I get to my desk, I'm happy to go grab some.
You've
data.
never seen this information, Josh? I mean, you've never seen the min and max?
Yeah, but I don't want to give you bad data. Like I said, a couple hundred.
No, I don't care about
negative 100-ish.
Yeah, I don't care about it being like specific. I just want to know a min and max based on what you've worked with.
Yeah, like I said, a couple hundred degrees in the sunlight, and then negative 100-ish in the eclipse. Like we have to deal with like thermal expansion and contraction all over the place. Like try to create things with solid aluminum framing, not a ton of rivets, which also leads to costs. Like we have huge like CNC machines that are able to cut out large pieces of the structure from single pieces of aluminum. Just because these things like
so from the part that you do to the part where the satellite actually gets put up there, what part do you feel like you have a disconnect from? Like, from where you're at working on things to where that is up there. What part don't you have hands on?
I mean, the only place where we don't have physical access to our hardware is from, I guess, ascent to deployment. That's all SpaceX. But we have we have our own payload processing facility. Like the launch company comes to us to bring their fairing, and we do all of the integration onto the launch vehicle, and then it's brought out to the pad, and then it goes up, and then we get health data all the way through deployment. But after they deploy, we get they're tumbling a little bit, but we get TT&C acquisition usually within a couple minutes of deployment. We have TT&C telecommand, telemetry, and control signals, basically like low throughput RF signals that we can use to establish health and do our initial safety checkouts. Kind of like when you boot a computer in safe mode before you get the operating system fully up and running. We get those pretty quick, and then health checks take a day or so before we get into operations mode and orbit raise. So, I mean,
what gives you the understanding that from the point that you can do the health check, for your satellite, to the point where you actually know the speed it's actually going? So
the speed. What do you mean?
When before the payload gets delivered, in the vacuum of space, the low Earth orbit. So before that, the rocket's going a certain speed, right? You don't know any of that information based on the satellite being inside of the rocket at the time, right?
No, we have accelerometer data, and we get that data all the way up through launch through an umbilical.
I know that, but no, I'm talking about when the rocket takes off, like it's already moving up. So once it starts moving up, you don't know anything about speed or acceleration or anything, because it's inside.
Yeah, no. We, like I said, it's through an umbilical, so we get live position and velocity data all the way up through. One sec, hopping in an elevator. I'm gonna lose signal here.
All right.
Umbilical. I want to see a picture of this thing that disconnects from it when it's launched.
Oh no, but by umbilical I mean after it launches, there's data throughput through the. I completely forgot my badge. That sucks. There's a data throughput from the inside of the fairing out to an antenna on the outside of the rocket that we get data back down from.
Your badge is in your car and your armrest.
You're going to clean the closed offices without your ID card.
It's in the armrest of your car, man. Go back in there and get it.
Exactly. That's exactly where it is.
Mm-hmm. It's only logical.
No, I always have to take it off when I go into the garage because I don't have a parking pass. So I have to pretend I'm here for retail parking so I can get past the garage full sign. And so I always forget to put my badge back on when I get down to a parking spot because the garage is never actually full.
You don't want you cleaners taking up spots near the actual building where people work.
Yeah. I'm a janitor.
You're a space janitor.
Oh man, there's actually a company that calls themselves Space Sweepers. They're focused on cleaning up orbital debris. Called Astroscale, but they call themselves Space Sweepers. So that's about as close to a space janitor as you can get. And no, I
pretty good gig.
I like. Oh, go ahead.
So the satellites that you work on, Josh, those are one thing, but then you do know that there are satellites on balloons, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Project Loon. I'm familiar with stuff like Windborne Systems. Actually, a buddy of mine's the CEO. But it's small potatoes compared to the number of spacecraft that we actually launch.
So
Those are
you'd
like
be able to tell me
temporary systems. Go ahead.
You'd be able to tell me the speed at which a satellite, being deployed up there, like what speed it's going at any given time.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is the?
Wow. Great.
What is it? What is it
I was waiting
fixed with?
for him. I just couldn't get my mouse over there fast enough. I have 4 screens.
Yeah, thanks for that. What is the? Could you tell us like the pitch angle that any one of those satellites is doing as it's going around the Earth, falling and then decaying orbit?
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have live position data as far as like rotational orientation, as well as angular velocity and angular acceleration. So we got, it's 6 degrees of freedom: translational position, speed, acceleration, and rotational position, speed, acceleration.
An angle off a ball.
Use spherical coordinates.
So how do you get an angle from the surface of a ball?
You have your prograde, retrograde directions. And then zenith and nadir, and then your angle is relative. If you want to work off of an Earth-centric reference frame, it's usually an angle based off of nadir and prograde. But if you want to use Cartesian at those altitudes, you use things like celestial reference points, like the first point of Aries.
Anyway, that's a bunch of made-up crap.
I disagree.
Well, you have to have a flat surface to make angles.
Also disagree with that.
Dude, I'm not at my house right now, or you'd be taking a test.
You guys also measured the pressure gradient from the launch pad up to the highest altitude it goes?
The pressure, yeah, it's there's pitot tubes on the outside of the rocket that's able to determine both the static and dynamic pressure.
So could you tell me beyond the stratosphere? So if you go beyond the stratosphere, what the pressure would be at the altitude beyond it, like the mesosphere and above?
Yeah, it asymptotically approaches zero.
Okay, but what's the reading? Like, what would be the reading?
Yeah, I can grab that data if you'd like.
Yeah, put it in the text chat, Josh, when you get a chance, huh? So anything above the stratosphere, don't go from the stratosphere up. So pretty sure you have a way to gauge altitude and where that is, right?
Yeah, like I said, we have translational position, velocity, acceleration, and then angular position, velocity, acceleration.
What was the name of the device that actually gauges that again? So we can look into it.
So a pitot tube. It's able to measure static pressure because it's the sensor is usually orthogonal to the direction of motion. It's you put it on the side of an aircraft or any object moving through a medium, and then dynamic pressure is usually perpendicular to the not perpendicular, parallel to the direction of motion, so that you can get the pressure effects from both where you are and how fast you're moving. So yeah, pitot tube and then a pressure transducer are the two different devices.
Sounds like you guys are trying to lift and lower a balloon.
Oh, I can tell you straight out that's not true.
I can tell you described everything you need to lift and move a balloon around.
No,
That's what that sounds like. But, like, can you put the? Go ahead, Josh.
I was gonna say the only propulsion system that's on board that we have are Hall effect thrusters.
What is that? How does that work? If you can give it an overview.
Yeah, one sec. Let me just get to my desk. Just give me a sec.
Good.
Don't be late.
Related to that.
Hey, he's got his cup of coffee going. He's ready for the day.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's exactly what I just did.
Word.
I've been getting good at what I do. But yeah.
Did you go Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts?
No, we got a nice coffee machine.
Is it like a space coffee?
Nah. I work
Why
in
not?
an office just like anybody else.
It's cool, man. You do.
That's my color.
I mean, you do. Thing is, though, man, like, you're doing the job, so it is what it is. But the information that we'd like to know that's kind of relevant to why people think that, what you're doing is actually for real. So we're asking these questions, and you're providing some of the answers. I dig that the most, but even though we give you shit for it,
why. Oh, I know. That's why I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm not. Y'all can I just enjoy giving perspective and learning more about y'all's perspectives as to what pain points you see. Like the space industry is has a terrible PR problem, and
you don't say.
It's elitist and very white and very just
yeah,
not accessible.
And the weird thing is, dude, those problems because you're working there. You're like, dudes, come on, man. We could do better with the PR. They're like, but why?
100%.
We don't need to explain. We don't need to explain ourselves to any flat earther.
No, and that's exactly what they think of y'all. So,
I know.
Like my coworkers think that I'm nuts for even talking to y'all. So.
Oh shit!
All right, let me get some pressure data. How much time do I have?
You got about 10 minutes before you actually have to do real work, dude. So you're good.
Yeah. No, exactly. No, my morning is pretty clear. Not gonna lie, I ended up working most of last night, so to get ahead.
Yeah, but did you file those TPS reports though?
You cleaned the offices last night, and then you're doing a second shift now for the morning crew?
No. I'm not a technician.
I didn't say technician. I said janitor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, clean the office. I said claim the office. Okay, no.
Oh, you do need to clean your office, though. It's a pretty big mess, man.
His office is clean.
No, we have people that take care of that. All right, let's see.
Yeah, they're probably some of my people, huh?
What was that?
Nothing.
Yes,
Mexicans were cleaning.
Yeah.
That's
probably some of my people. I told you.
And all the security guards are black.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of strange. Like
it's weird. It's weird about the stereotype. It's weird about the stereotype, but it's just like it is what it is, dude. Like
It works good.
Yeah.
Like
why do we deny? Like, it's weird though. Why do people deny it? Like just lean into it, man. It is what it is.
I think there's a difference between stating things, observing things as they are, and stating that they should be that way.
Like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not racist or anything like that, but if you go to a Chinese restaurant, you want a Chinese person to be cooking your meal. Like that's just, you don't want to see a Spanish guy back there like, orale, hey, we got this guy up here, man. Like, he's just like, that's not bad, is it? Is that bad?
You can get Mexican Chinese.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's like horrible if that happens. There could be some good cooks that are, Spanish, but like, I don't know.
You want Chinese from the Chinese.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But whatever, man. That's neither here nor there. That's just banter, so you can find your information and then give it to us, and we can debunk the space and all that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I'm getting the dashboard pulled up.
It's going to probably be anticlimactic because we're going to be waiting all this time. It's going to be like, oh, you know what? I left it in my other computer in the office across in the other building. Sorry, guys.
I definitely do have multiple computers though. One is for public. One is for controlled unclassified information, and then you have like a desktop for high side information or stuff that they can only be discussed in a classified environment.
Yeah. Sending memes to your buddies is not part of that, is it?
No. That's only on the public.
Okay.
That's only on the public computer.
Yeah. Like the one me talking to flat earthers, that kind of meme, and your buddies are like, oh, Josh, you're a funny guy. That's just what I do. I bet you get all the laughs at the bar and grill, huh?
No, I'm the baby. Most of my coworkers are like 15, 20 years older than me.
Oh shit, dude.
It's a new generation. It's gonna be taking over in a few years.
Yeah. We need an inside man, so he's our segue in, guys. Don't worry about it.
That's the deal I have with some of the flat earthers on Clubhouse. Is they're interested in
Josh,
flat earth stuff. But go ahead,
dude. Forget those guys. They're losers. You need to make your pact with us right here, right now, man.
Yeah,
we want it to be between the 24/7 group, exclusive rights to any information that gives us intel. All right, I said it. There you go.
Exclusive rights? No, that goes against the whole point of me being here is trying to.
Oh, dude. We don't want you to share that information with any other pretender clown flat earthers. That's why I'm saying. They don't know what to do with the information, dude. We do.
Pretender? That's so funny.
Yeah. Like actors?
No. It's just there's been some claims that some of the folks over on Clubhouse have faked being flat earthers for clout and to get a trip to Antarctica.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're in the wrong group, man. This is the right group. Now you need to dish them like yesterday's news, and hang with us. We need a guy at the table, man. You'll be like, okay, guys, I like this meeting. We're going in a good direction. I just might want to make a request here. If I can put that out there. Is there anything that we can say about how we can get the craft from point A to point B? I think that would be essential. And the old heads might not like it, man, but
no, that's me. That's exactly what I'm doing. So.
And they just roll their eyes, be like, dude, you say this every meeting, bro. Like,
no, I'm not that obnoxious. I don't bring it up in meetings. It's more DMs with folks in the background. Big, 1 sec, sorry. No, I don't bring it up at every meeting. But we have like a Bible internally that's like our question and answer document of everything that we've stated publicly about the program, and anything that we want to be able to say publicly has to get added to that document first.
As long as you don't get yourself reprimanded or get fired or something.
No.
We do not want anything like that to happen to you.
He knows better.
Yeah, none of us want that. We gotta keep you intact, man. So when you sit at the big table, you know. Oh God. So for any of y'all that missed it, he works with the Kuiper satellite program.
Yes, sir. I've been on the program for
That's the
3 or 4 years now.
I mean, I have an app called Night Sky. I don't know if you know about it, but it keeps there's one called Rocket Body. I don't know what you know those guys that put Rocket Body up. There's a bunch of satellite
Body?
things.
No,
Yeah, I think
that's literally just like the rocket bodies. Like the second stage of most rockets doesn't deorbit.
So
it's just space junk.
Stay in the.
Oh yeah,
dude, really?
Oh yeah.
Why are you polluting our skies, bro?
That's a good question.
We're gonna have a talk about that later.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I'm actually tonight I'm headed to a dinner with the Hoover Institute at Stanford to discuss exactly that. And there's like a big policy workshop they're doing tomorrow with a bunch of like bigwigs from like NASA and UN.
Yeah,
and,
you guys aren't very green, are you? We need to, yeah. You're driving electric cars to work. Yeah, you're leaving space junk up in the sky. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
This guy has a muscle car.
No, I drive my little Prius with a
Yeah, Prius, dude. What I said, dude. I mean, I could also tell you what he's going to be ordering for dinner tonight. He'll be having the chicken salad. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna get a steak. If Stanford's paying, they can give me a steak. No. I don't have media permissions, but my license plate on my Prius is actually a NASA license plate that says "it flat" on it.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're just doing that to it's a conversation piece.
Oh, 100%. I was telling some folks this the other week. I had an interview for like this Eric Schmidt fellowship program for like young professionals to like go out, and it's called the International Strategy Forum. It's like a geopolitics accelerator program. And one of the questions during the interview was, "What's your favorite conspiracy theory, and do you believe it?" And so we actually talked about my interactions with the flat Earth community as part of like an interview for a geopolitics fellowship program.
That's awesome.
So that's
what I'm saying. So there's kind of a cascading effect that's happening with the conversation. You know, they're just behind the curve, pun intended, with this whole scenario, because if they would be more interested in like you, they would know what you know. But because they're too like, we don't need to talk to those guys kind of attitude, then they're gonna live vicariously through you. I mean, they could have the same conversation. They're just not open enough to do that.
It leads to a lot of cognitive dissonance, and I feel like y'all get a lot of Globers that roll through here that fall into the Dunning-Kruger trap of them thinking like, "Oh, this is my understanding of the world. I should be able to actually defend it," and then they like, fall flat on their face and then get emotional and wait, maybe I don't know what I know.
Now you're using puns.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so I'm getting access to the dashboard. I need to get a seat in the software, but I will let y'all know when my ticket is turned on. Oh, Lordy.
So are all systems nominal?
Yeah. Actually, I've been very impressed. We've got 129 up right now. Kuiper is like way behind Starlink. Like we started around the same time, and Starlink is like thousands of satellites ahead of us. But
Plus, they got a cooler name too. So I mean, there's that.
Hey! Honestly, Project is usually only like an internal naming convention at Amazon, but like it's gotten out into the public so much that we've sort of stuck with it. I definitely think that we'll end up rebranding when service launch occurs next year. But
good luck getting it past the old heads. It's got to be. It's got to sound trendy, man.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I wish. But you should be able to buy a dish on Amazon.com starting next year, which would be pretty cool. And just throw it on your roof and get Wi-Fi.
They're going to be cheaper than Starlink.
I don't think we've said anything publicly about that, but we've.
Hey, Josh, we have a contract, right? You got to give us exclusive rights to all this good stuff, man. So, you'll let us know.
If something becomes public, I'll tell you, but I'm not, I don't want the Amazon SWAT team to, break through the window.
AV, he was saying something about it. Let me hear the finish of the sentence, bro. Come on.
No. Basically, what we've stated is our terminal is under $400 to produce, like the cost to us to produce it. So it's going to be priced competitively, and we use different frequencies than Starlink, so we should be able to get higher speeds.
Well, the computer prices for the services depends on competition, so it's going to adjust to whatever prices the competition has and maybe offer something similar.
What kind of routers are you using in there? Your satellite?
On the spacecraft or in the user terminal?
The thing that's handing out IP addresses from outer space.
So the IP addresses aren't handed out in outer space. They're handed out at the point of presence, which is on the ground. You can think of the Space Link. You can think of the Space Link as just a very long Ethernet cable. So it's like last mile connectivity. So it's a network entry point through a gateway up through the constellation and down to your
Raspberry Pi edge device, basically.
I mean, it's a lot larger than a Raspberry Pi, but
is it more like the Wi-Fi extender that you connect at the house?
No, I mean it creates its own at your network entry point using your user terminal. Like it's going to have its own Wi-Fi network that you connect to, but then it goes up through the Kuiper network, and then when it plugs back into the terrestrial internet on the other end at one of our gateway sites. That's where you actually enter the terrestrial network, like the actual internet. So it's like a last mile connectivity for regions of the Earth that don't have terrestrial infrastructure like cell towers or fiber.
Bummer.
Well, it's like really helpful in areas like the Philippines or like regions that are archipelagos or have the terrain is just super non-conducive to terrestrial infrastructure development, or for aviation or maritime uses. You can get much higher speeds than traditional satellite internet.
Right now, T-Mobile is offering satellite signal to customers.
Yeah, that's direct to device. So that's where we're going next. Over the next like 15 years. Right now we have the little pizza box dishes you put on your roof. The next sort of innovation is going to be using just the handset you have in your pocket, no separate antenna, to get a couple megabits per second connectivity through the spacecraft.
How come T-Mobile be 15 years ahead then? You say
it's like kilobits per second right now. It's like the satellite connectivity they introduced with the iPhone. I think it was like, what is it, 15 or something, 16, where you can like point it at the sky and send a text message. That is like way lower throughput than even browsing the internet. So right now it's like text and like in very limited circumstances voice. But over the next 15 years, we're going to try and get that up to like 3G or 4G speeds. Well, no, I mean that's from a cell tower. This is from space, so it's going to be much slower. But we're working on it.
That's really only going to appeal to people in rural areas. That they would really want that internet service. But
correct,
people in like cities and towns, they're just going to go with fiber.
Correct. But in on the fringes of those cities and towns where there's only one terrestrial ISP, you're having a service like a Starlink or a Kuiper instantly introduces competition into those markets and hopefully provides better capabilities to the people. Like the town I grew up in, we only had Spectrum. That was the only internet service provider. So if
then
they
it gets
provide
windy.
Yeah, that's funny. No, honestly, the wind doesn't affect the service at all. It's the rain. If it's raining, it can decrease the signal strength because the water in the air attenuates some of the energy. Alrighty.
So wait on the temperature and the speed whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, whenever you get the family plan for satellite signal, just add me a line for the family plan. You get a discount since you're the one that built.
Yeah, I hope we get an internal discount. That'd be fun.
Well, at least you guys are finally going to know what the temperature is up there and the speed they're going.
Yeah, I want to get the actual speeds though, because I can show you what's being recorded from the ground using optical astronomy. But I'd rather.
Wow, you guys got teams of telescopists out there following it.
Oh yeah. There's a ton of like public third party folks that take pictures of our stuff. That was actually how the
the people that you rely on to tell you where it's at, not the public.
No, it is the public. No. It's actually amateurs.
Oh, it's just a free thing people do for you. It's a free thing people do for you guys.
No. Jonathan McDowell. He's literally like he's an astronomer that just does this shit for fun. And he's the
I
person who
know,
actually showed
because people
the
like to
shape of
waste
our.
their time for fun.
Well, no. He runs he's runs the astrophysics department at Harvard. But he does this is like a side hobby of his is tracking and
Right, it's fun. That's right.
uploading.
Yeah, I work at Harvard for fun, wasting all my time. I track somebody's satellites for free and tell them where they're at for free.
I mean, yeah, he does that for like classified
charge
programs
anything
too, and
for
he
it.
gets
Nope,
he gets
I don't
yelled
get
at by
nothing
governments
from
for doing that.
Just like to waste my time.
No.
Well, if you're running that agency in Harvard, it's getting a pretty penny, and then he's able to spend all the extra money he's getting on whatever he wants. It's not like the average Joe guy that is working at McDonald's. It's a big disconnect about the pay that, I mean, the amount of money that is invested into this, and the practicality of use for the average user, like the people down here. What are we actually getting from the satellites?
Yeah, that's
like right now.
From like Kuiper or from just satellites in general?
From all of them, from the whole thing.
I mean, telecom is the big thing. That's the only thing that's like super profitable. The rest is propped up by intelligence agencies for the most part, like Earth observation. Like there's not as much of a commercial market for that, but the telecom, like all of the internet you get while you're on planes or cruise ships or remote industrial sites. There's a lot of like government, like military telecom that goes through satellite networks because it's harder to intercept than terrestrial networks.
Basically, getting spied on is the main use.
Sorry, what?
Getting spied on. You say the intelligence agencies.
Yeah, for Earth observation, like Planet Labs, Maxar, Black Sky, Capella. Like, there's a bunch of companies that are taking images of the Earth every single day, and usually the intelligence agencies are the ones that get that information first before the public or commercial entities have access to it. Like, there's a reason that the entire state of Israel and most of Washington D.C. on Google Earth is not updated and not 3D modeled because there's regulations on these Earth observation companies for how they're able to update their data to the public.
Yeah, some of the Globers fight us on that, though.
No, it's.
I thought it was established by you guys who work in the industry that's well known that you can't show that data.
Not you can't show it. Just you need a higher level of license for it. Like it's all through NOAA. There's like a tiered licensing system for Earth observation data. It's actually I wrote my thesis, my second round of grad school on reforming that process to make things more accessible to the public. Alrighty, all right. So my ticket's turned on. I just need to connect to a specific satellite, and then you'll be able to cross check it with a NORAD ID.
Which Kuiper satellite are you going to be telling us about? Like specifically, which one out of the 120?
I don't know. I haven't picked one yet. I kind of want one that's deployed last week. That would be more fun than one that's been up for a while.
How about both?
Sure.
Can satellites work on a horizontal, like going above a horizontal plane, or is it a ball required?
If it would on a horizontal plane, it would need like something that would keep it up, right? Because as we know it, everything falls downwards at 9.81 meters per second squared. So it would need something to keep it up. And then on a horizontal plane, the ground tracks that it would make on a horizontal plane, it's like looks like this spirograph looking thing. The motion relative to the ground that we observe would require huge amounts of like acceleration and deceleration the further and closer away from the North Pole. So it would need like a
He got disconnected.
Yeah, we lost him, boys.
He's gone. I was gonna ask him about electromagnetic tethering. Because that requires a ball. And
querying satellites. Hold on. Let me see what you just posted there.
He posted something and got disconnected. That's the intelligence agency.
No, apologies. My wife called. She was. I'm staying out late tonight for that Stanford thing, so she wanted to make sure she was good to order dinner tonight instead of cooking.
Wife intelligence? Hardly.
Let her order good dinner. She's
Yeah, she usually. Yeah, I was gonna say she usually gets sushi on these nights.
That's the guy sitting next to him. Actually called him to see if they can get lunch together today.
All right, there was a question.
I'm in a phone booth by myself. Yeah, basically, if on a flat plane for the objects to move, like we perceive them from the ground using telescopes, would require very, very powerful propulsion systems, like accelerate,
What if the
decelerate.
medium of there is has less friction and there is
If it's super fluid, like there's you can't have less friction than zero, right? And in a vacuum, we assume near zero friction.
Well, I mean, we'll talk about that in a minute. But there was a question that Master Yoda wanted to ask you, and I want you to see if you can see it in the text chat, Josh. He sent it to me to ask you, but can you see what he's saying in there?
Younger son was trying to keep up with surpass the older sibling. Oh no, that's not it. I don't see. Asking about querying satellites of magnetic field line tracing and magnetic flux tubes of force. I'm not familiar with flux tubes of force, but in low Earth orbit, we do on smaller spacecraft, we do use the magnetic field of the Earth for not propulsion, but for attitude control. We do something. It sounds like a fun name. It's called a magnet torquer, but it's really just like a coil of wire. And what we do is you run a current through that coil of wire, which creates an electric field, and the two fields interact, which creates a torque on the satellite. So if you put three coils of wire in orthogonal directions, so like one on each face of a box of a spacecraft, and you have a computer, not a computer, like a control board that's able to run like a PID control algorithm through those wires as a function of like the current running through them. You're able to actually do three-dimensional control authority over your satellite just using the Earth's magnetic field. But that usually only works with smaller spacecraft. because the ratio between the force and the amount of current you need is pretty shit. And that's only for, like I said, attitude control, like rotational torques, not propulsion, as in like changing your translational velocity. Yeah, not familiar on the other term you put there though. What is it? Magnetic flux tubes. Let me look at this link. Query component provides 2 query matching options. Entry exit times, just magnetic circulations, trace query identifies periods. Same magnetic flux tube of force. Oh, weird. Same field line which traces down a specific ground station. Space situation, SSC Web. Interesting. I haven't seen this before, but it's from Goddard. Let me go look. SSC Web Goddard. Interesting.
Are the satellites you work with at the same altitude as the ISS, or is it like lower?
Higher. ISS is at 400 kilometers. We get dropped off just above, and then use orbit raising the rest of the way to get up to.
That you work with. Sorry, go ahead.
No. But you're good.
I was going to ask if any of them use ionic thrust to maintain their position.
They do. Yeah, it's a Hall effect thruster.
We're currently waiting for information that he's searching for, but
no, you're right. I've got the Grafana seat picked up. I'm just trying.
He's got questions in the queue right now. There's a few questions in the queue.
It's actually
I need to
the satellite to get the live information, right?
Yeah. I've got the software pulled up. I'm just trying to tap into the right data feed so I can get you the information you're looking for.
So AV is gonna give us live.
Just give me the API information. I'll get it myself.
Because I always wondered they claim like 19,000 active satellites or something, and they're all experiencing orbital deceleration because
correct.
It's not a perfect vacuum. So how come? Like, how are they keeping them up there? They must have some onboard thrust mechanisms.
They do. It's the the vast majority of satellites use Hall effect thrusters with either xenon, argon, or krypton as the fuel.
Doesn't it run out?
Yeah, eventually. But, these things can run for years.
And then when it runs out, it falls down to Earth and just burns up? And
for low Earth orbit, correct. Anything operating below like 900 kilometers, it is able to get pulled back down. Anything above that, like it just gets so thin that it'll fall back down to Earth. But we're talking like 100 or 200 or 300 years from now. So they refer to anything like 650-ish and below is referred to as the self-cleaning zone of low Earth orbit.
Why does it take so long for it to fall back down to Earth?
Because it asymptotically approaches zero, right? So, the higher up you go, the thinner it gets. And that's still true between like 600 and 900 kilometers.
Well, you said that, you said that about the pressure, that it was above the stratosphere.
Yeah. The whole thing. The pressure.
The stratosphere. But the stratosphere isn't as high as your satellite goes, nor is it as high as the ISS is.
I'm talking about the atmosphere in general. Like the whole thing asymptotically approaches zero. The stratosphere is just one section of that. It's not zero at the top of the stratosphere.
Okay, well, I don't know. I still want to see that data though. If you
I know. No. I'm working on it. It's hard for me to focus on two things at once.
I figured that as soon as it had it lost enough orbital velocity, start falling basically.
Yeah, that's true.
It would just start falling. That it wouldn't be a very slow roll.
No, I mean
relatively quickly.
No. I mean that's what happens at the end, right? It's like right at the end of the curve. Like it almost looks kind of like a hockey stick graph, like going down. It goes slow, 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 and then it increases the rate of deceleration faster and faster as the atmosphere gets thicker, the lower it gets. So like it takes hundreds of years to get down to 600, 500 kilometers, and then it's a couple years after that to get down the rest of the way. The vast majority of, like you said, the vast majority of the decrease in altitude is right at the end. But stuff go ahead.
So how come the satellites that have like fallen and burned up and stuff like that have before like this 100 and whatever year kind of timeline?
The stuff that's out further than like 600, 700 kilometers hasn't come down. That's why we have a bunch of junk up there.
No, I'm saying the ones like, there's reports of satellites crash landing or burning up or what have you.
Yeah, those are the lower, those are the, it doesn't, I'm saying the ones that are burning up are ones that were from the self-cleaning region of low Earth orbit.
Yeah, but those ones fall down quicker?
Correct. If your operational altitude is under like 600-ish kilometers, it comes down pretty quick within 5 years.
Okay.
And what we end up doing though is at end of life,
except for the ISS.
Even 5 years.
The ISS needs to be reboosted all the time. Like it comes down a couple, tens of kilometers, and then they use either a Soyuz capsule or they actually just used a new version of the Dragon capsule to do a boost maneuver. So they keep pushing it to keep it up.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
How does it work then?
In a studio and green screen, and they also now use any of the new effects they're using. Virtual reality, all that. Yeah, that's why I can show you a video of them teleporting a stuffed animal.
Okay. I don't personally believe that, but I can understand why.
The bubbles in the ISS videos.
The bubbles? What do you mean?
Yeah, every once in a while there's like a bubble that kind of like indicates that they're doing it underwater.
I was going to say I haven't seen anything like that. The issue I have with a lot of those videos is that y'all end up pulling them from secondary sources instead of primary ones.
No, the thing is before you even went to work for the company or you were still in school, like in actual grade school, we were studying this a long time ago, and they had videos already out, like thousands of videos, dude. I'm telling you, YouTube was flooded with all the videos that NASA had propagated out there, and over time they got scrubbed. So the ones that he's talking about, like, was part of those videos, Bubbles in Space. It was a huge collection of videos of, astronauts being, doing spacewalks and whatnot, and you see little bubbles flying off of their, like, where the helmet is. Kind of like simulating underwater.
There's NASA teleporting a stuffed animal to the ISS.
So I guess this goes into you could file it under all that bad PR you were talking about. If you don't believe in that kind of stuff, but you could say then any of this stuff could have been just bad PR.
Yeah, again, it seems as it's seen as elitist and as separate from public view.
And that aspect of it never bothered you?
Oh no, it does bother me. That's why I'm here.
Well, that's something at least.
Like I do a lot of work for space industry in general. I get yelled at. Like folks claim that I'm paid to be on here. I'm like, no, I mean I'm paid to do my job. Which I'm having a lot of trouble getting this dashboard up and running. I'm not going to lie to you.
Sounds like you're having an issue, huh?
Yeah,
your superiors are probably like, dude.
I heard you mention Grafana. I mean, who really uses Grafana professionally?
Yeah.
Isn't Isn't it ironic though that you're having trouble? Right? I don't know. It's how much of a coincidence do you think it is?
I get it.
Just saying.
No, I understand. Tell you what, I'm gonna hop on mute for a couple minutes so I can actually focus on this.
Yeah.
And I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm not gonna leave, but I'm just gonna mute.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Grafana. Next, he's going to tell me the system runs on Node-RED.
He probably got an email from his superiors, be like, "All right, man, you done pushed the boundary too much."
No,
We're gonna
it's
have to have
the
a.
Wi-Fi. It's the Wi-Fi connection. It's not good today, so just leave
You're
it
gonna have
alone.
to reassess your work ethics. Yeah, just when it was getting good. That's crazy. Oh well.
Maybe next time.
I don't doubt he's doing the work that he's saying he's doing.
Yeah, nobody does, dude.
Then he gets out of his hands and goes. Nobody knows where, right? I mean, at least once it gets out of his hands, how does he know what's actually happening?
He likely stays in his lane, and so do his coworkers.
Yeah.
So he's I mean, it's good to speak to him, talking to us about this. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, in other conversations, he would have been long gone. But if he's talking about something that's relative to some of our discussions, then have him say whatever it is that he does that we can understand based on any of the principles of physics or whatever, and then we can look into it, or perhaps any of the devices that are used to take measurement, right, like readings of pressure, and then we can look into those.
I don't see far-fetched people actually sending stuff up there, right? And doing, I guess, certain tasks and certain jobs up there, but obviously it comes with the globe paradigm belief. That is nonsense.
I'm not saying it was a reptilian overlord, but it was a reptilian overlord.
Troll.
Like the guy, Forrest Gump, when he was making his speech, I got one thing to say about the war in Vietnam. And he never said that one thing.
That's the thing that he had to say. Nothing. That was the one thing.
Well, this information must have been deep in the archives, yeah?
He's a busy man. Come on.
Yeah, as I said, professional companies don't use Grafana. He had to go.
It must be interesting for Josh to come to this place. He seems like he's been around to like Clubhouse, maybe Twitter, TikTok, even, I don't know. But nobody who are in any of those group wants to admit it. But this is basically the final boss place. I would like to ask him if he noticed the difference, like, because we don't talk about ice walls and shit here. No speculation, just empirical lasers and stuff like that, right? So I don't know. It could be cool to ask him if he has noticed the difference, because they do a lot of speculation in all the other places, and you don't want to admit that it is a hierarchy, and this is the final step, basically.
Yeah, this is make it or break it right here.
100%. Did we follow up with him what he thought about those laser tests? The last thing I heard from him was he said it was interesting.
I think that's as far as he's going to get with it, Plain. Because his life is built around his job, so he doesn't have time to contemplate whether the earth is flat based on empirical evidence. He just wants to hear the arguments and likes being around the discussion. He's made it very clear that's what he likes. So he's not going to take it any farther than that. So one of the things he did find interesting that he did tell us is that the people that he works for don't want to challenge the narrative. Like, it being like whether it's flat or not, because it's sort of like they thumb their nose up to it. It's beneath them. They don't need to talk about it. So he's finding that kind of peculiar that he works in a place that should have this information publicly disclosed, yet it's not being done so. So that, at least to some effect, bothers him. And that's why he said he's here talking to us. But as far as like going out and actually testing and verifying, he's like, that's just too much for him. Like, he doesn't need to do that because he has some information that he's collected from the satellites that gives him the understanding that the Earth is a globe, which is what he was going to divulge here in just a moment if he actually finds it. But I'm waiting on that.
Right.
Yeah, apologies, working on it.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just keeping playing up to speed as to like, you're part of like being here and such.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Josh. I like to listen to you.
You guys need me to quote you on a system that won't crash?
Yeah, no, it's the Grafana is just for visualization. The data is
I
proprietary in the
know
back
how
end.
all the tools work. What I do. You guys need a quote on a system that doesn't crash.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm curious.
Just to start off at 75 grand, just to start off. So that's your bottom
Oh,
line.
that's cheap.
Yep. So since you guys think it's cheap and you're using Grafana, you might want to get that system instead where it doesn't crash.
What system is that?
All right, someone pick a number 1 through 129.
0.
Lucky number 7.
All right, cool. 1 sec.
Number 66.
We should have said 33. Shit.
$33 or 66?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, the first 3?
No, I said number 1, 2, 3.
Oh, number 1, 2, 3. Okay, sorry.
Any chance of you live streaming?
No,
Like
no,
sharing
no.
your screen?
Yeah, no, that's not happening. Apologies.
No, I think that would really make his superiors upset.
What they don't know can't hurt them.
You did what?
Hey, Josh, do you prefer the term superior or handler?
Handler? Oh, I have both. I have a manager and my handler.
And who manages your handler?
Sir, that would be your wife.
Oh, I have 3 then. Shit.
Who handles your wife?
She can handle herself.
All right, now let's keep it clean.
Honestly, I'm a patient dude, but what's taking so long? Is this on like Windows 10 or something?
Me.
Just leave the guy alone.
How long does it take to open up a program, bro?
I could have written
Yeah,
it
it's Windows
already and
ME.
had fake numbers appear on the screen by now.
So you have to
Yeah,
start
he's
up
running
and
on
go
it.
have a coffee. I don't know.
He's running on the Kuiper, internet. So, ding-doo, ding-doo, bing, bing, bing.
I was gonna say,
Sure it's
so
not
we've got.
AOL.
All right, one sec. I'm gonna hop over into Discord on my laptop so that I can show you, or at least I'll post the public data, and then I can verbalize the data that I'm getting internally. There's a small deltas. Oh lordy.
You know we're waiting with bated breath, right? You know that.
Oh yeah, I'm working on it.
Here, let me
Speak for
just go ahead
yourself,
and make a
AV. Nothing
simulator
about
for
me is
you,
made up.
and then I'll make a simulator for you, pass it to you, then you post it as if you made it yourself.
Sounds good.
Probably could have already done it with ChatGPT.
Wait, where's the interview VC live stream 2? Wait, what? Where are we right now?
He's in the wrong channel. You are in.
Oh, in politics.
24/7.
Nope. You're right.
in
You're right.
politics,
I was in the 24/7 Flat Earth server, not this channel. Apologies. Alrighty, open chat.
You can post
Come on,
it there
Josh.
as
You've
well.
already had your coffee, bro. You shouldn't be slacking like that.
No, apologies. Okay, so I don't have media permissions in this Discord, but I can do links at least. All right. So
Any images you can send to AV.
And then
Yeah.
Kuiper set 33.
Uh-oh, Illuminati confirmed.
Oh, this is 66. All right. So Kuiper sat 66. Here's the graph for Kuiper. This is public data. So this is Kuiper sat 66 public data. Right. Does that open up the right link? Yes, it does. Okay.
No, don't post that stuff. That's demonic, man.
Okay. So that's position data, at least what's public, and I can confirm that we're about 2% off internally. So we're showing a little bit lower speeds, like the public data has Kuiper sat 66 at like 7607 meters per second, and I'm seeing internally like 7550 ish.
Yeah. Nice IP grabber, bro. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. That's I'm actually here to dox y'all.
Yo, Josh, do they purposely do that for security, like in case someone wants to target the satellite or something like that?
Sorry, what?
Why is there a delta?
A delta? Because the public data is either delayed or it's based off of the public the TLE, the 2-line element that we post that Professor Triangle just grabbed.
So it's not done intentionally to avoid people targeting the satellite or something like that.
No.
Okay.
And this is Celis Track, not Space Track. Celis Track is plot them on a flat plane. We'll see a pattern of light. Oh, you want a ground track? All right. So yeah, Speeds 66 is going like 75, 50 right now. Meters per second. Let me check thermals real quick because there's no publicly available data on that, but at least I can get you a range.
Is that ground speed?
Yeah, it's just no. It's actually, I don't know. No, it's not ground speed. It's just an inertial speed. It's not relative to the ground. Okay.
Relative to then.
Inertial space.
What? What's that even mean?
It's not relative to anything, is what I'm trying to say. It's an objective velocity.
No, but like, how do they get that velocity? Like, for instance, when you're on plane, you have like these, like the Pico tubes or whatever, Pinot tubes that tell you your wind speed and stuff like that. How does that work in a vacuum?
So it's the time derivative of your position data. So you're in one point of space at one time, and then you're at a different point in space at a different time, and then you divide the delta. It's the change in distance over change in
But
time.
how do they measure the distance?
Oh, that's done via GPS.
So it's relative to actual meters and so it's basically like a
Correct.
Okay, I get it.
So it's relative to its own position data and its own clock, or not its own clock, the clock of the atomic clocks on the GPS satellites. All right, so I posted the Cellestrack database for all of the currently tracked Kuiper sats.
Who runs Cellestrack? Who runs it?
So Cellestrack scrapes the TLE data from Spacetrack, which is a web. So Cellestrack is nice because you don't need a membership to access it. But if you go to spacetrack.org, not .org, sorry. Yes, it is spacetrack.org, but there's a hyphen.
You know who Dr. T.S. Kelso is?
I do not.
Okay, he's a part of Cellestrack. That's what I'm gathering. There's information that he's posted there, and one of the subcategories that you can look into. He's got a lot of information in there, so we're going to find out. I'm going to actually look through this and see if there's anything here that's useful.
So this Cellestrack scrapes Spacetrack. Spacetrack's run by the United States Space Force currently. They're trying to move it over to NOAA, so it's not a military agency doing all of the cataloging of space objects, but it's currently run by Space Force. And then Cellestrack scrapes the data from Spacetrack. But makes it easier to digest, and you end up getting like the nice graphs and more up-to-date TLEs.
So you're saying Cellestrack is a secondary information from Spacetrack?
Correct.
Why is it more reliable?
It's not more reliable. It's just you don't have to make an account to access it. So it's easier for me to link share and things. If I wanted to share Spacetrack data, which is also public, right? You can, if you go to
we
the link,
kind of wanted the source, man, to be honest.
Yeah, we could.
Oh yeah. No, this is just publicly available data. I'm not able to show anything from our internal dashboards, but I can tell you that we're off by, 2% on the speed, and then we grab the thermal data.
That's a lot when you're going at 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah,
he said 7,550 meters per second.
Yeah, so that works out to, I don't know the conversion there. What is that? Times 3 point what? 3.2, 3.1?
no offense, but what's the point of this? Because it seems like you're just pulling up data that we could get ourselves. It's like a free public account. Or I don't even know if it's an account.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're just telling us that there's a delay, which, is expected.
Agreed.
Okay. I was expecting something like, unique.
Oh, I understand. I wish I could give you more, but I can tell you that there's a delta off the public data. When I gave you what the number was, I'm working on the thermals right now. Not able to screen share or anything like that. I apologize, but the public data is pretty comprehensive. If you wanna like track where any of these things are, and go try and look at them with a telescope, you definitely can.
But that wasn't like
tell us that's not public.
Yeah, hold on. But tracking it wasn't what I was asking for. I was asking for the speed at which they're moving through the atmosphere and or the temperature.
Yeah.
Now, those two important factors. I want to know how they were obtained and by what device you're using to do that with. So that's what I'm asking.
The internal one, like I said, we just talked about that. It's the velocity is the time derivative of the position data that's gained from the GPS antenna on board. And then for the thermals, I'll get you the range, and then obviously
you're sending information to a ground station is one thing. I'm asking, how does it calculate that speed from where it's at? Like, what is it using on board that it's doing that?
Yeah, there's an IMU, inertial measurement unit, that does exactly that. Like it takes in the data from the GPS antenna, and then is able to calculate the velocity using that, and then it transmits that calculation back to the ground. So it's that's the actual device on board. You take the GPS position data and a clock, and you can figure out velocity.
Can you do me a favor? Type the device's name into the text, Josh.
Oh, an IMU?
No, it's an acronym, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. It's an inertial measurement unit. One sec, I'll do it in the chat.
It basically timestamps its position and then does it again. Measures the difference.
No, chain of custody doesn't get broken. Like I was just looking at that. All right, so we are for thermals. See the coldest that we've seen for flights for number 66. Let's see. Zoom out. All right, so the coldest that we've seen is negative 63 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the hottest that it's gotten is 231 degrees Fahrenheit. So negative 63 to 231.
What type of outer shell protects the internal components that is able to withstand that heat?
There is no outer shell.
So the internal components are exposed to that temperature?
Yes.
Bullshit.
Okay. Let me grab.
I'm gonna have to kick that. I'm gonna have to kick that one to
Stop
Radwood.
working over on about 100 degrees or so. They'll start freaking out.
Oh yeah, they definitely do freak out. That's why we do all of our testing on the ground.
Bullshit me because I'm actually a professional.
I'm not bullshitting you. I'm just okay. Let me grab.
So you're coming from a position of not really an engineer, but just a position where you're reading or having this information read out as like, that's how it is. But you don't know if it would actually withstand a temperature from an engineering standpoint, like the components being tested
I'm not a thermal engineer, no.
Well, that's well, no, what I'm saying is I get you're telling us the information, but if Radwin works with these components and he's able to tell you they can't withstand that type of temperature, why would you then say it can? I don't see. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're able to produce
on the ground, we do the we have thermovac chambers. It's called shake and bake.
You do not test those boards at minus 70 degrees and then shoot them up to 250 degrees over and over again. You were lying to me.
What? No, I'm not. That's on the ground. You can go look at a thermovac chamber. Like
What's the tester called?
The tester, the brand of the thermovac chamber.
Yeah.
Let me see. That's data I should probably actually can pull. Oh lordy.
I feel like a judge in a courtroom listening to defendants nervously yawn.
Well, one of the things that I was saying is important is that if the physics aren't there, Josh, then you can't just imagine that they work. You know what I mean? Like they have to actually be something proposed in the physical world. Like,
I get it.
Well, you're saying that. Yeah, you're saying that. But the thing is, are you there during the testing phase? Like, are you noticing any changes happen? Are you, is there trial and error that's being, like, you know what I mean?
I can answer that. No, he's not there during the testing.
No, I was going to say I'm not a thermal engineer. I'm not trying. We're not going to bullshit y'all.
Okay, so the components that are on board these satellites that are being sent up there aren't being understood to, in the physics realm, to work the way they do or operate the way they do up there, like you're claiming they are, based on your knowledge.
Apologies. What can you rephrase?
Essentially, the components that are on the satellite, based on your knowledge of how physics works here on Earth, you're saying that it could withstand that type of temperature fluctuation. Yet when Radwin's telling you it can't, you're saying, well, you're just wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, that's, I'd be interested in digging more into it. Like, obviously this is not something I have a ton of first person experience with, but
you learned engineering 101 in your first semester of your first class.
What do you mean?
What happens with thermal expansion and contraction? You learned all about that.
Oh yeah. No, we definitely we do. Just because just because the environment is at those temperatures does not mean that the actual, hardware itself is that exact temperature. Like it's not like a step function that the instant it goes into the sunlight.
The temperature probe.
Manufactures the temperature probe.
Were they thermal values for the environment or for the satellite?
Oh, that was for the environment. That was. Yeah, no, because
but you said that. But you say you're testing that here on the ground. That means that you're preparing that system to be in an environment where that's going to be a problem, or at least a factor.
But you turn the oven up to that maximum temperature, and then you do it for 45 minutes, and then you flip it to the coldest temperature, and you leave it for 45 minutes. Like that's what we're doing here. It's not a state. It's not a step function where you automatically.
I know, but the stress that you'd put on those components is just from my
it's not
perspective, and I
easy.
don't really have that big of a understanding of it. But just from the stress from doing that, I think that would wear out those components faster than anything else. Like, I mean, it would render them unusable.
Agreed. I mean, we
It just
do.
doesn't. Okay, from this standpoint, Josh, it doesn't make sense. From this standpoint, right here.
Yeah,
we
no,
can
agreed.
talk about anything else. Just and the reason why I brought it up was because it's crucial for components to operate in a specific way because we know them to operate down here. But when they're in an environment that takes them outside of their operational capacity, then we can't just negate that and say, "Oh yeah, well it just works." Like that doesn't line up. You know what I mean? Something's not right.
Oh lordy. Yeah, let's see if I can get the thermovac vendor.
Yeah, it's not a far stretch to say that components won't work that way in that type of fluctuational environment.
Yeah,
It's
no,
pretty,
agreed. That's why they're
it's pretty
designed.
practical, right, and reasonable.
Agreed. Yeah, that's why that's why we designed them specifically for that environment. But I want more data on that, so let me go dig.
All right.
Yo, Josh, can you say what company you work for?
Amazon.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I knew that.
Yeah, I mean, when I I don't want to appeal to pedigree, but my name
No, I
is.
think you were in Earth Awakenings at one time, and I told you about how they screwed me out with some peanut butter.
Yeah, I was gonna say I mean, if you can find me pretty quickly if you just put my name in Google. I'm not at like the level of having my own Wikipedia page yet, but I'd have a pretty big digital footprint, so you can find my shenanigans pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but maybe someone else might.
All right, I'm going to take the action to chase down the thermovac vendor. Who was specifically asking for that? Was that Professor Triangle? Do you want the hardware that's on the spacecraft, or do you want the testing chamber that we use on the ground?
Yeah, the one on the ground, so I can go buy one.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll take that action. Feel free to kick me on it next time I'm around. But I'm gonna skedoodle here to get to my prep for my 12 o'clock. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the candor. This has been actually helpful for me to either answer questions or realize that there's portions of the internal program that I need to kick the tires on a little bit more. No, appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thanks for your time, man.
All right,
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Does anyone here think satellites aren't real?
The ones that they draw
them for What do you need them for?
Good question.
I think they're real. I don't I put zero faith.
What? What are they going to be used for?
Hold up. I put zero faith in the number that they say that there are up there, but I do believe that there are at least some up there. By what technology, I don't know.
Or, since you can't see that far, even with a camera, what are they doing with them?
Well, like for instance, the Starlink, like this internet satellites.
What about them?
I believe they're functioning, bro. I believe that there's
So that
something up
line
there
of
that-
satellites that goes over your house, does it do capture every 90 minutes? You guys kind of get a boost of internet, and then it goes away, and it kind of stores it for 90 minutes, and then it shoots it out as it goes by.
No, forget that line of lights. I'm saying just like the dish itself is pointed straight up, and it's getting internet in remote locations, right? So, by somehow this dish that's pointing straight up into the sky is getting internet.
Somehow a string of lights is hovering over your house.
And then the fact that we do see, whatever they claim to be the ISS in the sky, what technology is keeping it up there? I don't know.
Keeping what up where? Nobody knows.
The thing that looks like the ISS in the sky.
Yeah, so nobody knows what it is and nobody knows where it is. So what is keeping what where? Nobody knows.
Exactly, you're agreeing with me. I wouldn't say nobody. Maybe some, I don't know.
Did you hear most of that conversation, Yoder?
Yeah, and I was providing tech support.
Thanks for that. According to him, the internal components are exposed externally, I guess, to the environment up there, and fluctuating conditions of temperature are affecting it because they test for it down here. But according to him, it just works. So then he gave you the min and max. So at least you have that much. Well, at least you have something to look forward to buy, Radwin.
Be fun to play with. I'm going to put my headset in there. See what it does to that. I'm going to do a cell phone, try to see what it does to that. Take one of my Jetsons or Raspberry Pis, see what it does to that. And wait to see this thing.
What about your Wi-Fi router?
I have that too embedded into my wall to be messing with that right now.
It's interesting that he brings up the keeping system in LEO uses magnetic torquers that interact with Earth's magnetic field lines. You know, throughout the history of surveying, including modern times, there's this tension between the profile of Earth from a magnetic field perspective, which matches a flat topology, and then the geoid, which is global and gravitational. Keeping is the torquer spin the craft appropriately, and that's being done using Earth's magnetic field. And then he says he has no clue about anything using Earth's flux lines as a means for propulsion or travel, and thinks that's hogwash. And then he read magnetic flux tubes of force as a secondary component of a magnetic field line tracing, which is used for identifying the attitude of these aircraft, or spacecraft, or whatever you want to call them, craft. It's like, I wonder what that's about. Yeah, that might be the Lorentz force there, Chief. So it's really interesting how once again, there's this tension between Dr. Han Alvin, who basically pioneered the electric universe theory, was a NASA research scientist and made huge contributions to a space technology. He highlighted in his one of his seminal works called Double Layers in Astrophysics about the magnetoplasma nature of the sky up there, which followed a huge conference. This is in the late 80s. And he highlighted this tension that existed even back then. And he was like, basically, don't let these space assets and the data we collect end up in the hands of these pretender clown astrophysicists with all their Einsteinian gravity nonsense. The main forces we're dealing with up there are electrical. We define it through things like the Coulomb and not gravity. I mean, this was like in his address to his peers. And it was also, again, appearing in that work, that 300-page tome. So then you go read about what's happening in the field of geodesy and in surveying, and they do magnetic field studies, and then they do gravimetric surveys. It's like,
so where do you think, Yoder, where do you think Josh lands in the spectrum of being somebody employed by a company? You think he's just like some sort of, I don't know. He's not like he's not an end user because he's actually involved with some type of work that deals with these satellites. So,
I mean, he gave his pedigree and history before, and it lines up. I mean, he's an aeronautical engineer. He's done work on site with government and private companies that develop this stuff and on the ground. And now he's doing business development for the Amazon Kuiper program. His job is basically public relations and outreach. That's what he's doing.
So he doesn't do anything farther than that, other than just telling people that stuff is up there because low Earth orbit is true, like the way we've been told.
He's privy to stuff behind the scenes because it's for his job. I mean, in order for him to be credible with the public, he has to have firsthand knowledge of some stuff behind the scenes. But how many orders of separation, degrees of separation are there between him and the things that he thinks he's close to? I mean, it's a Grand Canyon chasm. So, I mean, not knocking him at all. It's just like, listen, dude, if you're going to be honest, I mean, I know that you feel really close to this, and you are. You're way closer to this than anybody you're talking to in here right now. But at the same time, it's very obvious and clear that you're not as close to it as you might think you are. I don't think he's trying to lie to anybody. I don't think he's dishonest in the least bit. He's doing his job. I mean, he's a true believer in this stuff, and he doesn't see what he's doing relies on a lot of circular logic, a lot of embedded functional and cognitive biases, and as well as he's surrounded by the delusion of many people that are at the same level in this whole industry.
Yeah, but what a mind job is that, to be that close and then still not know? Isn't that something else? Like, that's a next level, like, cognitive dissonance, bro.
Oh yeah, I think this is why, like, I mean, this is why these people are going to be the hardest nuts to crack when it comes to this. When you work in the industry and you're so close to it and you're surrounded by everybody else, you're surrounded by the power of belief. The belief technology is so strong for space. Just listen to James True talk about this. The belief technology is much more powerful within it than without. So it's like how many small businesses across America were contracted to build every little nut and bolt that went into the Apollo program? You know, small little manufacturers in Ohio, all the way up through, you know, lensing glass companies in upstate New York, all the way through Michigan-based like copper wire fabricators. And now pretty much every household in America knows somebody at some point who had a relative and had a friend who worked on the Apollo program. Now everybody's empowered, imbued with the same awesome belief. They, you know, how could they all be lying? Well, they're not lying. Well, how could they be so close to it and yet be so far? They built a bolt. They built a copper wire. They built a rubber tube for the Apollo program. Or in this day and age, this company built an API feed for the government's telemetry data that's running orbital simulations and calling it real. You know, there's such the logistical tooth to tail ratio between the few who are at the teeth and the long freaking dinosaur body and the tail that's behind it is extremely lopsided, folks. And never mind you what the whole space program was built to be and was intended for in the first place. A propaganda effort, psychological warfare. It was founded under President Eisenhower and later Truman's Presidential Psychological Operations Board. Space is supposed to sell, baby. It's supposed to be hot. It's supposed to look amazing. And now they've entered the next phase of it, which is to make it seem more accessible than it really is. And actually, they are making it very accessible. Now everybody's going to have that same belief empowerment, because now everybody in the world is now closer to space than they thought they were. Now it's not stories about friends, uncles, and cousins and stuff that worked on nuts and bolts and rubber tubing for Apollo. Now it's everybody is a coder that has probably worked on some aspect of the IT infrastructure behind this too.
Yeah, and AI is helping us close the gap. You know what I mean? So now they got to retool they got to retool their PR so that it makes it sound like, you know, oh well, Yeah, it's accessible for every human. Whereas before it was like this really highly regulated special group of people that could know this information. And nobody else.
Right, right. And the elitism served a great purpose during the Cold War. The Cold War's over, folks. There's no need for space to have this air of elitism behind it, where everybody's special for having everybody's uncle or cousin having worked on a bolt or two for the Apollo program. Now space is for everybody. Now your high school physics class can go build a CubeSat and give it over to some government agency that will launch it for you in like 4 months.
That's what it sounded like Josh is making it seem like. In the future, that's going to be accessible for everybody. You're like, why isn't it now?
Well, they need to be able to sell that it is accessible. I mean, and so a couple years ago they did remove a lot of the red tape for getting stuff into orbit by transferring a lot of this stuff to like the FAA, the FCC to get licenses. So, now they moved a lot of like what could have been construed as like national security stuff under higher order protection under now it's International Trafficking in Arms Regulations, ITAR. So there are visible moves to make it more publicly accessible, and there is a rubber stamping process, but not for everything. I mean, you still have, just a handful of like launch providers and payload integration centers, these deployment centers that are responsible for doing this stuff. There's still massive chains of custody issues. The space race is still very much going on and is still very not transparent. So it's kind of like with GPS, how they're selling GPS as some gigantic, transparent, open source system, when the whole backhaul is still like encrypted and classified. Of course it is, because it has to be. I mean, let's be honest about it. So it's like, don't piss on my shoes and tell me it's raining. Just be honest about it. Look, you can't make space as open and transparent as you want it to be. Stop trying to sell me this. And I might respect it a bit more. Anyway, I gotta go. I got a luncheon. I'll be out of commission. I'll be back later.
Later, bro.
Yeah, but now you can YouTubers can launch devices into space in which you can take a selfie of yourself over the Earth. I wonder if Mark Rober's little selfie satellite here, he tested all this at the extreme temperatures in one of those little chambers.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the input.
up, Taco?
Hey, are any of you so-called Christians?
Some are.
Do any so-called Christians want to do a mega bloodbath tonight?
Is that necessary?
That's the name of them.
You mean like we're gonna eat ribeye or something? Rare ribeye?
No. It would be a mega bloodbath debate.
There's gonna be any blood involved?
Metaphorically.
Oh. What you debate right now? Debate Sheepdog. Go ahead, Sheepdog.
No, I'm trying to find somebody for a mega bloodbath tonight, so I don't really have time for that. But if anybody wants to debate Christianity tonight, I can find you an opponent.
You might find someone in here. Not sure at the moment.
I like how no Christians actually care about the Bible. Get choke respect for Christ, cause he stay inside you and he stay special for God. Every time, stay ready for tell anybody that asks you how come you know everything gonna come out good for you.
Can you say that again, but in English?
It is. It's 1 Peter 3:15. Get choke respect for Christ, cause he stay inside you and he stay special for God. Every time, stay ready for tell anybody that asks you how come you know everything gonna come out good for you.
I'm sorry, did you have evidence for the shape of the earth?
Oh, I don't debate flat earth. That's like the dumbest shit ever.
Then why are you here?
Trying to find a Christian, a so-called Christian.
Isn't there a Christian room for that?
Yeah, but they're all scared. They know they're going to get deconverted.
This is a flat earth room.
Right, but flat earthers are Christians, so, or Muslims, so.
No.
Yeah.
Not all.
Is there a single atheist flat earther in here?
No, but you don't have to be a Christian or a Muslim to be a flat earther.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
You literally have to suffer from religious brain damage to be one.
What
part of Christianity says you have to be a flat earther?
It's in the Bible.
Where in the gospel does it say? Where does it say
that?
that?
Earth is flat, just like you guys think.
Does it now? I'm not a flat earther.
Then you're not a Christian.
Sure I am. Sure I am. How am I not a Christian?
Is Brazil a Christian?
I don't need Sheepdog's opinion if I'm a Christian.
I want Sheepdog's opinion, though.
Is this guy coming?
I don't care about his opinion.
Is this guy coming here to just strawman people?
No, I'm just trying to find somebody for debate tonight, and you guys are trying to pull me into
You are
this.
just strawmanning.
Well, then you're in the wrong room, man.
I haven't done anything other than strawmanning people. calling things that they don't believe.
All right, obviously, none of y'all are real Christians, so I'm going to go find a room with real Christians.
Go ahead. Bye.
The astronomer Copernicus was the one who realized that who determined that the heliocentric model over the geocentric model of our solar system was he a retard, and he's a Christian.
He's not even here anymore.
Christian as fuck. I know. I'm just saying in general to anybody here who will hear it.
Yeah, well, Christianity didn't prove the shape of the Earth.
Well, yeah, it doesn't comment on it whatsoever. So I don't know where I looked it up, and it doesn't say anything about that. So I don't know what he's waffling about.
Well, again, he's not in here anymore.
Yeah, just saying.
But if you have evidence for the shape of the Earth, we'd like to discuss it. What's up, J-Dog?
What's up?
Oh, not much. Just trying to find evidence for the globe.
Oh, seems like a pretty common topic in here.
It's a pretty cool one, actually.
I agree. I think thinking about the thing we live on is interesting. That's why I'm here.
I don't think I've ever met you before. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I've definitely been in here, though. Yeah, I am a globe earther.
You're a globe earther?
Yes.
Right on. What made you believe that the Earth was a globe?
Just a lot of the evidence that I've seen, a lot of the things that, while don't directly prove it with 100% certainty, make me think, okay, well, if that's the case, then it's probably a globe. And usually just all those things in culmination lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. Obviously, I've never seen it for myself, but yeah, that's where I'm at.
So you can't be 100% sure of anything?
I will not be 100% sure, no. I mean,
I'm sorry you feel that.
But to be fair, that's the same idea as me saying I'm not 100% certain that Obama is a real person, at least in the context that I'm using, because I've never met Obama, but I feel very good that he's probably a real person, that he's not fake. That's kind of my feelings towards Earth.
Are you 100% sure that if you don't take another breath that you'll die?
Am I 100% certain? I mean, I can't say 100%, but yeah, I'll probably die. I'm open to weird things happening, but yeah.
Are you 100% sure that you've ever eaten anything ever in your life?
I mean, I guess if I have to be certain that I'm actually living my life and not just some simulation or a dream or whatever, right? I'm not one of those people. Like, I know I'm here. I'm here. But, right, like, I can't... Obviously, there's no way for me to 100% verify
You are, though, because you're... Yeah, there's something that's keeping you one toe.
What? I don't know if I'm lagging or you are.
That robot?
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know if that's me or you, though, because... Yeah, you're good.
No, it's me. I'm out in the country. You just have one toe out, right? It's like an escape hatch. Just in case shit goes wrong, you can say, oh, at least I didn't think I was 100% sure on anything, so everything was possible.
I mean, I try not to do that in things in my life, but when we're talking about, like, the size and the shape of the planet or whatever you may think it is, like, yeah, I'm gonna be like, sure, I'm open to someone showing me that the Earth is flat. I'm open to it, but I personally don't think that's possible, and I'd be very surprised if it is. But once again, I'm open to the idea of it.
I mean, we can show you, but then you'll make up excuses for it. Whereas if you actually went out and looked for yourself, that'd be a different story because you actually took the steps to go figure it out.
Well, I think that's a little unfair to start off with because you're assuming that I'd make an excuse. I'm not. I've seen a lot of the things in here. I've seen obviously a lot of the things that people push back on with Globers as well. I think NASA could be much more transparent than they are. I think there's suspicious things. I think there's things that like it makes you think what's going on here with like NASA hiring a bunch of Nazis. Like I get that. I've seen like the laser stuff where people are pointing lasers like 20 miles over a flat body of water and stuff. Like I've been exposed to it, but nothing has convinced me. I think for something like that where people say refraction on my side because of why the lasers, seemingly go.
Hey, I gotta step away, y'all. I got a phone call.
Okay. All right, peace.
I've got a theory on top of evidences when it comes to flat Earth.
What's your theory?
I think the religious people would be curious. Has to do with something called the Mazzaroth. It's I don't know if y'all looked at the apocryphal works or Dead Sea Scrolls or any of these different scrolls, writings, etc., ancient texts and whatever. Trying to find out where to start. I'll just say it. So the Southern Cross is, you may have heard this, it's basically if you put up a camera at night and point it at the Southern Cross, it stays there. It's basically a spindle point. But without getting into like, is the Earth flat, is it not, whatever. The theory idea when it comes to the religious aspect, a lot of people say Mazzaroth is basically the zodiac, but it is entrenched. But it is much, 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 much deeper than just that. It's referred to not the word Mazzaroth or not the word zodiac, but the stars in the heavens, skies. And there's meaning. It's like a timetable for all of history, from the creation, Adam and Eve, all the way through past, Jesus Christ, second coming, heaven, everything. It has everything. And if you know it, it was originally written by Seth and his kids, Seth being a son of Adam and Eve. And it tells not just the history, but it has a extensive, great quantity, amount of symbolism. From the allegories and the stories told in the Bible are all there. A lot of it is easy to look up at the sky, the stars, the heavens, and consider what the different things were that Jesus Christ taught, and look at the heavens and recognize a progression in the story and outline on all the things he spoke of. According to the heavens, we are within the beginning of the last 1,000 years when Christ is supposed to reign. That has started around the year 2000, based on the stars. And we have there's a 100-year window from the year 2000 when Christ is supposed to come again, according to the stars. The North Pole, we'll hit dead center on the North Pole, and it changes. The North Pole's not always the what do you call it? Like the main point in the sky where the north is. It's not always that point. So it does change, but it will be absolutely accurate for 1,000 years, and that time. When that time starts, is supposed to be when Christ reigns, and it's supposed to happen within the next 70 years at some point. It's supposed to hit directly on the North Star. I don't know. I don't know the day, don't know the hour. Yeah, I have no idea. It's just something that's kind of cool. And the precession of the sun through the sky, where it is, where it's located, and it does change over time. Over a 25,000 year period of time, it does change. we are progress. Anyway, I could go on and talk about it for a long time, but a lot of different aspects from different faith religions viewpoints, the beginning of time, what happened with the stars in the sky that represent the creation story, and progress all the way through, blah 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 blah, to where we are now.
A beginning of time. A beginning of time doesn't even make sense if you actually run it through. Like what it means for time and space to begin. And I'm talking about space purely in just a Euclidean geometry sense, not like I'm not necessarily referring to a cosmos in this sense.
That's another thing too. The Euclidean, the bread of life. That's a part of the zodiac, and Jesus Christ being the bread and the water or the wine. That's also zodiac. And so it was like the whole entire, all of it, dude, for real. Everything. Yeah. Sacrifice, it's there. But when we come back to the beginning of time, right? Whenever that would be, we can look at creation, we can look at the time frame of Earth, and I love this topic.
There wouldn't be a beginning of time, that's the thing. I can literally like show analytically you can't have a beginning of time. It doesn't make any sense. Like I'm not even trolling.
My personal opinion, which doesn't matter, is that time doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you still measure change between events. So you're using the reference frame to say the reference frame is false.
If we take a look at the reference frame, I'm so open to it.
I mean, you know what I said 5 seconds ago. And if you know what I said, you're roboting, but if you know what I said 5 seconds ago, then time exists.
Yeah. A representation to help us keep track of events.
Yeah,
like
yeah. But as in, you can't cite a causal chain, right? If you don't have reference to time, because then what is the causal link between A and B, if not time?
It's broken up a little bit. Again, like it's like the number 0.
Yeah, the number 0 isn't actually representing a quantity. And I can just say it's in terms of any finitist view, right? It just doesn't make sense. There's no version of finitism which works. That even Christians are inevitably eternalists, right? They're just eternalists in a different sense to like a secular
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so that's why I say
the idea of a immaterial, because just the mere fact of anything possibly existing in any way, shape, or form would necessitate materialism of some form, some type of material in some way, form, fashion. Whether it's a gravitational field, regardless, like there's something. I don't personally believe whatsoever in the idea of a immaterial version type of a god that most people do, but it doesn't really matter what I think. I believe that matter was always there. I believe that intelligences, at least according to my beliefs, and not just mine. If you go into ancient texts of all types, that what was the name of it? Pythagoreans, the even back beyond that, the people they learned from, Solon, Egyptians, beyond that, even back then at that time, even though they pulled from the Mazzaroth, even though their idea is perfect math and numerology and science, all this shit, it actually came from Mazzaroth. Even so, the idea that God is somehow immaterial, especially the idea. Yeah, and Jesus comes, and then all of a sudden God is still immaterial, even though Jesus Christ is material, and whatever. That's bullshit. I think I say that people always existed, that intelligence existed, that matter existed, that all of us existed. That God saw material and said, let's make with this material an earth so that people can dwell there, and spirits that He, you could say created, but more or less shaped, pieced together from what already existed. These intelligences, and that gets into a way cooler conversation.
I don't know.
I don't want to derail it.
My conception of God, like if I was to just be as parsimonious as possible, would just be to say that God, like, basically is the universe. It's the totality of the processes of the universe being carried out. Like, so it wouldn't be distinct from, it wouldn't be some guiding will which presides over creation. It would be creation. To me, that has far less burden of proof, because all you have to establish is, okay, there's some sort of will imposed on events. Like, events happen; they have their processes. So the totality of these processes, the pure will, right? That would just be God. It's like the difference between, say, if your body, right, was all the world, right? It's like if humans are a skin cell. So it's not like I tell my skin cell what to do, and my skin cell doesn't tell me what to do, but we're part of the same structure, you know.
I understand.
That's basically, in simplicity, what my conception of God would be. So as in, it doesn't really act in any specific ways. It is just pure action. It is just pure will. It doesn't have any human qualities per se. You know, it's just what sustains the process of the entire universe.
I'm a truck driver, passing a wide load. I'm almost in this. Good times. Just have to go. Dude behind me is not going to be happy.
Hegel actually makes a really good argument on the basis of God, because people read Hegel and say, "Oh, he's a theist, he's an atheist." He's actually neither. He's a panentheist, because he was talking about the qualities of God and how one kind of negates the other, and to have something of pure will, to have something just unbounded, right? That has
a bathroom.
What is my audio quality shit?
It sounds like you're in a bathroom.
No, it's probably just internal echo off my eardrums. I was trying out these earphones. Is that better?
I don't know. So far, it's the same.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's the same.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
No, but I don't really agree. Like, I hear people say, like, there was nothing, and then there was, like, the Big Bang, or then there was creation, or then there was something like that. If you look at nothing, it quite literally isn't a thing. It's not a thing. It has no content. It has no quality. It's nothing, right? And if processes can occur within it, it's not nothing. It's by nature not nothing.
I would call it, gosh, a point of rest. I'm really curious about it. Like, okay, so if you look at a magnetic field, the dead center of it, there's nothing. Hypothetically.
No, because it's a magnetic field within the context of something else.
The field of the magnet. At the center of a magnetic field, that there's not anything there.
No, because you've got everything everywhere. It's not. There's not. I'm talking about literally conceptual nothing.
I understand that. I'd say 0 point. No, I'm sitting here in my head thinking about like the in a physical reality where nothing might exist.
I
can't really think of a location.
If you have a physical reality, then something exists, right? So immediately we're past the point of nothing. For there to be nothing, there can't be any reference, there can't be any content, there can't be any potentiality for anything because there's nothing, right?
So I'm curious what that idea has to do with creation or God.
Because when people think of prior to creation, they think of a God with certain qualities. So as in there was a realm of existence, it was just only encompassed by God, and that's it. But as in because God would be the highest realm of existence, it would be the source of existence. There wouldn't be anything but God. But they still have to imagine, okay, well, there is a God. There is something there. There's not lit.
Yeah, but the question is, does globe Earth exist in the reality that you and I are in?
Yeah.
That's what inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, the Earth is not flat; it's a globe.
Yeah. What's the evidence? What's the evidence for that?
The first piece of evidence I would point to is the Southern Cross constellation.
The first piece of evidence is the Earth is something
that you can get on the highest and a really strong telescope, and you cannot see any other high point on Earth that is any real fair amount of distance away.
All right, so you're pointing to the sky to tell me what the Earth is?
There's a lot of evidences.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidences, but you're pointing to the sky to tell me what the Earth is. How much sense does that make? It's not really practical, is it, for you to tell me that? What do you mean? The Earth is supposed to be something, therefore the sky
it sounds like you
is
want to
something.
argue.
Yeah, well, obviously. Duh.
Wait.
I'm not trying to argue.
Hold on.
You should. You should because
there's even a
I'm not interested in argument.
It's called thinking out of the box or auditing
I'm
your
interested
thoughts.
in having a
Thinking out
conversation.
of the box.
I'm
we're not talking about
interested
that.
in talking about it, but
you are though.
If this is just like an argument just to fight because you think it's fun, I'm not interested.
Well, it's fun to see how you guys can't answer the question. What, believing in mystical ideas? That's fine. But in this room, we're trying to get to the practical understanding whether the Earth is what we're being told it is or not. That's why we're cutting the mustard and all the fluff that you and that other guy were talking about. So we're trying to get to the bottom of things. Do people actually know the Earth is a globe or not? And you're saying, hey, I know there's a lot of evidences. Just look to the sky. That's not going to help us, dude. We need to look at the Earth, not the sky. Yeah? We need to ground you in practical information. Go ahead, dude.
Okay.
How are you trying to get
So
to the
if I'm sitting in Australia, South Africa, and Chile, and on the same night I can point a camera up to the sky from 3 different locations and see that the Southern Cross does not move, and you can do the same thing on northern points and point it at the North Star and see that it doesn't move. You can see that neither of them move, but all the other stars do. So either with the globe doesn't move and the sky moves around it, or the globe, because it has to be a globe at that point, it has to be.
Okay, it has to be is not an argument, sir. That's just an appeal to credulity. So what I want you to do, what I want you to do,
because you can stand.
It has to be is not an argument.
Logically, very basic.
That's not logical.
That's
not logical.
Those places are 8 hours apart, and it's night in one of them. Those places are 8 hours apart,
and those same stars rotate.
All right.
Here's the deal. Southern Cross, the same.
Here's the deal, dude. You're rambling, bro.
In the sky
you're just rambling.
When it's
nighttime. So here's what I want you to do.
Complicated.
Yeah,
I'm not rambling.
No, it is.
Don't cut me off.
It is because I am cutting you off.
You don't need to cut me off.
I do have to.
If your argument
you're talking
is
about
actually
nonsense.
valid, if your argument is actually valid, then you're not going to be afraid.
Yeah, but you're reiterating the same point twice. You're reiterating the same point twice. We don't need to hear it a second time. You've already said it.
Okay.
So what I want you to do is focus. Yeah, good. I want you to focus on the Earth, not the sky. Now, can you detail that the Earth is something that everybody's claiming it is? Not by looking at the sky. You want to know if the Earth is curving like they say it is, like a globe, right? You're not going to look at the sky to tell if the Earth is curving. You're going to look at the Earth, not the sky. So how do you know the Earth is a globe? By looking at the Earth. Go on now.
There's only one way.
Tell me.
There's more than one way.
Give it to me.
But I believe that there's only one way that would be satisfactory for you. It will convince you. It will convince you, just like it convinced Whitsitt Gets It, and all the other flat earthers that went on that.
You've talked to Whitsitt.
And all the other people that went on that expedition. Boy shut his YouTube channel down because he knew it was bullcrap, and he had intellectual integrity. Unlike you, he had intellectual integrity.
All right, go ahead and tell me what it is then. What is it? Drop the bomb on me.
By going to Antarctica
and doing what?
Seeing it for yourself.
Seeing what for myself, sir?
Whatever the evidence is that you need to see, whether it means flying over Antarctica, whether it means seeing the sun in the sky for 24 hours, whether it be seeing the dark of night for 24 hours, whatever it is, whatever floats your boat to help you to recognize that the Earth is not flat, simply by going to Antarctica. You tell me, what would it require to convince you that the Earth is a globe? What evidence would be? What factual evidence would be strong enough?
I got a retort. You don't need to belabor it. You don't need to belabor the point. I get it. Okay? But I'm going to let...
what that word means.
Yeah, that means that you're just meandering. You're just not getting to the point. You're just on, filibustering.
Okay.
For lack of better words. All right. So I'm going to let the people in here... Yeah, it is. I'm going to let the people in here actually describe
What's your response?
Well, if you shut up for a second, I'm going to let the people in here describe what it would take for us to understand if the Earth is a globe or not. So I could tell you, but I want to see if anybody else would chime in.
Well, I'd like to point out that when you said you can see the Southern Cross from those 3 different locations, that's just blatantly false, because it's 8 hours apart from each of them. Hold on, I'm talking. Those locations are 8 hours apart, and it's daytime in one and nighttime in the other. So what you described was impossible.
That's not true.
It is true. You can't go out tonight and see that Southern Cross from those 3 locations at the same time, because it's daytime in one place and nighttime in the other.
You can see it from 2 locations at the same time.
You said
All right.
3.
I don't give a fuck about that point.
I don't need to
give a
describe
fuck
this.
about that
That's
point.
not a difficult thing to argue.
All right, dude.
If you're
I'm gonna put you
choosing
on
not to
pause.
see the obvious, that's not on me.
All right. Now that you're shutting up, what would get us to understand if it's a globe or not is actual measurements on the surface, knowing that the surface is curving at the 8 inch per mile squared measurement that it should if it's dropping away from an observer looking across horizontally. That's what we need, sir. We need cowbell. We don't need to look at stars or constellations or the sun, the moon, or any other thing that's in the sky. We need ground measurements, sir. Can you give us those things? I don't give a fuck about what's in the sky. I don't care.
Nope.
Okay, then you don't have a case. Then off you go.
I don't have a case for you.
No, you don't have a case for the Earth being a globe, measuring it being what they say it is, because they're giving us dimensions. When you go to Google, it says the Earth is a radius value of 3959. Well, how the fuck did they get that measurement if they didn't measure it? Yeah, makes one wonder how they got that, and you don't know that, so that's good.
Measurements of 266 feet of curving drop over distance across a 20-mile wide lake is the evidence we want and need.
And so you can keep talking about your mystical, magical realms and shit with that other guy. Take that shit to the DMs with him. Because in here, we're all about empirical evidence, and you don't got any. So off you go.
Wow.
Wait, you're all about empirical evidence?
We want to see the 27-story buildings worth of curve across a 20-mile wide lake. 27-story buildings worth of curve across a 20-mile wide lake. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, enough of the sky. Enough of the sky gazing already. Like, let's get back down to brass tacks here on the foundation on Earth, where we can measure shit. Not up there in the sky where each of you guys have your head in the clouds. Get it back down to the ground where we can measure shit. I mean, let's get real, guys.
Okay. Do flat earthers have a paper that they want to present?
Man, fuck all this paper shit, dude. Are you going to give us the measurement or not,
by 2 equals 2. I need you to show me how 4 minus 2 equals 2.
Are you gay?
Every time I give, like, the Rainy Lake experiment or something, everyone does it.
I can barely talk because I'm just an edgelord. Fucking give us the measurements if you got it. If not, kick rocks.
Okay. I'll just put it in the side chat.
Radio wave experiment. You mean Marconi when he sent radio wave across 2,000 miles of ocean from Canada to Europe?
Travis, he's talking about the Rainy Lake test. Yeah, that's old McToon 23 Skidoo. Go ahead and let him post it. See how he gets out of it here after I scrutinize it. Yeah, you Globers don't really have anything except for mystical, magical sky ideas. That's all you guys have. That's all you will ever have.
The mystical sky ideas literally come from your book.
What book?
And you're going to say that these mystical sky ideas. I've never met a flat earther that was not religious and believe in the Bible.
Yeah, so what? What does one thing have to do with the other? Tell me. Go ahead. Give me the correlation, Professor.
Did you want to rely on that passage that you say is literal?
I don't like.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Yeah, of course you don't, because you can't articulate your point like a reasonable person could.
It's probably because
listen, you're all smoke and mirrors. When it comes down to it, you're all smoke and mirrors. You all talk, but when it comes down to actually proving your point, you got nothing, bro. You're empty.
I literally just told you.
You're empty. Yeah, you're not him. You're not him. I was talking to the other guy.
You guys try and solve this through logic, whereas religion is faith-based. It's not based on logic.
No, it's not.
A lot of religion is faith-based. You have to just have faith.
No, it's not. You have a faith-based religion in the earth and the globe.
Almost entirely faith-based. Even Jesus Christ himself said that whoever believeth in me. Belief is a faith-based thing, and I'm not attacking it. I agree with having faith in Christ. I believe in Jesus Christ. I just think that your argument is falling on itself.
I don't care if you laugh. You haven't proved it by providing evidence with a logical argument that it's a globe. So go ahead, try it.
If
That's
what
what I
I have
thought.
already told you does not make
No, Sky-
logical sense.
Yeah, look at
That's
sky,
not-
mystical,
that's not on me.
Mystical, magical sky. Let's talk about stars and quasars and moons and everything. And let's not talk about the Earth. Anything but the Earth.
Hey, regarding that rainy lake experiment from Walter Bislin, so I watched the 2-hour live chat they did, and I took a screenshot. They got some results even showed a concave Earth. They got results that showed a flat Earth, and then they got results that showed a globe Earth, and they cherry picked the results that they wanted. The screenshot I'm showing, there's a video, and he says, "Oh, look, you got a concave Earth," and this one, he's like, "Yeah, this one shows concave Earth." So
They knew that, Travis. They knew that, but this guy didn't know that.
Sorry, where's your source?
Yeah, dude. Like they were the
source
ones
is the
saying
video.
it. It's the same video, bro.
Yeah, do you have a timestamp?
LOL. Yeah, give me a second. I'll find the timestamp, and you can hear him say, "Oh yeah, this one's concave Earth." Give me a minute. I'll find it.
Please, yeah.
All right, in the meantime, we're still looking for people to pony up the information of how the Earth is a globe in practical reality. That's outside doing a field test. Either you got it or you don't, gentlemen.
Wait,
So you're telling me that you have empirical evidence?
Why?
That
100%.
says the Earth
Yeah.
is flat.
How would you do it?
Yeah, but here's the deal. Here's the skinny. I want you guys to figure out if you got the information to support the Earth being a globe or not. I have to take you to the rigmarole so you understand. Hold on. I have to take you to the rigmarole so you understand thoroughly that you don't have what it takes to produce the evidence that the Earth is an actual globe, and then I'll give you the information that the Earth is flat. Absolutely. No problem. Let's go through the rigmarole first.
Do you like turtles?
Yeah, of course you would take it off topic. That's all you got.
I
know
turtles.
I know every single angle, every trick of the book, every little nuanced way that you can get out of this. And I guarantee you I've heard it all.
Oh no, I'm here. All right. Jeez, dude, I said I wasn't going to argue.
I know. So let the other people do it and then close up your mind.
I'm going to do this. I am going to treat you. I will. And the only difference is that I don't have the power to push a mute button.
Yeah, thank God for
I'm
that.
not going to overtalk you. But I'm also not going from what's right in front of your face. Because you talk about running away or changing topic, calling names, not having an actual discussion. So let's do that because you're such a big, tough guy. How about we actually stay on topic
and
not run away?
I got the certificate for the big tough guy.
The proof that is.
I can put my money where my mouth is and you can't. So there's a big difference.
I'm here.
That's all you are. That's all you are is here. You can do nothing to prove that the Earth is a globe with your words.
Well, like again, this is the problem, right? Anytime anyone tries to give you any evidence, you say,
Stop whinging. Stop
It doesn't meet
whinging.
my very hyper-specific
Stop whinging. Stop whinging and produce the evidence. Stop whinging. I don't need to hear you yammering on about, oh, you guys don't let us do this. Moderation is that. Just show. Just show.
So I put the Rainy Lake. I put the Rainy Lake video in the chat, and I put the timestamp. Go to 156:56 to hear them show that they're showing a concave Earth, and they say those words. So they just cherry picked for the Walter Bislin.
Thanks, Travis. Appreciate you, man. All right. So for the rest of the gentlemen
Flat
here,
earthers do it all the time.
yeah, of course, we show that how wrong you are. We do it all the time.
We are a living example of how the guy that's talking to me is a cherry picker.
Yeah, dude, just pony up with the information. Do it or just put yourself on mute. You sound like you want everybody to hear you speak, but you're not saying anything. Yeah.
Told you had to mute me.
You're not muted.
That's what's going to happen. They kick me off, move me, put me in a different group.
I didn't mute you
because
I didn't mute you, and you're crying about you being muted.
You won't be capable of holding your own thought when you can't run away from the topic. You're going to be upset about it.
You're still
talking. What you want
what
about
are
it.
you? What
the
are you doing,
Southern
man?
Cross constellation is empirical evidence as proof that the Earth is not flat, cannot be flat, never was flat, ever.
Yeah,
It is not. It
you're in
is
for a
not
Jedi.
logically
We got a live one, bro.
possible
I'm
under
gonna toss
any
this. Hold on,
circumstance.
Ryan, relax. I'm gonna toss it to Jedi.
You said I was. You told me I was allowed to talk.
Yeah, you were, man. Just hold on a second. I'm clarifying for my homie. I'm gonna let him
now
actually
I have
take
to
this,
hold
not
on a
me.
second. Okay. Yeah,
Just
good.
relax,
Because he's going to too. You can't do it.
I guarantee you, dude. He's
You're the one
leagues
who
above
chose-
you.
You want to
So am I.
play games like this? Let's play games like this.
You want to
No, you don't. You couldn't play in the same fucking sandbox that we're in, man. I don't know. I don't want to say the word.
know. I'd have
Jedi,
to
you go ahead and
step
take over,
down.
bro.
I'm still trying to figure out how the Southern Cross is like proves the Earth isn't flat. How?
It is not possible for the Earth to be flat
Underneath,
with the Southern Cross constellation remaining where it is in the sky, observably, from multiple locations at the same time and the same nights. As the sun goes around, right? Because based on the flat Earth model, if you look at the map and the location where the sun moves, as it goes around the flat Earth model, right? As it goes around, if I was to just simply get into a plane and fly around
Yeah, I watched the video.
while it is at night, or you can do this the easy way and just have a person in
I
each
don't want to
nation
burst your bubble, dude. It's just
at
I
the
want to
same
let you
time
talk.
recording the sky from each country. You can visibly see at night the stars go by, and
Are you
as the
reading a
sun's
script?
about to come back,
He
as
just
the
wants
sun
to
is about to come back in the morning,
I don't want
the
to listen
person
to
in the other country will visibly
That's
be
not
able to
letting
see
me
the
know.
same stars going
good.
around
Indio,
at
you're
night, and from the other location on Earth, the same stars
I'm
going
about to
around
kick
at
the
night,
soapbox
and
out
it
from under him.
is
That's right. It'll finish in a
dark
second.
at night.
Okay. So, question, sir.
It is
Question.
dark at night
Question.
in at least one or two of those countries at
I
the
have a
same
question.
time, non-stop, all the time, and you
I
can
have a question.
visibly see the stars moving.
Hey, great. How does that curve the surface of the
Tell
Earth?
me.
How does that
So
curve the
tell
surface
me,
of the Earth?
with
How does that curve the
both
surface of the
poles,
Earth?
the North Pole and the South Pole, with both of those
Stop
poles
filibustering,
remaining where
man.
they
Let
are.
people talk.
He's done. How does that
He
curve
just
the
wants
surface
you
of
to
the
mute
Earth?
him. That's what he wants. He wants to be
Where is
muted. So he can say,
Where is he?
"Oh, you just got muted."
Where'd he go? Did he leave?
Like a little Phoenix.
Okay. Now, can you tell us how the sun or all the crap you just talked about makes the Earth into a ball? How does it curve the surface of the Earth into a ball?
This is such a very see. That's the thing. I have to do this on a very basic level because the people we talk to
are we interacting
have
or are
not
you
gone
preaching?
through and learned anything.
Are we interacting or are you preaching?
How does it
Which
prove
one are we
that?
doing?
How does it prove?
Yeah. How
Okay,
does it,
fine. Take out a
how
piece
does
of
it
paper.
demonstrate? Yeah.
Look at your phone. Look at your screen.
Okay.
All right. And then you place on both sides. Now
you
you're
broke
going to
up for a
spin the
minute.
outside. It is not possible based on map, structure, theory that anyone has devised. It is not possible to see the Southern Cross from all of those countries observably.
Okay.
From one or two at the same time because they're too far removed from each other.
Okay.
You cannot.
How do you know that?
You cannot.
Yeah,
it
how do you know that?
Take a rocket scientist. That's why I'm using this
that's
super
not an answer,
basic
dude.
example.
I asked you how you know that.
Observable, basic.
That's a circular, dude. I asked you how you know that.
Common.
I want the reasoning. Okay, appeal to common sense, the logical fallacy. So I want the actual reasoning.
I would like to hear your reasoning as to how a flat Earth model
reverse the
can make
burden
that
of proof.
work.
That's also a logical fallacy. I want to hear your reasoning. So I guess
The
we're not going to
burden
do
of
reasoning.
proof is
We're
on the
going to just
people
do
claiming
ipsy
the earth
dixit,
are
get on the
flat.
soapbox, declare things impossible without demonstrating it.
There is not a model that exists outside of a round spherical type object for that to be possible.
That's not true. It's not true at all. First of all, you'd have to actually demonstrate that. So I would like the geometric proof or mathematical proof that that's the case. Because we already know it's not the
You
case.
mean like you mean
So
like
you
the
can create
precession
a
of the
hypersphere on
stars
a
and the
planet.
change
Listen,
of Earth's
you can create a hypersphere.
location and the
I'm
poles
going to tell you,
changing
you're going to
and
listen.
the time date
It is
stamps and the
possible.
shortening
There
of the
is.
days of Earth and
Okay.
the historical view of the
You're going to
sky
be muted,
based
dude.
on the
You're going to be
calendar evidence
muted.
that has existed ever
Third
since the
warning.
beginning
You're
of
going to be
time.
muted. Because I was about to answer your question.
Oh,
How's it
I know
possible?
I'll be muted. You guys can't
So there's
handle
a
it.
hypersphere. So you can make a hypersphere model on a flat surface using mod W. You know what any of that means?
No, I don't know any of that shit.
Oh, of course
Mod
not.
W.
So you're just going to declare it's
I
impossible.
could ask you, do you know what
based on
Mazzaroth
ignorance.
means? You tell
So
me
you're
you
just
don't
going
know.
to declare it's possible based on ignorance.
Clarify.
Okay, you project the coordinates into what's called a hypersphere. Okay, a fourth dimensional coordinate, a modulo W. Do you know what that means?
No. Explain it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give you a fucking math class right now.
Good.
A fucking at least a half a year math class. I'm gonna give it to you right now for sure. Okay, maybe you should study topology and geometry before you
What's up?
actually make
What's going on
stupid
here?
claims. Because the map, the globe, is just a projection of a coordinate system, namely the celestial sphere. Okay? If you knew any of that, which you don't, okay, you think latitude and longitude are points on the ground, which they're not. Okay? The positions of the celestial sphere. The positions on the ground, okay, are inferred to be it's modeled as if you're at the origin of coordinates where there's a hemisphere around you. They don't model the Earth as a globe. They model the Earth as a point in which you're rotating under the celestial sphere. That's what the math. Hold on. Shut up. That's what the math does. Okay.
I can't. That's very disrespectful. This is not how we have a conversation.
Don't interrupt me then. Don't interrupt me then.
There wasn't an interruption.
What did you call this thing? The hyper.
It's called a hypersphere. It's a four-dimensional hypersphere.
No, the keys to the car.
The rotational coordinates is in a hyperspace. So you don't understand. I listen to you guys make all these arguments about maps, the sun, when you don't understand what the projection of a coordinate system is, or an arbitrary coordinate system, or anything like that. You think the coordinate system is reality. Okay, so let's take your South Africa example, and
So this four-dimensional hyperspace is that. I think I might be able to help you save a lot of time.
Yeah, so let's take your example of
explaining
people.
it to me.
Hold on. Let's take your example of someone in South Africa, both seeing the Southern Cross at the same time. Let's take that example. Okay, you with me?
Are you saying that space is four-dimensional hyperspace?
In your own paradigm, it is.
I mean, based on the flat Earth. I'm saying based on flat Earth. I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about
I'm saying the model is four-dimensional. The model. Models aren't reality, dude. You didn't get the memo? That's reification. Dealt with this with Nabel yesterday. You guys think some models, because they work, they're physically real. No, it's not. It's not how it is. I don't know what you guys have been taught in school, dude.
I'm just here trying to wrap my mind around how it would work.
Can I have
how that would be possible?
How it works, that is just a pragmatic statement. We can make models that work that have no ultimate reality to them. You realize that, right? Epicycles.
Yeah, like the number 0.
Ptolemaic model, epicycles. No one claims they're physically real. Okay? Maxwell's equations was a mechanical model of the ether. Nobody nowadays thinks that there's a mechanical ether out there. All these work. Tycho Brahe's model of where the planets appear to be. That's where the sun and moon orbit the Earth, and the planets orbit the sun. That works. It's geometrically identical in observational sense to Kepler's model.
Okay, so we're talking
problem is you
about
need a
models. We're not
philosophy
talking
class.
about observational science.
Okay, so you have a model in which your model says
like-
that if
What I'm
someone,
basically
that's why
saying
I
is
tried
we
to get to,
cannot
that's
see
why I
the
tried
number
to get to
zero.
the
We just have a
observation.
concept.
That's why I tried to get to the observation of South America in Africa. Okay, someone's in South Africa, someone's in South America. They're looking at the Southern Cross. What's their orientation to each other?
It depends what model we're talking about.
Ah, bingo.
This is all bullshit.
Bingo.
No, it isn't.
Bingo. Depends on your choice of coordinates. Now, if we use the compass, they'd have one orientation. If we use latitude and longitude, they'd have another orientation. If we use the sunrise, which is actually east is defined as where the direction of sunrise on the equinox. If we use that, that would actually be another coordinate system. So it depends on the coordinate system you choose. That's what I'm talking about, an arbitrary coordinate system. You're making an argument as if the coordinate system is physically real.
If your coordinate system that you're suggesting makes the Southern Cross work, then your coordinate
Southern Cross don't work on the globe.
Then I was about to say that because it works on the globe, but what you're suggesting does not physically.
You can see the Southern Cross on the Canary
Islands. It is absolutely not
Islands.
possible for
That's
your
off the coast in
suggestion.
northern. Bro, that's 28 north, bro. Are you listening? Listen really quick.
I am listening. It doesn't work.
The Southern Cross doesn't work on the globe because you can see it from 28 north.
That works.
No, it doesn't.
Physical, empirical knowledge, visibility, scientific basis, everything works. But what you're telling me doesn't.
It doesn't work. Shut the fuck up. If you fire up Stellarium or any telescope aiming software in model,
they never want to
shut
teach.
up, dude. Shut up.
No,
Okay?
you're being rude, and I'm
You're
pointing
trying
it
to
out. Stop being mean.
You're trying to stop me from saying what I'm saying.
Just me.
Debunking the globe. You're just trying to stop me. Okay? From 28 north, you can see the Southern Cross, the entire Southern Cross. If you plug that into any globe software, telescope aiming software, Stellarium, Celestia, you pick it, you cannot see the Southern Cross from that location. It's supposed to be under the horizon. You can adjust your atmospheric refraction, you can adjust your elevation, you can do whatever you want. It don't work. So you guys think the globe works in reality. But in reality, if you actually go do the observations, it works sometimes, and there's other times where it don't work. So you guys
Now you're
cherry
talking
pick.
about Earth's tilt.
No, I'm not talking about Earth's tilt. I'm talking about you shouldn't see the Southern Cross from 28 north.
The Earth rotates at an angle. Not
How do you know that?
down. By looking at the Earth and by looking at the stars.
By looking at the stars.
By looking at runways. If you want to look at the ground, whenever you're a ship that's sailing, the location and where planes have to land has changed
Stars,
because of the way the Earth rotates and turns.
Yeah. Okay, so when did they discover the tilt of the Earth? When they invented airplanes or when they invented ships?
He's making shit up.
I know.
Yeah, that's all good. What I was going to suggest, not really suggest, but point out, when we do the whole 4D theory is really cool to me. I really like it. But like the numbers,
let's move on.
It's not observable
or anything,
it's not
right?
possible. No,
why? Because you can't observe a fourth dimension.
Saying it's a cool theory, but it can't work because if we're talking about the GPS locations based on what you're talking about, then the actual physical locations and GPS and how it works would change.
It would work. Actually, it would work perfectly with GPS. It has to change. GPS doesn't use a globe. You're misinformed.
If we used your
the GPS uses
4D
Earth-centered
idea
Earth
on a
fixed.
flat Earth,
Dude, stop.
the
You don't know what you're
locations of the
talking about.
GPS would change.
GPS receivers get information in Earth-centered Earth fixed, which is a plane, not a globe, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Just because
I
you
don't know
see
what
it
I'm
on your
talking
phone as
about. Right.
latitude and longitude doesn't mean that's
Just
what the GPS receiver
because
sees it in.
Which, by the way, the South Pole is not in Antarctica. That's
Well,
that.
it's just
I've seen a lot of
it's the
studies.
naive.
A lot
You
smarter
fished
than a lot
out
of
me,
people I
dude.
talk to about this.
Yeah.
So I'll give you
Fish
this.
out me.
If he says enough.
But the magnetic pole,
Oh,
the
he's off
South
now.
magnetic pole is not even in Antarctica.
Fantastic.
No, it's
Who
not.
cares?
If you go and you look
Who cares?
around, if you sit down and you measure it, you say, "Hey
What's
GPS,
that got
where
to
am
do with
I?"
what I'm
and it
talking
shows you. It
about?
says like if you take out your
Dude, take the ADHD
if you
meds.
take out your compass and point it south, it doesn't actually point at Antarctica.
No
If you're in
fucking
Antarctica,
shit.
it's
Now,
outside
why
of
is
it.
Yeah,
that
we
relevant?
know that, dude. Why are you telling us this?
Yeah, why is this
Because the
relevant?
poles are shifting.
No shit. Now, why is it
Oh
relevant?
my Jesus Christ! It don't point for another reason because of something called magnetic declination. Compasses align with the field.
Show
They
me
don't
a
point
show
at
me an
poles.
object. No, see, I just thought of an object that would work. It's like you could take a flat disc
Is it a
and you get a
dildo?
magnetic field on it.
Yeah, you can. It's called
But
a
even the
Faraday
magnetic
disc.
field would still, but it would still have a southern location.
Yeah, that's great, but compasses
hopeless.
align with the magnetic field. They don't point toward poles. There's something called magnetic declination that your compass needle aligns with. In some places, that direction can be 90 degrees from north-south. It's printed on
Where's the
any
poles?
navigational
Yeah.
map.
It used to be in
And
Hudson Bay.
they're printed. You ever look at a compass and it has that other needle on it on the bezel where you got to turn it? That's the count for magnetic declination, the actual direction of the field. And using that, you get north-south.
It's because it's interesting how all the planets and everything that we see
Oh,
as
he's up
observable
to
are things
something
that
else again.
people have been to or around and we're not.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
We can see the
Just believe
different
that.
sides of it, but you
Focus
guys,
on the conversation,
you guys
bro.
think that a projection
Yeah,
makes more
stop
sense.
talking about what you want to talk about and try to give him a retort for what he said.
You can't.
Oh, I did.
You can't cover how much being
I
said.
already did.
You
No,
did.
yeah.
You went on to
It-
talk
like,
about what
he
you
wants-
wanted to
he
talk
wants
about.
me to accept that the number 0 exists.
Can we get this preacher offline?
Huh?
But he's trying to take this 4D. You
Just
guys, I don't know if y'all have like seen the
shut
4D
up
hyperspace dimensional
and
shit.
go away. I'd
You already
prefer
believe
if it
in
was
it.
silent.
I told you.
If you
can't
believe
handle
in black holes, you believe in four-dimensional space. Oh, you don't?
I don't believe in black holes the way that most people do. I call bullshit. I'd
Do
say
you
that
believe
they're
anything about Einstein? Anything Einstein said? Do we think general relativity is correct?
I believe that a lot. No, I don't. And a lot of the shit that
Do you believe
Einstein
that
said is
special
false.
relativity is correct?
I don't know all of the things that he talked about. I'm not a science major. I just know that the ideas that he
shit.
had, like such as gravity keeping Earth in this position, it doesn't work. A lot of the shit that he talked about simply does not work.
Well, I'll agree with you on that. Want to know what also doesn't
I
work?
agree that we didn't land
the
on NASA.
globe.
I agree that the pictures that we have of the globe are bullshit. I agree with a lot of the shit that flat earthers say. And they're
Then why
right
do you
about a
think-
lot of it. The NASA stuff
why
is
do you
true.
think we
the
have
whole
curving
Nazi
oceans?
thing's true.
Then
Bro,
why don't you listen to us?
Then why do you think we have curving oceans?
Why do I think we have curving oceans?
Yeah, curving oceans.
Because gravity is not the only force that acts alone. It doesn't act alone. There's a electromagnetism is what creates gravity.
Does that curve the ocean?
Electromagnetism is what keeps Earth in its
Yeah,
rotation
but why do you
orbit
think?
around
Why
the
do you
sun.
think it curves the
We are in its field.
Why
And
do
the
you
magnetic,
think
it's like
orbiting
basically
around the sun?
superposition. And it rotates around the sun.
That's great. If you only had evidence for any of that, cool stories. But
there's a lot of evidence for it.
Can you bend water?
You'll never
Can you
post
bend
it.
water around an electromagnet?
Oh no.
Let's just focus.
Ask
What
that
makes
question
you
to the
think?
rain.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence that gravity, whatever way you conceive it of, would form Earth into a ball? Do you got any observations in a lab, anything like that? Mathematics?
Personally, I think the Earth is a water core and not a molten lava
We should
core.
move on to someone else,
Science
Enjoy. You're
backs that
clearly
up.
wasting your time,
dude.
dude.
You just start freaking jumping off a cliff.
It talks about water. It's not. It's in the Bible.
Okay, just okay. It's enough, dude. Is this Petey's doppelganger?
It just claimed electromagnetism can bend water. You have access to electromagnetism. He just said that. So you have already access to electromagnetism. You can
You should
vary
have heard.
and
You
manipulate
should have heard his
it
previous
however you want.
argument, or excuse me, his previous conversation. Like before I jumped in, he was talking to the other numbskull that was in here, and they were having a good old time. Rewind the stream like another 40 minutes. You'll find out.
Oh, dude, I'm trying to erase the last 30 minutes from my mind.
Yeah, it was a bunch of sophist bullcrap.
You don't want to put more in there?
More brain rot.
That was Cuckoo with Cocoa Puffs. I wish you'd stay focused.
He should stick to gravity bending water. Thing that you can't verify.
8-second attention spans.
Yeah, try to get into him to focus is like hurting cats, bro.
You're trying to herd cats with a dog. That ain't gonna work. Man, my head actually hurts after that, dude. Dude, that rambling was something else. So I asked him, is he like reading the script, man? Like, whoo.
If he was reading the script, it was missing a couple of pages here and there because he kept completely changing subject.
They're broken the Yappuccino machine.
Like listening to a kid repeating those brain rot Italian videos. Tralalero tralala.
Oh, jeez.
Tum 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 sahur. It's like that. Someone repeating things that he doesn't even understand.
Other than that, how's it going?
You want to talk to Raven? I think he thinks like reptiles and stuff.
Oh,
Yo,
shit.
hold on.
the
CB, I've been
reptilian.
wanting to talk to you. I gotta talk to CB. Give me one. CB.
Yeah, I fuck with reptilians.
Yo, CB, you would run the last night, dude. I had to quit, dude, because I was dying, bro.
Oh.
That was so fucking funny.
I
don't want to repeat it, dude. I don't know how you're even still here, like, bro. Because you just asked questions, right? You asked, like, it actually sounded like you were curious. Like, you're like, do you have balls? That's you. She's like, it's none of your fucking business.
she got so mad.
Maybe. Well, I mean, what if you're interested in her, man? Like, you gotta know, right?
Yo.
Anyway, dude, I had to leave because I was about to start piling on, and that would have been bad. This channel would not exist right now.
Oh, Lord. Y'all wild. CB is feral.
Wait, so how does
because I was like, I'm on demon time, and CB's like, I gotta get on demon time trying to enter the chat.
You already know.
I gotta love how Raven believes in aliens, but thinks that flat level water is preposterous.
Yeah, what do you think angels and demons are? They're aliens.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, but we're just gonna reject that flatness of water is just it's reality.
Yeah, because
We're
the
just
scale
looking at
of
that.
flat water in a puddle does not equate to the scale of the entire Earth. That's
So that's okay.
illogical.
So hold on, time
So
out.
let's talk about how the fallen
Time out,
angels work with the
Raven.
humans, right?
Time out, Raven. So water. Fuck it.
So what you're saying is you don't experience it as a ball.
Also, Linus, your pictures are nothing but Facebook memes. The belief in existence of aliens is not a common thing. People belittle you for that.
Tell us about Agartha.
Oh yeah, Agartha. So all countries can decide on a peace treaty for Antarctica, but they cannot decide if Gazans can live or if Gaza is a state itself. Isn't that crazy?
You said that
So why
we
do
live
all
in a
these
hollow
countries have
Earth.
conflict?
You said Earth is hollow. Tell us about
Yeah,
that.
the Earth is hollow, and there's an interdimensional door to that other world in Antarctica.
That makes you just as much of a conspiracy theorist as we are. People will mock you for that.
I already know that, but we're not conspiracy theorists. We're historians. We look at history and data.
Oh my
The term
God.
conspiracy theory was made up by the government during the JFK assassination.
Yeah, let me tell you part of your story. Didn't Hitler try to go to Agartha in Antarctica, and then the Americans followed him during high jump? And
yeah,
isn't that the
you're
part
correct.
of
And also, there was a pilot that saw an entry to this other world. He saw green grass in Antarctica and a hole that goes to another world. I forgot the name of the pilot.
Yeah.
All right. That's enough of that shit. Enough of that shit.
This is the problem with flat Earth.
No, see, these are the problem. We don't want to talk about that bullshit, man. Is the Earth a globe or not? For God's sakes.
Yeah, Raven clearly obfuscated away from level water, flatness being a property of water in reality. Doesn't want to talk about that, clearly.
He's okay.
Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it.
So he mentions a puddle, right? And so is that water is going to rest flat and level in that puddle, correct? Yes, we all understand this. At what point does that level deviate from level and begin to slope in any direction? Do we have like a radial on that? Do we have like a length, a circumference? Do we have what do we got?
You guys actually want to continue talking to him?
Well, you can answer that one question, and if not, you can. We have the power of the mute. We can unmute and mute him at will. So
yeah.
Okay,
basically,
Raven, what's the question
all
one
I
more
can
time?
say is there's a lot of control narratives going on in this call.
Oh God! Answer her question, dude.
What was your
So
question?
at what point does the level water in a puddle from the surface, at what point does that deviate from level?
Deviate.
Yes, deviate.
When does the ground begin to be an arch?
So the concept that the surface of water is perfectly flat, that's confusing. That's
At rest it is.
It's
illogical. It's mirror flat. No, it is.
Don't bet on that.
You can find water.
Hold on, level Linus. Hold on. Wait.
Immediately upon gaining horizontal distance, right?
Answer her question directly.
I'm answering it, and you're not letting me answer it.
No, you're not.
So
once again, repeat the question and just fucking answer it. That's all.
She asked, "What point does level water at the surface deviate from level?" Right?
Yeah.
That's the
what
question.
Point? At what point?
Let's talk about this.
Hey,
so, water surface drops away from.
No, we don't want to talk about it. We want to know where it deviates. Where does it deviate?
Per mile.
Agreeing with the premise, he's saying water is not level.
It's 8 inches from a mile.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Where's the measurement of that?
You got to measure it.
Yeah.
8 inch per mile squared, by the way, not just.
Also, every flat Earth experiment.
Where's the measurement?
I just said it, you dumb motherfucker.
Except it's incorrect. We're measuring the curvature and only finding that we're measuring the water to
precision
be
work,
flat.
even over relatively short distances, over 100-foot span, the deviation is only about 0.003 inches. What does that equate to in decimals? Anyone want to know into a fraction?
What about a 10-mile span? Do you know how much it curves?
Yeah,
How about 30 miles?
Let's figure this out. 10-mile curve span.
Holy shit. You're overcomplicating this, bud.
Over a horizontal distance of 10 miles. That's what you want.
Yes.
That's approximately about 66.7 feet that drops.
That's
right?
fine. How the fuck was it measured?
GPS.
What?
Sticks,
Holy
nigga.
shit.
Do what the Greeks did. They use sticks, nigga.
Begging the
Dude,
question.
you are ignorant as fuck, dude.
You're the one that's making fun of other people. You've been yelling at other people and making fun of them. And I'm just being respectful.
So your calculation was correct, and people went to the reality and tried to verify that. So for that measurement that you gave us, those 66 inches of drop, it will be the horizon will be not visible for that distance of 10 miles. So the horizon will be visible at for 1 foot observer. It will be visible at 1.22 miles. So if I'm able to see a horizon at a distance that is farther than that 1.22 miles at 1 foot, means that geometrically, like you said, it's not that the globe that you are believing in.
All right, so no measurement of that, yeah?
Well, he said it was measured with GPS. I'd like to know how I can use GPS and have a friend go to the other side of a 10-mile wide lake and using GPS measure 66 feet of curve.
It appears as though he has run away.
Chasing the GPS red herring is letting them beg the question.
All right, who's next?
Oh, I miss that shit, dude. Damn it.
Yeah, no more coffee breaks, Indio. That's a dereliction of duty, bro.
There's also Homo 8.
Oh, that seems promising.
Homo 8, you're up. Thanks for calling in. Homo 8, you are Rob.
Shouldn't it be Homo apien?
I'm a globe.
That's a good one.
So what did he run away from? What did that dude run for?
He ran because he forgot to include the refraction in his drop over distance, because he said that it will be 66 inches over 10 miles. Will be drop of 66.
He said inches?
According,
I don't remember if he said inches, but he gave the correct number.
So he was okay with saying that there's a hollowness underneath the earth, and that inside that hollowness is a interdimensional portal, and that he was also okay with United States chasing Hitler into Antarctica to get into this interdimensional area. But level water actually being flat is outrageous.
He's not the only one believing those things. So just watch some videos. Like I told him, I even know a part of their story. That the fight in Antarctica between Americans and the Nazis during World War, it was because of that. Hitler knew about Agartha and tried to go to that hole in the Antarctica, and then they tried to stop him. And because of that, they made that Antarctica Treaty, because they know that there is a hole there that can help you go to Agartha, so the hollow earth. He's not the only one believing those shitty things. There's many types of globe earthers. That's why I don't like when globe earthers, those heliocentric globe earthers, they come to us to just make fun of some flat earthers believing in the dome or the ice wall. You people, globe earthers, have many types of globe earthers. The heliocentric ones, the hollow earth ones, the concave earth ones. It's a globe also, the concave one, by the way.
Bro, I have a question. Bro.
Yeah, what's your question?
If Earth is like a flat shape, so why not other planet is like a ring, other planet like?
That's a logical fallacy when you say other planets. But that's you trying to say that
every single planet is ring shape.
Just listen. So when you say other planets, that's a logical fallacy. That's you begging the question by saying other planets, comparing them to the Earth, by saying it is the planet and the others are the others. So the things in the sky, the others. You didn't validate that the Earth is a planet first. So to make the to call it a planet, it will have to be a ball and orbiting a star like the sun. You have to validate that first to call it a planet, and then you can compare it to something in the sky that you can also call as planet.
Okay.
So if you don't validate that the Earth is a planet first, it will be a logical fallacy if you use it in an argument as being a planet. Like if it is factual, it's not factual till you validate it. So to hold yourself from falling in a logical fallacy, prove that the Earth is a planet, a ball orbiting a star. That's the definition that for a planet.
It always seemed like a stereotyping fallacy to say, look, if you're looking at up and they're all supposedly round, that what we're on must be round. There's lots of problems with stereotyping.
Yeah, it would be similar to saying, I see trees everywhere around me, so therefore the Earth must also be a tree.
Just like Tarzan. So Tarzan, because he saw some monkeys around him, he believed that he is a monkey too. Mowgli did a different thing. He saw some wolves around him, so he think that he is a wolf too. So like those stupid people who see some things in the sky and think that they are standing on something that is similar. No.
Join the ape squad, bro. You're also a numbskull.
So Nix, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
That your question was for finding out why these people are flat earther, or you randomly choose that question?
No, I just randomly.
Okay, how you will find out why these people does not believe in the globe?
I don't know.
I know. I will ask them why. I will ask them why they don't believe in the globe. What is the reason? What is the main reason? What did you do? Why you believe or think that Earth is flat? Something like that.
I believe Earth is like a ring shape.
And then, this is very important if you're listening. Then when you hear the answers, then you make questions about that, what they told you.
He doesn't even know why he believes in the globe.
Yes. This is me.
Why do you believe in the globe? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that story that you were told? You didn't figure it out yourself, right? So you're believing something somebody told you. Why do you believe it?
Science.
You want a hint?
Because it works. It's a rhetorical question, obviously. I know the reason. You saw it on TV.
It's just like if you are born in some environment where people believe in Christianity, you will grow Christian.
till you're grown ass, man, and then you, if you have some critical thinking, you will start questioning that religion. If you are born in Hinduism, you will grow a Hindu guy. If you are in Islam, just like that. You were born in a medium where people believe that the earth is a ball. Generally, majority of people around you were globers. In school, they repeated that same word, that the earth is a globe, so you were a glober. Literally, indoctrination.
I know the issue. Indio, I found something you might find interesting. The philosophy of science that you hold, that that like two models that are different but have the same predictive power, right? You don't know which one to pick. That's a called scientific underdeterminism. It's a position within philosophy of science. I think you're an underdeterminist.
Well, it's not a position. It's demonstrably true.
No, this is a well-known position in philosophy of science.
Yeah, I know you can call it whatever you want. You can even call it an ideology, but it's objectively true that this is the case.
Every hypothesis is going to presuppose or like imply a model. So I just don't know how you.
No, goodness me, no.
Do you know that Einstein himself said that you can't distinguish between a geocentric Earth and a heliocentric one?
Yeah.
Yeah, kinematically and dynamically equal.
Not with all predictions, but with the ones in like the 15th century, yeah.
With all
what ones don't then? You said not with all, so which ones don't?
Probably the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. Probably. As far as I'm aware, because I don't know fully, but that would be my first answer, my response. I don't know how you would get that unless the geocentric model also accepts GR, then probably you could get the same result.
Unless they're fucking wrong. The geocentric model doesn't need the number of assumptions that a heliocentric one must use. You don't need any dark matter, dark energy to hold the galaxy clusters together. You don't need any of of the heliocentric bullshit.
That's not a heliocentric. That's just a cosmic model. That would be outside our solar
system. Cosmic model where planets orbit around stars. Yeah.
And in this one, they'd orbit around the sun. That's the heliocentric model.
Yeah, the heliocentric solar system model within the galaxy.
Like, regardless of how true this may or may not be, this doesn't get around that any hypothesis.
Oh, it's not true, because within every single model the Earth is said to have curvature. It doesn't demonstrably, measurably. So we can throw all of these ideas out the window, because within the presupposition the Earth is a sphere, we don't measure that curvature.
How about this, Indio? Can you give me an example of a hypothesis that doesn't imply a model?
Scientific hypothesis. Scientific models are based on hypotheses that have gone through the scientific method.
I think it's the other way around.
No, scientific theories. You can abstract scientific models from scientific theories. Scientific theories come from hypotheses that have been demonstrated one way or another to be true for an experiment.
Yeah,
hypothesis, theory, model. All models will be backed up, if they're scientific, by a group of hypotheses.
Yeah, because those hypotheses underlie a model.
Yeah, as long as we get it all in the right order. Yeah.
Model
hypotheses to have theory. You must have theory to have model.
He should update his philosophy then, because he should concede.
You're talking about pseudoscience, bro. You're talking about pseudoscience, not natural science.
There's no reason to update my philosophy. It's objectively true. I already told you that. Why would I deny objective reality? Everything I said is objectively demonstrable.
Just the idea that you can have multiple models.
You can try and use linguistics to change it, but you're not gonna.
Sorry,
No,
I came in on the last part of the conversation. Is this like the amount you can have several models predicting the same outcome? Which one is true? Yeah,
yeah, that's called scientific underdeterminism, and you could just read
That's
philosophy
lovely.
and science to
So what?
determine.
Who cares what it's called? It's subjectively true. You can label it whatever you want. You can label it freaking cream cheese, grilled cheese sandwich. I don't know. Make up a name.
Sounds like you hurt this guy's feelings, man. He's only calling you out by name. He just negated Jedi like 3 times.
Well, because we talked yesterday.
So Indio. Yeah, right.
There's gonna be Indio.
Because he probably debunked what you said.
Indio.
No, it's not about debunking. It's about just.
I was gonna
adding
say everybody
context.
change the name
Like
to Indio.
Indio would just be a scientific underdeterminist.
I'm not. No, I just observe reality. Okay, I'm an
anti-reificationist.
I'm an anti-reificationist.
Wait, so are you like a scientific realist?
I would call myself a direct realist.
So
try and find that on Stanford's philosophy page.
Here's the question: do you believe our scientific theories can tell us about what objects are real or not?
Ontology? No.
Okay, so then you're not a. So then you'd probably be an anti-realist. You don't believe that our scientific theories.
No, it's called direct realism.
Yeah, well, what is that position? Never heard of it.
The external world has primacy and not the internal world.
The external world. See, these are
the external world comes before the internal world.
How do you
it exists
justify
independent
that?
of human minds?
Well, how do you justify that?
You're speaking.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know that this isn't all taking place in some great mind?
In relation to what? Because if there was no external world, there'd be nothing for the mind to act upon.
How do you know that?
There'd be no referent.
That was
How do you know you're not?
What is your internal world created ab initio from nothing?
Good way to put that. Yeah.
And so was your internal world created ab initio from nothing?
I don't know who ab initio is.
Ab initio means first cause. Means from nothing.
Okay, so
the initial condition. The initial condition would be nothing. Okay, so you have your internal world that generated itself from the internal world, right? There is no external world. That can only come from the internal.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So where do the ideas, the thoughts, the shit you're talking about come from?
Your guess is as good as mine, but that doesn't mean that it's an answer.
Okay, it's circular. If it comes from it's really pulling yourself by your bootstraps. It's creating something from nothing again.
Yeah, but like your objection to that is that's going to be irrational, and that's going to be based on like
it is irrational.
Right, but I mean, how do you know that you're not just a brain in a jar saying that? Like you're going to run into the same.
Because even if I was a brain in a jar, the thing that the brain is thinking about are external things. And they have to be because they couldn't have been generated inside itself without some external reference. See, there has to be the distinction between the internal and the external for even to say there's an external world. You have to say that the external is a construct of the internal, created from what? Created from what reference?
Yeah, if you're like a solipsist, you could say, you could even say,
okay, we don't need fucking goddamn pop philosophy.
Well, regardless of what you're like, I'm telling you, like, this isn't to settle.
Yeah, I know the mantra you guys preach, and it's all wrong, and I'm showing you how it's wrong. But you guys will keep just preaching the same mantra.
You can't justify that there's an external world without.
I just did because the converse is absurd.
Yeah,
so reduction to absurdity. No,
like
it's absurd.
How do you know that what's absurd?
How does nothing? How does nothing create
reality?
How does nothing create something from itself?
How do you know that absurd things can't be true? Well, there you go.
By definition.
That's the problem.
By definition.
By
definition.
What's the definition of absurd?
You can't, okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay, what? Why trains are not flying, man? Explain.
Okay, because they didn't put wings on them.
Yes, because bro.
Yes, to borrow from a logical perspective in order to make his argument, say his argument for something to be absurd, he has to borrow from a logical perspective where things actually make sense to make something that he thinks is absurd.
Where did the brain in a jar even come from? How do you know even jars exist? Is that completely?
That's my entire point. That's my entire point.
Okay, listen, brother, you didn't even understand what was said. You didn't understand what was said. You didn't understand what was said. You didn't understand what was said. Do you think you invented jars in your own brain?
You're engaging in circular reasoning right now.
What did you?
You're using the
I'm
very
asking you a question.
Using the very faculty.
I'm asking you a question.
Validity.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think you invented, with no external reference, with no existing external world, all there is the internal world? You must have invented the ideas of jars, brains and jars, in your own mind. From what? From nothing. Literally a fucking completely unique creation from your internal mind. You fucking separated yourself in your internal mind and artificially created an external world, subdividing your internal world.
And your objection is that this is absurd. But like to say that is absurd as an objection would have to require
It is absurd.
The logic you're using is already correct, which comes from your side.
It is absurd.
Yeah, okay, so you didn't hear everything I just said, which is fine. That's fine. So you're a direct realist.
Yeah.
You like to directly know how reality works.
No, dude, it's a philosophy, dude. You want to label shit? Go look at the philosophy of Thomas Reid. He refuted Descartes and all them fucking dumb, super fucking skeptics way back in the day. Okay, it's an inquiry into the human mind on the principles of common sense. Go read it.
When you form a scientific hypothesis, do you believe that you're not making a model?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of that? That was my original question.
Germ theory.
What theory?
Germ theory.
That's a model.
What's it a model of?
It's trying to model these things called germs.
Can you give me an equation for it? Can you give me the equation?
It's a set of equations. Do you want them?
Oh, germ theory is a set of equations. Can you post them in the chat? I want to see the equations for germs.
Okay. I'm surprised you are don't know this, but here, hold on.
Yeah, I want the equation for germs.
Oh Jesus. Germs. It's going to be a set of differential equations, but here you go.
Germs. Yeah. The theory that germs infect cells and people get sick. Yeah, that's a series of equations.
It is. It literally is. I'm giving it to you right now.
Oh, really?
Jesus. You will really do that?
Simplewhite should be really surprised.
I put it in the side chat.
Christ.
It's a set of differential equations.
Indio, it's not the first time. Every time someone go to research something stupid like that, I call it a win. It's too stupid to try to type that using your keyboard.
That equation is not what you think it is, dude. Dude, do you see what he posted?
I must be looking in the wrong checks. I don't see it.
That's right above Yoder's.
Shit's got to update or something. I don't see shit, bro. I see Raven, DJ, Travis.
I will tell you. There is equation and there is a explanation. S is equal number of susceptible individuals. Then you have I, that is number of infected individuals. Then you have R, that's not a radius, that's a number of recovered for human.
It looks statistical, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't think
do you know what
that's not germ theory? Germ theory is the theory that bacteria, right, microorganisms, infect biological organisms and make them ill. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you have
formula for that. Well, what's the threshold?
The threshold? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
What?
The microorganism threshold for getting sick.
The micro is that even something modeled? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that even something modeled?
Wow, dude.
You can't write fucking shit up.
I'm getting too good at this. I really need to take a break before I freaking peak.
You're the one who
Dude,
said
that's
that
amazing, bro.
it can't exist if it's not modeled. That's you saying that. For
Now
God.
he knows. Now you know why absurd is absurd.
It seems that he forgot the point of the discussion and why Indio asked him about the germs theory.
I'm pretty sure he's glossy-eyed right now. He doesn't know what just happened. He's like,
I'm going back to watch that on the live stream. That was comedy gold, mate. They should fucking replay that on TV or something.
Is that even modeled? No.
I guess it is. Is it 10 to? It's Google says 10 to the 3 to 10 to the 6 for salmonella.
What the fuck?
Oh wait, hold on. Isn't it in?
Remember, can I ask you one question? I see that you are
Is that known? Hold on 1 sec. Is that known empirically or is it modeled?
What's the difference?
The salmonella threshold. Is it known empirically or is it modeled?
You mean like did somebody run a simulation or did they test this?
Yeah, did it have a model that predicts that?
That's what it means.
The salmonella threshold, or is it known empirically? By
those mean the same thing. Like anytime you make an empirical test,
it doesn't mean the same thing.
Model. Yeah, you can't give me an example. I asked you for an example. You tried.
Okay, so if you have a model, the empirical part is the testing of the model. Right?
Is that a question or what?
Okay. Let's take a model of gravity, just as an analogy. Now, do I need to have a model to simply measure the rate that something falls?
No, but then that wouldn't be science. That'd just be a measurement.
Fine. Cool. So that's why I asked you the salmonella threshold. Did they just do a measurement? Is that why they put that value, or is it a model?
Let me see.
Oh God.
He's too proud to.
This is 24/7. Let this dude do research on the live stream.
Yeah, he's too proud to say that he doesn't know that. Let me check. Or I didn't know that. He's way too proud for that. Like zero humility.
Yeah, he can't just say, "Oh shit, I was mistaken." You can have scientific hypotheses without models.
Yeah, it looks like this one was just measured.
Yeah, no model. No salmonella model.
What if you measure the surface?
That's about germ theory.
What if you don't measure germs? What if you measure the surface? What then?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Is it more complicated than germ theory?
I don't think so.
Let's do it.
Did you take into account atmospheric effect or no?
Yeah, when I see the surface, I don't care what is going on in the air.
Oh, then you're not going to get like sound results.
When you see the surface, do you bother with other things? What ducks doing? What happened in USA? What doing clouds doing?
If I want to measure curvature, yeah, there's certain things I would have to take into account.
Yeah, when you see the surface, do you see the surface, or you're saying no, that's not the surface? I see some kind of phenomena, light, something.
Sasha, let him present the method. Go ahead, Abel. Tell us how you can do it using refraction. Show us the method.
Oh, I don't know how you do it. Just that you'd have to take into account.
Bro. Then shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah, really.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, no. If somebody says, "Hey, you're not taking this into account," and then they don't.
Hey, you don't know what to take into account if you don't know how to fucking get it, dude. You don't know how to the method in which
you're basically
dude.
just gonna remain willfully ignorant and just go
No,
like, oh, la, 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 I don't have to do anything.
Ironic, you're calling us ignorant. You're saying, hey, you're supposed to take something into account. We say what? You say I don't know, but you're calling us
The burden
ignorant.
of proof is on you to figure out.
Yeah, really? How is the burden of proof on us?
Because you're the ones that are claiming the Earth is flat.
We see it that way.
No, you don't.
Bird
you
and
take
Matt.
into account refraction.
Bird and Matt.
And if you want to remain willfully ignorant, you can.
Why would I take into account refraction? Why would I take into account refraction?
Because it can change where the object is relative to where you see it.
How do you know that?
You would have to
because we have scientific experiments. Yeah, we have scientific
Okay, post them. Post the scientific experiments. Post those. Post those. This should be funny. Yeah, you're gonna search right now. You're not gonna find anything.
That's not.
I literally have all the tests for refraction that have ever been done. I have them already. All like 8 of them.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
it's only like 8, dude.
I'm sorry, neighbor, but what you said to respond to Indio was a little bit stupid. I'm sorry to say that because he told you that he sees the surface as being flat. You said no, you have to take account of refraction. So if I take account of refraction, will that show me that the surface will be curved, or does that just change the distance? Does that just change dependent to your claim, Globers?
Brother, he doesn't know. Yeah, brother, Necros. He said he didn't know. That's why we're getting him on that. He doesn't know. He just said shit, and he doesn't. He can't back it up.
Yeah, and I still see the Earth. But that's a good point Necros made. I still see the Earth is flat. I've met my burden. I don't have to. It's your now. The burden shifts to you to demonstrate that observation is incorrect.
Yeah, and I do so by just simply stating you don't take into account the atmosphere.
By simply stating.
Even if you take account of refraction, it doesn't make the
Yeah, how about you prove? Yeah. Now the burden of
you don't get to simply state. You don't get to simply state. I said an observation, my evidence. Now you present evidence that the observation is not correct.
That's not like wait.
That's how it works. Evidence versus evidence, not claims versus claims. But
I don't have to
without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
If my
evidence is the Earth looks flat. What's yours?
If I can observe and you didn't take into account a variable that would affect your result,
you need to demonstrate that it would affect the result empirically.
Oh,
that would be the evidence. You don't just get to say it does. You have to show it. That's right. The burden of proof switched to you. This is why you guys fail, because you have no qualia for the globe. There's no observation that you can point to and say, hey, now the burden of proof is on flat Earth. All you can do is go into imagination land and imagine scenarios where everything is an optical illusion. That's all you can do.
Yeah, India, because even if we assume that refraction will just change the distance to that horizon, it doesn't make the surface appear curved all instances. In minimum refraction compared to maximum refraction, it doesn't make the surface appear curved. Just change the distance to the objects or the elevation of objects. Like, for example, the sun.
Yoda brought something awesome yesterday, right? We want to see a superior mirage where the ship goes over the horizon upside down.
I gotta stop that. I'm sorry. No, that refraction ain't never changed the distance to shit. Not even apparently. Let me do you one better. Okay, when I look outside through the air to other stuff, nothing has ever changed the distance to shit. I've never been looking at a hospital that was in front of the school that is now behind the school because of that shit doesn't ever happen.
I know because I just said that because I want to give them that assumption they assume that the distance to the horizon, like for example, in both observations that we had, the horizon in front of the oil rigs, the horizon in behind the oil rigs, so the distance to the horizon changed. So for some glovers, they claim that it's because of refraction. Even if I give him that doesn't change the look of the surface and make it appear curved.
Well, let's ask him then, Nables, what's the maximum distance to the horizon, apparent distance to the horizon, that nature will allow?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Should we keep it simple? Just based on the human eye.
Based on what?
The human eye.
Accounting for or not accounting for the atmosphere?
All things being equal, a nice clear day. How far do you think, according to the human eye, the horizon should appear to be? For say a 6-foot observer.
Oh. Yeah, I have no idea how atmosphere would affect that. So I don't know.
But on a nice clear day.
If you remove the atmosphere,
You know what's
nice clear day.
you know what's interesting?
Is it over water?
You know what's interesting? Every person. Hey,
what's the humidity?
What's
the pressure?
Bonds like you. Is ultimately arguing from ignorance when they're saying the horizon is Earth curve. Because the man said, okay, what's the furthest possible apparent distance? And you start doing all this jigaboo shit. Excuse me coming in hot.
Nah, dude. Everybody gets a turn at that. Go for it. It was me yesterday. So it can be you today.
What was that word? Jigaboo.
Jigaboo. I can't believe you said jigaboo, but that's funny.
Fucking rolling, dude.
I just see somebody shaking and gyrating, just doing everything other than walking in a straight line.
It's called shucking and jiving.
Shucking and jiving, yep.
There's been some good words today, but that's definitely my favorite.
If you're gonna walk in a great circle to tell me that you basically never gonna tell me any maximum possible distance to the apparent horizon, then any time that you guys are trying to say that that's Earth curve is an argument from ignorance, straight up.
I just want to hear his answer. Come on, bro. How far can you see?
Okay, let's make it easy for him. Let's start here. Distance to the horizon given the limitation of the human eye in vacuum.
Oh, at what observer height?
6 foot.
You just plug that into the calculator, no?
What calculator? Based on the human eye. So you want to plug it into an Earth curve calculator?
Yeah.
Right. We're going to make predictions based on the human eye. We're obviously going to want to take this into account when we're making observations and predictions. The question then becomes, why is this formula not involved in the prediction of how far we should see across the surface of the Earth with the Earth curve?
It is. It's just that there's a big atmosphere that changes where.
There is angular resolution. Sorry,
Nah. Run away. Let's get back to vacuum. How far is away in vacuum? We can build on that after. After you do vacuum, then we can work on the atmosphere.
Whatever the Earth curve calculator would say is the horizon line.
No, on a flat Earth, bro.
On a flat Earth,
yeah.
As long as you're not obstructed by mountains or anything, theoretically infinite.
Infinite.
Well, theoretically infinite, so the human eye can see forever.
Oh, the human eye. I forgot. Like with a telescope.
Yeah, but obviously we're going to be talking... Dude, we're looking at stuff.
Bruh.
Right? It would be prudent to remember using an eye.
Yeah, your brain and the jar don't have eyes, so we're talking human eye.
You can use telescopes to look at stuff, though, right?
Yeah, but we're starting small.
Telescope. Dude.
Oh, yeah, forever.
Anything, dude. Just answer.
You can see the ice wall.
Really?
Assuming your view's not obstructed by like mountains or anything. But over the sea, yeah, you could theoretically just see the other continent.
So the horizon would be the edge of the. So you think the horizon would be the edge of the disc?
I don't even think the horizon be. There would still be a horizon from the naked eye, but
thinks he's
I'm saying
Superman
that you could see
vision that can
past
see
it
forever.
with like
You could see past it. No, where would the
with, like, a
horizon be?
Well, that's just how perspective works, right? When things
How far away would a horizon appear on a flat Earth for a 6-foot observer?
That's a good question. I don't know. On a flat Earth, I don't know.
It's about 2.64 miles. About 3 miles. We keep the about 3 miles. How far away should the horizon be if you're standing on a ball with a radius of 3,009 miles?
I'm trying to figure out why there would be a horizon, but I assume it's just like a perspective thing.
Yes, it's based on human eye. Angular reduction with distance. You're looking across the surface where all of the angles get smaller and smaller with distance until eventually the angles you can't resolve anymore because they're too small. This will then develop into an optical horizon. You can't resolve the surface anymore. The angles are too small. So based on that, for a 6-foot observer on the flat Earth, approximately 3 miles away. Forgetting the human eye, and if we're on a curved Earth, using a globe Earth calculator to figure out the geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer, about 3 miles. Now, the thing is with the Earth curve calculator is it doesn't take into account angular reduction with distance, which would be prudent because we're making observations with optics. In this instance, just our eyes. Why?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, why is that not in this calculation for making predictions about how?
Why is what not in the calculations?
Angular reduction with distance.
Angle of what?
An object
we see in angles, buddy. We see in angles. We don't see in feet and inches.
I do. I don't know how you do.
Really? Dude, you need a job? I'll fucking hire you right now to build shit, dude. Fuck it. I don't even need a tape measure anymore.
Okay.
Just look at it. How long is that? Oh, that's the 10-foot board. What's that one? That's the 6 penny nail. Like, great, dude. Come on. You need a job?
I do actually, yeah.
Well, I don't suggest going to a construction job and saying that, oh, I don't need the tape measure. I can just look at it. You're not going to last long.
I see in inches.
They say measure twice, then cut. This homie just cuts.
He cut 3 times and it's still too short.
It's funny.
That's what the Moyle said.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Isn't it I bit 3 times and it's still too short?
Oh, foul. Flag on the field.
Sorry, it just bugged me. I'm sure it bugged everybody else. Our friend here told us that we've got to take account for refraction when making predictions about how far we should be able to see stuff. And obviously, you must take into account angular reduction with distance, right? Surely you must.
I don't know. Angle of what? Angle of what?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, he doesn't see in angles. Remember, he can't take that into account.
Okay, let's help him.
Let me just look.
The sun has an angular size of 1/2 degree, right?
I don't know what that means.
An angular
Angles
size
are between
of 1/2 degree.
2 lines. Angles are between
the line to the top and the line to the bottom in your field of view, right? So you have a field of view. The human eye, I think the field of view is like 160 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see perpendicular to your eyeballs, right? You don't have a 180-degree view, right? It's a little bit less than that. The sun, when you look at it, will take up some portion of that, and that portion is a 1/2 degree. So any object you look at will take up some portion of your field of view in degrees. So if something looks like it's 1 degree, when it goes twice the distance away, it's 1/2 degree. Got it?
Not really, but
In
No,
apparent
for
size.
peripheral vision, I think it's like 210. I think it's beyond 100.
Not really. Like, seriously, dude. You know that when things move away from you, they appear to get smaller, don't they?
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
He sees a little meter over it that says, just says 10 feet forever.
However small or large an object appears wouldn't affect how far it actually is. That's why that's the value that matters.
Yeah, he gets it. Right, so it's like if you're standing up close to a skyscraper, you got to crane your neck back to see the top of it. And as you move further away, your neck doesn't have to crane up as high. Eventually, when the skyscraper's far away, you're looking dead set straight forward. Now, the problem is these Earth curvature calculators, they take that and they call that Earth curvature, even though it's perspective.
Okay. I don't know how they call that. I mean, I don't know. Are you saying that they call it curve when an object gets smaller as it recedes?
Yeah, because they need to factor in both curving and perspective at the same time for their calculator to freaking mean anything, but they don't. They just leave perspective out.
Because I don't know why perspective would change the actual distance.
Also, it's changing is the height of the object, dude. So they just say the height of the object lowers in your field of view because it's dropping behind Earth curvature, even though this is happening due to perspective.
We're well aware of that.
But the perspective doesn't change the actual relationships with the between the objects. It just changed how we would perceive it.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about in this perception.
Mathematics has nothing to do with perception. We don't.
Hold on. Your perception with
regardless of how you perceive an object, it has an actual height, an actual distance to observer, etc.
We can't tell that by looking at it, dude.
Before anybody responds to him, I'm going to point out the fact that he literally said what he was saying he wasn't saying. He said, so there isn't any actual relationship change to the objects other than perspective-wise. Exactly, because how the fuck else do we see things? What do you mean? No and yes? Yes and no? Light off, light on? Huh? You hear yourself?
Wait, what?
No, he doesn't.
Bruh. I think that reaction was warranted.
Sorry that I have a life and sometimes I am busy with it.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Bit off more than you can
If the
chew.
Earth is flat and things go down as they get farther, is it because of the Earth curve?
What?
Do what? Do what?
That's
Repeat after me. Diminution. Go figure it out.
No, I said.
So you do realize that due to the perspective, combined with Earth curve, things should be getting lower way faster than you observe them to be. Because the curve is exponential. It's also shrinking because of perspective. So you have to combine these.
Why? Perspective doesn't change the relationships.
It changes the angular size. It's apparent angular size.
What does that
mean? The mountain far away looks really small, but when I go stand next to it, it looks fucking big. That's an angular size in its simplest form, like explaining it to a child.
Okay, that's why you take measurements.
That relationship. That relationship. Hey, fuck retard. That relationship is not expressed in the math. That's what they're saying. Now,
yeah, you're not taking into account the atmosphere. We're just going in circles now.
Say no. Now you go ahead and say no. That's not true, so that we can deal with the issue. Because you not meeting that point is what's keeping this conversation circular. So either you disagree or you agree. The point that's being made is the relationship that we're all talking about, including you, isn't in the math.
Wait, you mean the? Oh my god! Oh my god! Perspective is not a relationship between objects. It's a product of our perception.
Yeah, how we see the
What are we
world.
perceiving?
You just
What are
said
we
the same.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely. The speed of light actually plays a key role in perception of the relationships of these objects. Because if you have something that is further away than another thing, and the time of light arrives faster than the nearer thing, then you've got a speed of light violation, and it's going to fuck with your perspective. And that's what the Globers say is happening when they say the hill of the curvature of the Earth has moved from 3 miles away to beyond 10 miles away.
In inertial reference frames, the speed of light is the same. It would approach the objects at the same time.
In an inertial reference frame, you're saying that's happening.
Yeah, so like if a person
You
is
need to check your
moving,
reference frames.
no,
So
an
the time
inertial
of
reference frame.
arrival of light for all things distant and close is the same time for me.
Say that again. That last part. You said in time variant.
You're saying that in an inertial reference frame, the time of arrival of light from all things that I'm seeing in the distance, close and far, is hitting my eye at the same time.
Let me double check, but I think so. That's what I remember from physics, but I could be getting that
That's
wrong.
definitely wrong.
Let me see. Yeah. So let me see. Okay. Yeah. I think you're. Okay. So say what you said again. I think you're right.
All right, so the time of arrival of light does play a role into how you see things in perspective, near and far.
Okay. How so?
Well, because light from distant objects take longer to reach your eye than light from close-in objects.
Okay. Okay.
Your brain has the ability to process this.
But I don't think. Well, what you're saying is that the speed of light has to do with perspective. I just don't. I don't think. Are you saying that light from a closer source is gonna appear? Because we know it appears bigger. Is that what you're saying? Is that all you're saying?
Never mind. No, I'm not.
Please never mind. Because we went from the thing is not in the math to this. I don't know why you did that.
No, I already explained why perspective doesn't have to be accounted for because it's
We're making
doesn't change
observations.
the actual object relationships. It just changes how we perceive the thing. But
yeah, that
still haven't
angular size with distance would be our perception. The angular size would change over distance, wouldn't it?
I don't know what you mean by angle of size, but sure. I don't know.
India explained this
for
to you
Lord's sake,
earlier.
help us.
Is okay. Angle of size is how big or small an object appears in your field of view. Is that right? I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So in orthographic view, if you have an observer at point A, and then you have a building in the distance, in the Earth curve diagram, all it's going to say is, for this observer, this building is 1,000 feet, and this is how much is missing. You can put that building out to 1,000,000 miles, it's still going to be 1,000 feet. Now, in reality, it's 1,000 feet, but we don't see feet and inches, which is what Indio told you.
That's why we met. I'm going to say this for the last time. That's why we measure them.
That's why it's not in the Earth curve mass. That's the answer.
No, because we measure it, dude. Because we measure it. Because we measure those values. We don't have to rely on our perceptions.
How?
We're making the observation.
Yeah, how? Tell me
This is
how.
not even a controversial point.
Because a lot of people would really want to know
any
how
way you like. You could take a very long tape measure from your position to where whatever light post or ship is, and
No,
then
we
use
want to
that.
measure the building, dude.
Then you could just go based off of like when people were constructing it. I'm sure they had some public specification on how big it was. Like the Burj Khalifa, we all know how big that is. I mean, this is not inaccessible to you guys. I don't understand what the objective.
From looking at it, we're looking at things. How do we get a height from looking at it?
An objection?
How do we get a height from looking at it?
I didn't say that. I didn't say you get a height from looking at it.
Then why is it relevant?
Well, you can get a height from looking at it, but what you need to do is
we know
take
how tall?
Oh my God, nigga! Like, what's your malfunction?
The people that commissioned the.
So you're gonna keep talking, knowing that I was saying something before you started talking, and you're just gonna keep going like a numpty. You're just like, okay, he's talking. Just stop. Let me just play.
The question was asked.
I'm talking when I'm talking. That's why. That's why you don't know what I'm saying, right? Doesn't that make the most sense? You don't know what I'm saying because you're talking while I'm talking. Duh.
Jigaboo.
So again, if you're taking an elevation angle, again, angle, then we could do a little trig and figure out the height of a mountain. But you're not going to just look at it and go, that thing right there is 700 feet high. You're not doing that.
You can't just use the angle. You have to. You need one of the. Like, you need some value, even like if it's distance to mountain.
Need the angle. You do need the angle, though, right?
What is it like? You need the angle and distance. Yeah. Okay, so like if you're
so we need
distance
the angle.
From a building,
we understand there's an angle, right? So it's a big penny. It's smashing into the floor.
Is that what it's called?
Christ, help him, Lord.
Yeah, you need the angle and the distance. Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, that's fine to figure out. That's a way you could do it. Okay, I mean, what I was suggesting was just use whoever commissioned the building. They like the Burj Khalifa. They gave their height, and use that.
Going to appear to you making the observation in an angular size. Yes, the building, the Burj Khalifa, has an absolute size, but you perceive that absolute size at a distance in an angle.
Yeah, why would that change any of the math?
What? Sorry, where is it in the math that makes a prediction?
Hold on. You use the distance and then the angle to calculate the feet. You don't use the distance and the feet to calculate the angle. Now, I know that's not what you're saying.
I didn't say that. Okay.
Hey. Now, I know that's not what you said. My point is, there's no other variation in which I can mix these words up to make it make sense. Other than you're going to be using the distance and then the angle to get the height. But in Earth curve math, none of that is relevant.
Because the height is already a variable, however you get it. That's why I'm confused as to why this is even.
Sorry, the height is reduced due to the curved surface the object is on.
What's your point?
It's not reduced particular size in Earth curve math. It's called Earth curve. So they've hijacked
Well, because
perspective.
the size doesn't change. What changes is the relationship between the observer and where the object is relative to the what do you call it, the horizon line.
There's 59 people in the room, and he's killing it. Like he hasn't met one single point since I joined this
I
call.
literally object to every single one of your points.
That's my point. Can we get him out of here? Is there
like
any?
critical thinking? You don't like arguments?
No,
That's
3
fine.
more hours. Maybe he
What
might
this room
answer my
was.
question.
It's very interesting.
It's very interesting how you shuck and jive all over the place.
You can call it whatever you like. Like you said, you
Really
can give
simple.
whatever
Let's
name
do it
for
this
you
way,
like.
Nables.
The
Maybe
truth.
you'll get it.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
What's the angular size? What's the angular size of a 66-foot building on a flat Earth versus the globe?
Isn't the angular size like a perspective thing?
The visual angle subtended by the building, flat Earth versus a globe.
Again, isn't angle of size just
The
like
visual
a perception
angle.
Visual. Okay, so you mean the angle between the ground?
The visual angle of the building subtends in your eye, dude.
I don't know what you're asking, and you seem kind of
The
aggressive.
visual, like the sun
Like you wanna have a
subtends a visual
conversation.
angle of 5 degree, a half a degree, 0.52, right? So that's its visual angle. I want to know the visual angle of a 66-foot building on the globe versus a flat Earth.
Is this a new topic that we're going on now? Confused.
No, same topic. I'm demonstrating that it's not in the globe math.
Because what the other guy said was that
You know what the visual angle? I'll cut to it. You know what the visual angle on the globe is? Fucking 0.
Okay.
You can't see it. It's behind the curve, dude.
Oh, I just looked it up. Okay, I see. Yeah. So this has to do with like when your eyes see things, it's because light is bouncing on them, and again, the atmosphere can cause an object to be seen somewhere where it's not.
Just shut up.
So he just claimed that you were changing the subject, and then did exactly that with a red herring.
Dude, I don't even know. Like, he just like, I'm just gonna fucking smash my keyboard with my face and read whatever comes up.
Like, they're learning how to get through to us, man. My spirit is highly disturbed.
Dude, ride the wave. You were on last night. You heard CB and Brenda, right?
No, I fucking turned off.
That was great, dude.
Well, I mean, I wasn't there when we was playing Call of Duty, but if he had a conversation before that, I missed
You were
it.
on. It was right when I left.
Oh, okay.
It was quick. I mean, he basically asked some poignant questions, and you know, then Brenda, I think, kind of took her balls and went home. Look, even though this dude has not answered our questions, is obfuscating, I will give him credit for having more endurance than typical Glober. And at least he's kind of sort of trying, even though it's like a 5% effort. So it's better than most, which is sad, but, you know, got to give credit where credit's due. It's subpar, but better than nothing.
He's the worst kind of person. Because well, he's the worst.
For us, but for
he's
the
the worst
audience,
kind
dude,
of.
it's perfect.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I keep talking about this virus, about how a virus's ability to corrupt something. So if we have a message, and then they come along and however they can, whatever they're talking about, changes the ability for us to get that message across. It's a virus, bro. corrupted. Like, we were talking about one thing, now we're talking about another thing. How did somebody that we see less mentally capable do that? Because they still fulfilled a purpose.
Elijah, but like if you're an audience, you're someone watching or listening, he's throwing everything but the kitchen sink, and he's still getting nowhere. It shows any onlooker that despite all the desperate thrashing, they still have no evidence of Earth curve. They still have no evidence of any of their claims. They still have nothing. Like, he's going to be trying everything, every combination. It's like going to the buffet, right? And not only does he like take everything onto his plate, he takes every combination of every food onto his plate, and it still don't taste good. Like, there's like nothing he can do. I think that's, just in my opinion, if we want to show that there's nothing to the globe but a bunch of freaking hot air, he is the perfect example of that. It's just a bunch of hot air. There's no substance to any of it. We know that. But a lot of people don't know that. They think there's something there.
I get what you're saying. So let me ask you, do you think the audience, do you think it comes across to someone who's ignorant the way it comes across to people that are like, say, an audience in this Discord who knows why they're listening because they've listened long enough? I ask that because even though this shit makes sense, if I sit my girl in front, of us to hear the conversation, she'll understand that the guy is he's saying something dumb, but ultimately it gets so dumb that she checks out. So if that's the net result of someone who doesn't really know, then we're not doing a good job.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think even a layman, someone unfamiliar with this topic, know when someone is obfuscating, running, changing the subject, being deceptive, snaky. I think even just like a casual listener can just tell, can follow a conversation even without knowing the substance and figure out,
I'll give them that.
hey, this person asked a question. The answer they gave has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said, like, my girl said that a few times, like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? I'm like, exactly. I don't fucking know. That's true. That's true.
But the downside of it is, like you said, yeah, great. We're taking a glober and flaying them alive, but that doesn't show anybody anything about flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because it doesn't get there. Man, there's this Facebook post, right? And the guy is basically saying he's asking about Christianity or whatever, and then the dude is like, well, you need to have the Holy Ghost in order to understand blah 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 blah. And based on what the comedy skit is, like, everyone is like, oh, it's a scam. Oh, I fucking hate religion and this, that, and the third. Oh, it's a fairy tale. And so I mosey in there and I go, huh, you guys hate fairy tales, huh? Interesting. Third rock from the sun? Evolution? And then a guy goes, you will never see evolution. Because I was like, well, what the fuck is evolution? I've never seen it in a person. I've never seen it in an animal. I've never seen it in the celestial bodies. Like, everything is what it is as far as you're concerned. And the guy literally says, yeah, you'll never see it, but we know it's happening. And I'm like, so you do like fairy tales and religion? The thing you just shouted you just shouted the fucking religion down based on this comedy skit, and then responded to me the same way that the antagonist in the sketch was acting. How the fuck does that make sense? Like, how could people go from I hate religion to defending it on the same post?
Well, I think the funny thing is that the people think that, hey, dude, there's a geometric horizon, but you'll never see it, and science proves it. What? Like, you kidding? Science is supposed to be based on observation. So how can not an observation be science? That it turns everything all on its head. It just becomes crazy. They think it's profound, right? It's like quantum mechanics. Oh, that's so profound. I can't see it, but it's really there. Oh my God, that's so deep. Smoke another joint. Nothing against pot smokers, but you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, dude. It's like, the more you can imagine, it's like the greater you're like, the more profound it's supposed to be.
Right. So I was really trying to drill this home to my girl, because I was like, yo, I was like, isn't the guy saying you need a priest to understand what you can't experience? And yada yada. I was like, the difference is whatever he's describing, like, we've actually all felt it. You've had an epiphany. You've realized something that you just, for whatever reason, didn't realize before, and it just came to you and shit fell into place. You think that was by accident? Like, whatever it is, like, we've all got a spiritual boost, right? That's something that you can actually experience, that you can't actually prove to anybody other than other people seeing your quality of life improve. But when it comes to the earth, like you said, like, okay, there's earth curvature, but I can't measure it. The horizon is geometric, but I can't see it. The earth is moving, but I can't feel it. Space is real, but I can't experience it. All of this shit. And I'm like, but guess what? There's a priest that's going to explain to you how all of that is true. It's called an astrophysicist. They'll tell you all about how, rocks are your cousins, and we evolved from, billions and trillions of years ago, and how the lights that you're looking at in the sky, some of them aren't even actually there because they died a long time ago. And I'm like, listen to what you're, and then I turn around and I said, you know why else you hate religion, but specifically, most people hate Christianity. I was like, number one, what you hate is what the people who've taken over this spiritual belief system, you hate what they've done with it. Because 500 years ago, they started telling people that we're moving around the sun. You can't see it or feel it. And then 400 to 300 years ago, what happens? The Age of Enlightenment, which births what I call the New Age atheists. Now, where do they come from? The Pope in sheep's clothing, pretending to be a motherfucking believer. Where did the Big Bang term come from? Georges Lamont. Guess who that is? A mathematician who also happens to be a fucking priest. So the same people you hate are the same people that brought you the fucking religion that you love, even though you hate religion. Tell me how that ass tastes.
Pause, nigga.
I've never understood that, with people thinking Christianity was bad because there's some men who tried to exploit a hierarchy. I mean, and there kind of isn't even really a hierarchy in Christianity, really. It's like some weird self-imposed hierarchy.
I never even, well, yeah, true.
You're not supposed to defer. No one in the Bible says defer to, just defer to Jesus, dude. There ain't nobody else. You know what I mean?
Oh, I asked her this too. I said, yo, I said, look, just hear me out. Just play with me for a little while. Just Jesus Christ. Like, just tell me the truth. Like, you believe? Mm, I don't know, right? And I'm like, that's interesting. When's your birthday? 1990. Exactly. So wait a minute. Hold on. You were born 19,090 years. I mean, what's 1990 years after the death of the person you don't believe in. And who told you it was that day? The people who supposedly believe in him. Even though they got y'all believing that none of that shit exists. That, yo, you got to think about how crazy that shit is. Like the whole thing is insane.
Look, Elijah, this is one of the best. I think I heard this from Andrew Wilson. I'm not positive, but he asked the atheist. He said, if you could turn everybody in the world atheists or everybody in the world Christians, which would you choose? And the atheist said Christians. Because if they're all atheists, it just becomes a freaking law of the jungle, dog eat dog world where just everybody's cannibalizing each other, right? Everybody hates Christianity until the Christian ethic is gone. And now everybody was like, what the hell did we do? We have no ethics anymore. Now we can just enslave people and do all sorts of crazy shit. Right? And now the world totally, completely fucking sucks. You know, the grass ain't always greener on the other side of the fence. Dude, your girl uses the Christian ethic every day and demands that other people use it. If she was like immersed in some other society with some other social system, she wouldn't take it. She would think it's unfair and wrong and rude and all sorts of things. Airdrop her into China. Okay? Well, they don't have a Christian ethic. And it's dog eat dog. Man eat dog, in fact.
Yep. Well, which would you like to do? Would you like to murder your neighbor? would say your parents gave you everything you have? Would you not like to honor them? You know, do you want to rape people, steal from people? Which one do you want to do?
Or how about when you have kids, do you want your kids not to honor you?
Right, then they go, that's a little different. Of course it is.
Sorry about that. I dropped. Yeah, man. I like. You can believe in Christianity or not, but it's hard to make the case that the Christian ethic isn't the superior one to all other ones in the world. As far as it does the most good for the most amount of people. Now, obviously, it's not perfect. There's problems all over the place. It gets distorted. People take advantage of it. Um, but yeah, I that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm open to be corrected. Just my opinion at this point. Show me something better, dude. But anyway, topic is flat Earth. Any globalings in here? Any globalings with questions? Comments? Concerns? Proofs of the globe? Anything? Is there anything in that utility belt?
Nope.
I know what's in their utility belt. Dildos and fleshlights.
Pause.
RTH is here to prove gas pressure without a container.
Finally. Space side be real. We're going to Mars, boys. If this dude can prove gas pressure without a container, we're going to Mars. Machine doing on X today. He proved Mars can be terraformed because there's plans to terraform Earth. And that in 2050, there'll be X amount of trees and it'll be super green. Yeah, so another appeal to the future proof.
It's also crazy to me that yo, they claim to have traveled into space to the moon and landed on it, and then made promises of bases and all types of shit. Remember? Anybody remember that Disney movie Xenon? Yeah, I know. Y'all are either old as fuck or young as fuck. But um, where you got like these little hotels and space and shit, or at least in the orbit of the Earth, and you got elevators and shit to all this stuff that we thought would be possible. I don't even know if we thought that. Maybe it's always just been the ramblings of crazy people. Like, we just kind of assumed that people thought that. Maybe nobody fucking thought that.
Xenon. What was that about? What was the plot? What was the
I think
character?
Ray was in it, and basically was a little girl who lived on a space station.
Oh,
basically. Yeah, all that shit that they would indoctrinate us with as children. I got, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Remember that cartoon? Like they've been laying the groundwork for forever.
Look, if there was outer space, there'd be prisoners in it already.
Those
you know it, dude. You know it, dude. They exactly. They'd be the. Look, let's get rid of these people. We can't kill them. We'll fucking just put them in orbit real far away. Right? And you just have prison labor, right? They have no rights in space.
Space would have been exploited so fast our heads would have spun. Get out.
The same way they exploited the New World, they exploit space. They do slave fucking labor. It wouldn't be the best and the brightest to doing the most dangerous shit. Slaves do the most dangerous shit.
Yeah, where's the bottled Comet water in the stores?
Bottled Comet water? That'd be hilarious.
Ooh, Comet Ice. That'd be fun, right? Comet Ice?
I know that like the Antarctica ice is like a thing, or maybe it's the Arctic, where like you can buy like drinks at high end bars with like ice cubes from like frickin' the ice is 1,000,000 years old. Look, there's a little dinosaur pee in it. You think pea drinker would drink dinosaur pee?
Take 1,000%.
Did dinosaurs pee? Have we ever like? Did they take a dump? Why haven't we found any fossilized dinosaur shit? Dude, that must be a giant pile from a brontosaurus, dude. That'd be like the size of a fucking bus.
Right. But what do we know? We're just
Don't they? I'm pretty sure they say trees are new. Like trees didn't even exist when they were dinosaurs.
Like they just took one of the most basic things that a liar does or a pathological liar does and just applied an absurd timeline that you absolutely can't validate. That's what a liar does. Like, yo, I'd be like, yo, my friend would be like, yeah, I got back from a dance battle. Why didn't you hit me up? Oh, they picked me up at 12. Nigga, you know your mom keep you in bed at 9? Oh yeah, you right. Like, yo, that's how they do it. Like, I swear to God, I have a friend like that.
Oh, while you were sleeping, I flew to Las Vegas, slept with 3 hookers, and came back.
Trees existed after the ark went to rest. The bird went out and got leaves from the trees. Remember?
Hold up. Are you saying that they didn't exist before that?
No, they did exist before the flood.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did they exist during dinosaurs? That's what I want to know.
I think the dinosaurs had to do with the giants, which were before the flood and after.
Oh. Did they like raise them like cattle?
Well, I believe in the book of Enoch.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm not super familiar with Enoch, so can't comment on that.
Well, the fallen ones had intercourse with female women and every other species.
That sounds kind of gross. Well, not the women part, the rest of it.
Well, or the dinosaurs, see?
They were having sex with dinosaurs?
No, they created the
lizards,
dinosaurs.
lizards and birds and fish, and so yeah, they made giant lizards and giant chickens and shit.
Who was it?
I
In the
said
book of Enoch.
merman.
It's in Genesis 2. The fallen angels mated with women, created giants. And they also mucked around with fish and all that.
Probably dragons.
Goliath was the last of the giants, right?
Let's turn around. I think so, yeah.
Badass.
Yeah, dragons are in the Bible.
And it sort of explains how there's not many bones. You know, there's not heaps and heaps and heaps of bones. There's only a sort of small amount of bones. But they definitely they got rid of the giants and they used dinosaurs to prove evolution, and we've been here for trillions of years.
Yeah, Behemoth was the creature on the land.
Yeah, the Bahamas at the end of the earth, and then Leviathans underwater.
Yeah, Leviathan.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever heard Bong tell the story of Samoa, his island, and about how giants? There's a church there, and there's supposed to be a giant buried under it that they killed. So the place where they killed the giant, this is before white people got to Samoa. They built a church there. He said.
That seems to be common under the churches where they build, like on top of the spots. These Catholic churches are actually on top of archaeological hidden things. That way they just build the building over it and leave it underground and it's hidden.
I like the Giant of Kandahar story. It is just a ripping story, whether it's true or not. They should make that into a movie.
I heard that the bones and all that, their hair was still intact of that red-headed giant, and they took it to Ohio to the military base. And then there was some shenanigans that went on not long after that. Some sort of scandal happened right there. It was probably in the Dayton Daily News, Ohio. I used to deliver newspaper or little like thrifty nickel things there with my dad to the military base.
I used to deliver my papers into the river.
I mean, you could actually throw them in the garbage and still get paid back then.
That's what I figured out.
Of course, my dad wasn't like that. He made his kids be the slaves.
Yeah, way to build resentment.
Did you deliver newspapers for your parents back in the day? Did they make you do that? I think it's a good thing, though. You're right.
Yeah, it's all right. I work for a chemist doing deliveries, and I used to steal from him.
Well, I hated chores when I was young. I mean, the person having ADHD probably somewhere on the spectrum. Like I hated chores. And I hated structure and all that. Boring, right? You know what I realized? A lot of my friends also hated that. And so I feel like we've raised our children in a different way, thinking that that was abuse and that so we don't want our kids to go through that abuse. You know what they are? Lazy as shit.
Right. They have no structure. They've not been putting time out for 5 minutes, so they can't even sit still.
I hated chores, but you got to do. I mean, it just makes the good times better. So you do your chores, you do your homework, and then you're free, kind of thing.
Is that the point of chores, though?
There's nothing wrong with doing chores. You don't like them, of course not.
Yeah,
I hate them.
it's shit you need to do, and it's stuff that you can't put off. You kind of
Shouldn't
have
even
to
be
do
called
it, and it
chores.
sucks, but...
Should have never
No,
had a
that's why
special
they're
name.
called
That's
that.
the problem. Problem is that we
Yeah,
gave it a special name. It should have called "You're alive. You got to take care of yourself." That's what it should be called.
Yeah, but isn't the name probably has existed after the thing had to be done? Like, people came up with a name for shit that people really don't want to do, but it has to be done, but it's annoying and no one wants to do it. So
Speaking
chores
of
just doing
that,
the
I
job.
do have dishes. I do have dishes to do, and I'm just sitting here clicking on these psychedelic cookies.
I'm actually cleaning up right now. Thinking, damn, I should make these kids do them, but I don't. They're not even going to do it to the right end, so I just want to get it out the way. You know what I mean?
No, make the kids do it, dude. You work for that.
They do need structure. I would do it in the most, like, teach them something about doing it with love. Like, I learned how to do the dishes, even with the crusty stuff on it, by saying, bless the dishes. Bless everyone who eats off the dishes.
How about this? Just change the narrative that doing chores is actually improving your life. Because the only thing worse than doing chores is not doing your chores. No one wants to live like with dishes stacked to eye level, trash overflowing, dog shit everywhere. Whatever the case may be, rotten shit in the fridge. You know what I mean? Shit
That's
all
the
over
old.
your freaking kitchen floor. That's worse than doing chores.
Because if you did chores every day, it's like a 20 to 30-minute activity, especially if you got help.
Right.
But it becomes a 2-day, 3-day thing when you got to clean your shit in sections because it's so fucking dirty.
You must participate if you're a family member. You're the dad, so everyone has something they have to do to participate, and together it makes a whole.
You know how you fix that? You just only have like one plate per person.
Or nobody gets any cookies, you know?
I agree with you. I hold the belt and everyone else get to working.
What?
No. That's not what I said. I said everybody plays a part, or
Really
you don't get a cookie.
Clean dish, boy. What?
It's hard, dude. He's the organizer.
But no, you only gotta have one plate per person and one glass and everything, so you have to clean it every time while you're eating off the dirty fucking dishes. Can't stack 'em up.
No. That ain't gonna work because you gotta at least have 2 or 3. Don't you have food, fun, family, friends, and never mind.
No.
No, they bring their own dishes.
That's right. Why haven't we done
Hey,
it this
come over
way?
for dinner.
And their own
Don't
food.
forget the knife and spoon
And their own food, right?
Yeah, you have 20 plates in a shelf. Like you need like one, and then one is redundant, like per person. Okay. That's the way how everyone cleans their dishes every time. And you don't stack it up.
Everybody should take turns or at least give the mother a break with the dishes, okay? Just do the dishes for your mother, okay? You know, once in a while would be really nice.
Let's use paper plates.
But for me, I used to, like, we have a dishwasher, so my mom didn't need
He
to.
jumped trying to fill the landfill.
I had
Yes,
to, like,
that's nice.
like,
Put them in the
take it
dishwasher
out.
for her once a month. She will love you so much if you just do it once a month.
I did that every time. But,
She's
like,
outsmarted all of you, dude.
taking the shit out and putting it back in the shelf and shit, that was my job back in the day. When I was a kid.
T-Dub only needs to do one chore, take out the trash.
Yeah, taking out the trash. Just taking out the trash would have been nice, huh?
Oh, he's going to use paper plates, plastic forks, plastic cups, microwave food. All he has to do is take out the trash.
Yeah, and you know, having a trash can in the room for him didn't even work. It just overflowed onto the floor. And then for me taking out the trash, I was seen as a snake and attacked.
Look, you could just move to India and just throw it out your window.
Yeah, to a river.
I got a bulging disc
away.
for taking out the trash. There's something called negative theorizing, and Discord should teach you that. That negative theorizing will get you what you're asking for, I think. For instance,
Theorizing, I have $1 million.
There's a right way to speculate and a wrong way to speculate. I do agree. In this conversation, it's like it's easy to shut down because we're talking about things that,
the ball.
you know, but in real life, yeah, speculation is extremely helpful.
Well, you know, theorize positively about your family. So, like we were talking about, you know, cleaning up and all that. If you work as a whole, like a unit, then you'll have a unit. If a house divided against itself is not going to stand, then so the truth is. So if you say the ball,
Are you like the Riddler or something? What's all these riddles?
You just take it back to the flat Earth, because the flat Earth. If you theorize the Earth is flat, you're going to prove some stuff. It's going to come out that the truth is revealed. But if you theorize that it's a ball, you're going to get whatever that server. I was doing Bible study in for a while, and listening to the ballers are like listening to Cuckoo Nest.
What? What are you talking about? The Earth is a ball.
Somebody talk to this guy. Hurry up. Somebody talk to this
What
guy.
happened in the
Eli, get in
Glober
there.
server was like trying to describe a cookie and all day talk about what the cookie looks like with the flat Earth. You can't, like, they kept going around in a circle with the ball and didn't prove anything. It was madness.
That's
But
right. How do you debunk that, Ollie? Come on, dude.
If
What's your rebuttal?
if I can see the cookie and I'm outside the cookie, I can see the shape of the cookie.
Yeah?
But
Well, you're not
neither
outside.
of us
Hold
can.
on. You're not outside the cookie, though.
But people have gone outside of the cookie, though.
How do you know that?
Oh.
There's videos, there's images, there's pictures.
Yeah. So you're relying on the same person for their same claim, right? I said, how do you know that? Not how you believe that.
Wait, is that the same question you ask your doctor when he says you have a heart? How do you know I have
the number
a heart?
the number one reason for premature death is medical malpractice. Bring up a better example.
A better example? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You're saying that
yeah.
you need
No,
to
I
see
don't trust
something.
doctors, dude.
Wait, you need
No, I
to
don't
see
trust-
something personally to believe it? Is that what your claim is?
Well, I'm on the Earth. I see it all the time. It looks flat. Someone's telling me that's an optical illusion. Why should I believe them?
So just because you haven't seen seen something, that means you can't believe
I
it.
have seen it. I have seen it.
You've seen the Earth being flat. What you saw the ice wall?
Yeah, it's called the ocean, dude. No, the ocean. The oceans are flat, dude. Flat level water.
Yeah, the mountains aren't flat though, right?
Yeah, so what? We're talking about the ocean. 70% of the Earth's surface is water, right?
Yeah. So what?
Okay, so if the water's flat, then Earth is flat. It's pretty simple.
What, bro?
Yep. You have a 70% flat wall.
A 70. Well, supposedly your claim is if the water's flat, then 70% of the Earth's flat.
Surface. You are legit retarded, dude.
That's what you just said. You said, "Oh,
No.
because a majority of the Earth is like the water's flat." So that means the Earth is flat.
No.
That's what you said. Verbatim.
Okay. No, it's not verbatim. Okay, first of all,
You know
what
what
that
I
word
find
means.
funny, Indio?
No, interrupt me. Shut the fuck up, everyone. Okay, really simple. If 70% of the world is flat, it can't be a ball. It's geometrically impossible. Because the property of a sphere is that it's equidistant from the center. Okay, so you can't have 70% of a surface area equidistant from the center if it's flat. Really simple.
How do you
I know
know it's flat
geometry's
though?
hard. I know you barely graduated third grade, but okay.
What? Did you say I barely graduated third grade?
Yeah, because you don't understand geometry, dude. You must have barely educated.
Don't make me clown you. Don't make me ask you to figure out the hyper. Okay, open your camera. I get a blank piece of paper in front of you. Let's see how much geometry you know. Let's go. I'm gonna clown you in front of all these people. Open your camera. Turn the camera toward a blank piece of paper.
First of all, I don't open.
Exactly. Hey, shut the fuck up, man. I'll make you figure out a hypotenuse. You won't even know what the fuck that is.
A hypotenuse of a triangle?
Kiddo.
You think that's like tough mathematics?
Yeah, but you can't calculate it, can you? So let's go. Open your camera.
Tell me about Gauss's theorem of Grigium.
Come on. Open your camera, buddy.
Let's talk about differential geometry.
I'm gonna clown you. I'm gonna clown you on third grade math.
I'm gonna clown you. I'm gonna show you that you don't know even the basics of a surface.
Third grade math. Let's go, buddy. Come on.
Ali, you should be listening.
Okay, so it's really simple.
I don't listen to people that are uneducated and can't have a decent conversation.
I have a degree, dude. Try again. What's your degree in?
I have 3 degrees. What's your point?
In what? Women's studies, lesbian dance theory, and
what
cake decorating?
Fuck? No, I'm a CPA. I work in law, tax law.
See about circling?
I feel like I
work in
should.
tax law. What the fuck?
You work in tax law. So you're a lawyer?
It stops
yes.
people.
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a CPA, a certified public accountant.
Trust
That's
me.
not a degree, you dumb fuck.
Are you stupid? You can't sit for the exam without at least a master's degree, you bozo.
He's injecting his
not in this state.
They're letting it happen. They're letting it happen.
What's your degree? Let me see your degree. In fucking gender studies. Let me see yours in gender studies.
Let me see yours.
Fucking underwater knitting. Fucking idiot.
Please tell me. Can you have a ball that's 70% flat on one side?
You also can't have a ball with mountains on top.
Yeah, answer the question or get muted.
Now get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get muted.
Well, the images he was appealing to show curved oceans, not flat ones.
I'm telling you, that's a virus. I'm telling you.
That's okay. I kill viruses.
Okay, how do we go from, like, even if you're gonna say the Earth is a ball, how is
Three ball syndrome?
On and show me geometry. How's that gonna? I mean,
India, do you know that half a sphere, so more than 50% of the surface area is curved? That's half of a sphere.
That's not even what he's saying. He's just making a claim. It's like 70% of the Earth is water, and then he says it's flat.
He's not making the claim.
Even if it was 50.00000,
whatever it is, just because it's water, Your claim is that it's curved. It is not curved. That is flat.
The water is. Yeah. How do I know that?
Or it's yeah. How do you know it?
Why don't you ask me how I know that? Why don't you ask me how I know that? Why don't you ask me how I actually know that? Okay,
no,
because we measured it. Because we measured it. Measured it.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
With the laser test.
Yeah, right. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You guys didn't measure it.
With a water level? What do you measure it with?
With a laser.
Elevation profile we measuring.
That's why I said.
Laser. Laser transit?
That didn't happen.
Oh, it didn't? How do you know it didn't happen?
Oh, it did happen. Drawing the wrong fucking conclusions from it.
So when we shined a laser 40 kilometers and it was 1.5 kilometers off the ground instead of 127.
Measure where it landed on the other end.
It landed into a camera. We did measure.
Yeah, it can do
We
that.
know the height of the camera. We know the height of the camera above the water. We know what the prediction of the globe is, and it's supposed to be 127 meters. We know that that's a 2 order of magnitude difference from the globe prediction versus the actual result. It's not close. It's not measurement error. It's not refraction. It's not beam divergence. Even if you accounted for all those things, it would only move the laser down 8 meters. You only have 119 meters more to move the laser down. So your nuh-ahs and your crying ain't gonna help.
You simply don't know this.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you're rejecting
You're gonna tell
every
me
single
what
piece
I
of
know.
evidence.
Look. We have the Indio Whisperer, another one. The Indio Whisperer knows what I know.
The what?
The Indio Whisperer. He reads my mind.
No, that's not what's happening. It's that from what you're saying, it's clear that you don't have all of the information. So you
Okay, what am I omitting? I'll fill it in for you. Yeah, that's right. Your gimmicks. I don't know why you resort to gimmicks. What don't I know? Tell me. You said I'm missing something.
The measurement.
Which
at the
measurement?
Other end
We measure
exactly the same height as it left where it started from. You don't have that information, so you can't know.
Yes, he does. Okay. At one end, it's 1.92 meters off the surface of the water. At the other end, it's 1.5 meters off the surface of the water. Okay.
You don't know this.
We measured with a tape measure.
The what? Tape measure.
A tape measure, yeah.
And sticks. Don't forget people use sticks too to measure that.
Oh my God. You know, you can measure the height of something above water, right? With a tape measure?
Sorry, I was locked out.
They say that water never curves, but if water never curves, then why are there waves?
Oh my God.
No, this is a genuine question. If water never curves, why does the wave curve?
Are the waves the Earth curve?
And that's the problem with your community is you rather insult. You say shut up, but you can't explain
No, I asked
it.
you a question because
you're a dumbass.
Because this is obfuscation
that's
and
the
a red
problem with your
herring.
community. You never want to teach. You never want to.
What community?
You just want to insult.
Listen to India's question. I have to teach you that waves are not Earth curve. Really.
Gentlemen, I told him this earlier in the text chat.
I will use the Bible.
I have to teach you that waves are not the curve of the Earth.
No, I'm not saying the curve of the Earth. I'm saying
that's what we're talking about.
I know that. I know. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not here to say that you're wrong. I'm talking about water curving.
When we say flat Earth, Raven, when we say flat Earth, do you have an image of a billiard table in your skull?
Several. I mean, I never seen a definitive model.
Raven, I didn't ask what you never seen.
Saying my name isn't going to make anything better.
When
Raven,
we
you're
say
about to
flat
bite off
Earth,
more than you can fucking chew. You aren't equipped for this conversation. I can tell already. in 5 fucking seconds. Okay? First of all, we say large bodies of water at rest are flat.
No, Indio, don't correct him. Just ask him to bring out when flat earthers claim that water never, because what he said, that flat earthers said that water never curves. So he have to give us the citation, or we will have to show him the correct citation where the thing that you said. I don't want to repeat it to give him a hint on that.
Just go back to Chief Kegwin. He's an idiot. Just leave him on mute.
Is this really how it is on the server, that just mute people? That
Yeah, seriously, we'll get more of a coherent sentence out of Chief Kegwin, I'm sorry to say, than Raven.
He's not wrong.
Go ahead in the side chat if you want. Bring me the citation when flat earthers claim that water never curves, like you said it. Just try.
I don't think that's the thing that he is saying.
It would be a false accusation. False accusations during an argument or debate is just also another type of fallacies. You have the chance, to try. Give me the citation where flat earthers claim that water never curve.
That's a question that he asked, isn't it? Like, you can you don't have to mute him. You can just.
Rusty,
no, that wasn't a question.
You don't white knight for idiots.
Let me help you.
Even if it is a claim that he made.
Just listen. If you've never heard about logic and logical fallacies, that was literally a straw man fallacy. So when you are presenting something that your opponent doesn't believe and you try to argue against that and claim a win, when you are making fun of something that he doesn't believe, it's a straw man fallacy. Like he said, we don't claim that. We don't claim that water never curves. And no one believes that. No flat earther, or even globe earthers, I don't think that someone believed that water never curves. So that's a straw man fallacy.
A lot of people are liberals in schools and colleges that have taught them these things, and there's no getting through with a lot of people, and they've seen a lot, okay? There's like a callousness to learning when you're liberal.
You want the clown show, Rusty? All right. Okay. Here we go.
I mean, no, I understand the thing. But it's just like, even like if he has makes a mistake like that.
I believe we got off the wrong foot.
Yeah. Oh, he goes.
Well, I better take it the phone.
I mean, you go. I mean, I was just like trying to defend, like, if you just make like a fallacy one time, like, you shouldn't fucking be muted instantly. It's just.
He wasn't muted
communication
for that, Rusty.
Yeah, but I don't know. I
not yet, but he was not muted for the fallacy. He's muted because he wouldn't shut his shithole up when someone else was talking.
I do believe that you guys misinterpret what a lot of people say, and I think this leads to a lot of confusion and self-anger that comes out to others.
Well, that's great. Anyways, when someone says flat earth, what image do you have in your head?
A cookie.
Hello, Raven? You got to Google it?
An image of an earth that's flat.
Are you thinking of a billiard table?
Round,
no, no hills, no nothing?
A
Now he
footstool.
doesn't want to talk.
A footstool with the people on the surface, up on top.
His mic is broken or something.
I don't know, but my God said so. You know, the creator of it all.
That shit is activating, but it's not putting his voice over.
No, what you've got is someone who can only type and can't talk at the same time. So at the moment they're in side chat, going hell for leather, and yeah, their just brain is not functioning.
I can't believe Raven really thinks he's going to get away with straw manning us on waves. Ridiculous. And then he wants to say that I brought it up. No, this is the second time he's brought it up, and it's reported.
Level. I don't think he was trying to straw man us. I think he's just like gone Bevite.
Yeah, I don't know. Full retard.
It's not flat because waves have curves. It's not flat because there's hills. That kind of dumb shit.
Yeah, that's a full straw man, right? Because if we use flat as a
no, it's not a straw man. It's not a straw man.
No?
It's these spastics being hyper specific about subjects we don't care about. That's all it is. When we say flat, that's why I asked him. When we say flat, what image does he have in his head? A billiard table?
Right.
If he thinks that we believe it's a billiard table, then his claim of yes, there's waves, fair enough. I've got no problem with that. But when we say it's planar with topography, and he's going, but there's waves, I'm going to go, you're an idiot, go away.
But
that's topography. Yep, that's part of the topography.
For those people, they wouldn't, they can't say that the billiard table is flat, because if you look at it, it has that carpet thing on its top, and that carpet, it has also its own topography, so it has ups and downs by a couple of millimeters. So yeah, it won't be flat. But when we say that the surface of water is flat, that's literally is flat. And when you see the horizon, you never see those waves in the horizon, no matter how. The horizon will continuously appear to you to be flat, and that's the grand scale of the surface of water that we are talking about. It's the surface of water. The horizon isn't something different than the surface of water. Sky is just something that is transparent. So the surface of water meeting with the sky. And that flatness that you see there, from where you derive the word horizontal, yeah, that's the surface of water. So you can't say that the surface of water is not flat. That's just by talking about what you perceive with your own eyes, using just observation. Fluid dynamics, yeah, that's another thing that solidifies our point.
No, Raven, I'm just pointing out the observation. It's your idea that you're on a ball and it's just so big that it appears to be flat. So that's your burden to prove. Your experience is the same as everybody else's. That horizon's flat. You want to bring scale into it, you're going to have to prove your scale, because if it was like a really big and flat, right, it would look like that, right? So now you've got to determine the difference. How do you tell the difference whether you're on a big flat thing or a big curved thing?
Isn't there like a possibility that this Raven guy or whoever it was just had no idea what the like flat Earth talking points are, and it's not even just about him, but just like regular people coming in.
He's been
okay. If he's been here before, but that's just like a overall point. Like if people come in here and they have actually like no
the problem is, Rusty, we can
experience
tell
with
the
that.
difference between the ones with no experience and which ones are just downright trolls in here just to piss us off. So the ones
I understand that, but
the red
but
flag,
like
they go away.
I understand that, but it's like the shit that he
it's
said
common
with the
sense,
waves.
bro.
Yes, of course.
Even
but it's like
people,
the shit what he
even
said.
people that come
Why
in
is it
and
circular though?
one second. Even people that come in with a misconception that we're talking about a disc in space understand that we're not talking about it being completely smooth, right? That there's obviously hills, and obviously there's waves, and obviously there's valleys, right? There's undulation to the surface, but overall it's oriented horizontally, distributed horizontally. So they understand that much at least. We have to correct them about it not being a disc in space, but I mean, even children can grasp the idea of like what we mean by flat.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like just like when this guy came in and said that the waves are like curved up.
It's a pointless.
It really does. Yeah, it's pointless, but
thing to
I
bring
think
up.
like a regular person who hasn't heard about it might bring that point up because it's like, yeah, it's an ignorant point if you don't know more about the whole like the whole topic and shit, right?
But did you hear what he came with and how he spoke his idea? So it wasn't even mature to have a mature discussion with him. So the guy came with that false understanding of the statement that flat earthers are bringing to the table, which is that the water big bodies of water, so they take the shape of the container and the surface will stay always free, so level and flat, so following fluid dynamics. And also that's what we observe in reality. You observe the same exact thing. So the guy just misunderstood what flat earthers say and came with that idea, with that false idea that flat earthers claim that water never curves. So
I mean that's
he tried to have a win with that, with his attitude, and it was a bad attitude. It wasn't even an idea that he had, and he tried to discuss that idea with logic and being a little bit more mature than that. And he tried to talk over people, so he had to be muted. He still got the chance. He's unmuted now. If he wants, he can go back to the flat earthers when they make the claim about the surface of water or water, and when it curves, when they claim about curvature or not curvature. If he tried to understand and re-understand that statement or that claim that flat earthers make, yeah, he still have the floor. He can try to have a correct discussion with us. We are not against that. We are against people trying to be trolls.
I was just like, it seemed to me like that he was just muted too fucking quick, you know, like
you're not.
But, I mean,
the example that you can go with is you. You're not muted. We are not muted people because they are talking. Try.
For one, he interrupted.
Right, I don't wanna. I don't wanna make anything shut up. I just
Okay. Let's move.
I don't want to start a sorry.
Okay, so who's next? There's a legal immigrant. We have Nim Bim No Knee. Right the hand. Ricardo. Step right up, step right up. Does anybody in here think the Earth is moving?
Only when your mom jumps up and down.
Boo.
In before trains, planes, and automobiles.
Could you explain that one to me? I've never heard that one.
That the Earth doesn't move?
Yeah. That's a new one
So
for me.
your current thought is that it is moving.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Okay. Why do you think it's
Or keep going.
maybe
Sorry.
why do you think it's moving?
I've been told so.
Oh, okay. Well, what if we told you it wasn't moving?
Yeah, what's your reasoning? Sure.
I don't see any reason to think that it is moving in the
What was
first
your
instance.
reasoning for believing it does move?
People who are smarter than me in the topic told me.
So they didn't give you a reason.
I mean, they have
So
the
who's
reason.
smarter than you? He
I
just said
don't
it's not
remember the
moving, so
reason.
now it's not moving.
They gave reasons. I just don't remember off the top of my head. So I was curious about y'all's reasoning. Why do you guys think they're wrong?
still believe it?
I have no reason not to.
You don't even have a reason to believe it. So that alone would be a reason not to believe it.
I mean, I don't understand like the ins and outs of the medical field, but nonetheless, when my doctor recommends something, I generally believe them.
Well, if you were here earlier, medical malpractice outweighs, even bothering going there. So, false analogy.
Do you not go to the doctor? Do you not listen to the doctor?
He missed the
Do you
whole
not?
point.
Do you not see flatness when you walk outside?
Yeah. Somewhat.
There you
I mean,
go.
at least. Sure.
So why would you assume it's curved if you see flat?
Because there's more than what I can see. I also know that India exists, and I've never been there. I've only just seen it on like pictures and.
I didn't claim what you couldn't see.
What'd you say?
I did not claim what you could not see.
Well, yeah, but like because I can see it, therefore it's true.
So you can see flatness, and you're assuming Baltard because you can see flat. That's broken, man.
I mean,
Seriously.
I can see flatness, and I can assume that's true, but I can also see roundness from different videos and pictures. So I don't understand what you're saying.
There's videos and pictures of Bigfoot too. I guess you're a Bigfoot believer.
Well, I know, but those things generally are proven to be fake. I've never seen one that had any good evidence to it.
Yeah. Okay. So let's prove the globe fake.
Well, I mean, we went to space, and we have recordings.
No, not we.
Stop the cap.
Someone
When I say
someone
we, I mean, like,
claims to
humans.
have. Someone claims to have.
Well, do you have any reason
Not
to
we.
believe they haven't?
Maybe just
Yeah.
in like 1970.
Yes.
Why do you
Yes, I
think
do.
they haven't?
Because they purport to show imagery of a curving Earth, and it's not curving.
Except they're literally in space. Like, where are they then? Where do you think they are?
He missed the important bit, T-Dub.
Not in space, but bro, if they're showing you imagery of a curved Earth and Earth isn't curving, then obviously that imagery is
Where are
fake.
these rockets going when they're going up into
He
space?
still missed the important bit.
Yeah, I don't really care.
No.
These rockets are going to your mom's house.
images. You're claiming images of curved Earth. Yes or no?
We have. Are you going to say because they're rendered, that's what makes them fake?
No, that's not what I was going to say at all. I just want a simple yes or no. Are you claiming there are images of Earth as a ball? Yes or no?
As a ball? I don't think it's a ball technically, but there are images of Earth.
Sphere,
Space.
ball, globe, whatever you want to call it. I'm easy.
Yeah, you're very angry right now. You should calm down. There
No,
are
I'm not.
Pictures from space, so I would assume.
So you're claiming there's pictures of a sphere tard from space? Yes or no?
Of a sphere tard? What?
My
No, there
God,
are
this one's got
pictures-
the IQ of a doormat.
The irony of that statement.
Can you stop yelling at me?
There are pictures from space, so I don't know what you're saying. But you obviously don't believe we went to space, so then you wouldn't.
Do the images show a curving Earth?
Well, it shows the Earth that looks round, as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Right. So its surface would be curving, right?
I assume so. Yeah, sure. Looks
Right.
like it.
There you go. So if we find out that it's not actually curving, what do you say about those images?
If we find evidence that the Earth isn't curving, what would I say about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, let me see.
They'd have to be what?
I don't know. There could be all kinds of answers. I mean, obviously,
they'd
you want
have
to
to
lead
be
me to the answer of saying
not
that they would
real.
have to.
Why can't he answer the question, T-Dub? What's wrong with this kid?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's because it's obviously leading questions. So I mean, I know where you want me.
How would you feel if you had? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Leading you to the truth.
Oh shit! You got me. Oh fuck. I don't know. I had breakfast
Just
this
seeing
morning.
if you can,
Ah shit.
comprehend hypotheticals.
Oh, brother, I can comprehend way more than you can.
All right.
So just a weird side question: are you guys in the southern hemisphere?
Bruh. I'm not on a sphere, so
Bro,
no.
I love the 12-year-old.
Oh, okay. By southern hemisphere, I mean like Australia or South Africa or Peru, like countries like that are south of the equator. In which
How's
case,
this going to help your friend?
Oh, in which case you can look up and you'd see Sigma Octantis, also known as Polaris Australis, which is the southern pole star. And if you do a long exposure photography, you'll see that everything is spinning counterclock or the opposite way as if you did the same long exposure at the northern pole. And I wanted to ask, how does that work on the flat Earth model? That the stars are rotating in different directions.
Bro, they just don't.
They're not rotating in different directions.
They just don't even believe it exists. Like, I mean,
Can you go and do
shut up for a second.
exposure and check it out?
Look, why would I need to do a long exposure photography when I can walk outside, my friend? You, for some reason, believe the stars are going in the opposite direction. The stars move east to west. If you, in the south, face north, they still move east to west. If you, in the north, face south, they still move east to west. They don't magically change directions just because you live at my house in comparison to yours.
Cool. Why don't you go do the experiments and find out? Don't you like to see with your eyes?
No. Are you even listening?
Isn't seeing with your eyes belief, right?
No. Are you even listening?
Yeah, obviously. I hear what you're saying.
No, you didn't.
Are you listening to me?
I swear, if you heard what he said, you wouldn't say that.
If you
Because
like,
if you say
if
that,
you guys
you-
let the Globers
like
get so out of
blaming
control that you can't hear one of your fellow people trying to get in, it's already a fuck. Like, I hate fucking complaining to y'all. Yo, if I'm talking and I waited for y'all to shut up, don't ignore me. That's it. Then I won't complain. I'm obviously trying to get in there. Yo. So, my friend, when you say all the stars move east to west, that's true. Does that mean that they're moving in the same direction, all of them?
You shut the fuck up.
Because he's talking about in the south. Now, in the south, the Sigma Octantis circle Polaris. So they don't even have to be spinning in the same way. You're still going to call it east to west, regardless of what part of the sky you're looking at. So again, the real question is, okay, so you have a part of the sky that's in the south that's not in the north. And what's your point?
Well, I was led to believe, I've not gone to the North or the South Pole and done this myself, or gone far enough north or south on the planet to do these experiments myself, but I've been led to believe that they went in different directions.
And so what? What's your point?
I'm wondering how that would make sense on the flat Earth model.
They're two different rotations. So you have the stars that are circling Polaris doing one thing, and then you have the stars that appear to be rotating at another point that doesn't have a pole star in the middle over there. That's what we observe. What do you mean, how does it work? That's what we observe. 2 rotations on the plane that we live on because it measures that way.
But, bro, think about this, man. Think about it. How does this stuff work when you're on a flat plane looking up at the stars? How does that work? Come on, man.
Where standstill in the sky is moving. Like that's the obvious answer that you're gonna get.
Yeah, you look up in the northern hemisphere. Not sphere, right?
Look, they believe the Earth is stationary. Like there's a whole different model you're working with.
I'm talking. I was talking to Big Daddy at this point, but I'm sorry, I might have interjected. You go.
Yeah, that's fine. You're telling. Listen, that's you asking me how that makes sense is like asking me. Okay, you see the sun. You see how it goes from east to west, and you can see it go across the sky. How does that work on a flat Earth? That's a stupid question.
That's not what I'm asking.
It is, but you're asking me how is this observation of I see these stars in the north and I see those stars in the south. How does that work on flat Earth? It's the same thing. You have an observation of
the sun is observed doing the same thing in both hemispheres. The stars are doing different things in the different hemispheres. That's why
they're two different. They're 2 different things, right? You have something that's happening in the south, and you have something that's happening in the north, and they both appear to be going east to west. And I guess that appears like an arc to whoever's in which part of the earth that they are. They arc from east to west when you're in the north. They arc from east to west when you're in the south. But when you're on the equator, you understand that some stars go northwest, and you know that some stars go southwest, which means if you're going to believe that they are rotating for whatever reason, they're rotating in different directions, even though they rise from the east and set in the west. Because northwest and southwest aren't the same directions, are they? So now, that aside, the Earth still measures flat. Seeing this phenomena doesn't change that. Asking me how that works doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured flat. As a matter of fact, that's what you should be asking about.
That wasn't my argument. I was just seeing if there was a mechanism in the flat Earth model that could explain that. That's all my question was.
There is no model. No. Okay, my bad. I'm not proposing a model. I don't know if anyone else in here is.
Hey, Flurf, can I ask? Within a flat Earth, you say you're not holding to a model, but is it imaginable on a flat Earth that there is 24-hour daylight?
No.
No, it's not imaginable. Are you?
So you said, can you imagine? I'm just gonna say no, because everything that we experience is what we experience. Now, there's 24-hour daytime here at the very top of North America and further than that. I already know that exists, and I already know that the Earth is flat. So asking me if it's possible, if I can imagine how there would be a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth, I know that the Earth is flat because it measures that way.
What about Antarctica?
We also have the phenomena of a 24-hour sun.
Yeah. What about
I thought that both poles experienced close to, might not be exactly, but close to at least 24-hour sun at opposite times of the year from each other.
I'm sorry, so what was the follow-up that the other guy was trying to get in? You had a follow-up, right, before you was interrupted?
Nim, that's you, Nim.
Oh, no, I mean, that 24-hour sun thing would be also sort of in line with the rotating star thing.
What do you mean? What about in Antarctica specifically? Are you aware of the final experiment?
What about it?
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, the experiment was, because I know everybody in here, most likely than not, is rooting a lot of the argumentation around, and you noted it out with experience, with what you can see, maybe empiricism, what you can see, touch, taste, smell.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
What are you saying that the flat earthers are claiming about the South? Just start and stop there.
About the South, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about what the other person.
Okay, so you're talking. What are you talking about? What you're talking? The final experiment is in the South.
Yeah, it's in Antarctica.
Stop. The final experiment is in the South. So that being said, why didn't what I asked you make sense?
Well, it seemed very general. I was asking about specifically Antarctica. I didn't know if anybody else said something about. Like, I know the other guy was talking about Southern Hemisphere.
Okay, so what's your point? Like, what about whatever they saw in the South? What are you asking about it for? Did a flat earther make it?
That you couldn't imagine a 24-hour
the flat
sun.
earth claim that you think is out there that you take issue with? What was the problem with seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Go.
Yeah, according to many, if you're holding to a model, there's sort of an expectation.
You mean a map projection? You mean a map projection?
Model projection theory. There's an expectation of how the world's going to work. Now.
Oh yeah, we don't agree with that.
You have an expectation that the world is flat. That is a model.
So.
Anything scientifically proven, there's at first an
I can
assumption.
sit here and be quiet for 5 minutes, and after you've painstakingly expressed yourself, tell you, "Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that has nothing to do with any of us in here." It's going to be the same answer. So then you're going to be like, "Well, then how do you explain it? Explain what? Something I've never claimed?"
Okay, so if you would allow me to finish, it was I know. I'm just expressing. I understand that you guys are very much. A lot of your contentions are with you haven't experienced it. You haven't been the one to see.
No,
touch,
incorrect.
smell.
Incorrect. I'm sorry.
Maybe not you. Maybe not you.
Let me ask you a new question. Are you a bigot?
I'm sorry. What bigot? No, I'm not a bigot.
Okay. Are you a stereotyper?
A stereotyper? No, I'm talking about like from the people I've talked to.
I don't think you are, brother. So listen, you're in this room where the standard is much higher than wherever you came from. This is why I keep stopping you. So it's not like I'm trying to play a game where it's like I'm trying to not let you get out your point. It's that your point is tied to claims of other retard flat earthers that we disagree with anyway.
Okay.
Well, that's why, Mike, more particularly when I was talking with you, I'm asking you how you think it works. And you've said that you don't subscribe to a model. I'd argue that thinking that it is flat Earth is a model of a sort. You're just not giving any of the mechanics of how that model actually works.
Well, that's not true. Do you want to hear why that's not true?
Go for it.
Okay, well, the Earth measures flat. I don't have to explain anything when stating the obvious.
So if you take a laser beam and run it out and a stick and you just keep walking in a straight line on that laser beam, this laser beam isn't going to go higher and higher and higher.
Are you a bigot or are you a decent human being? When you hear me say no, how about you just go, "Oh man, that's right. I'm dealing with an individual. Let me just give him the room."
Fuck all that shit, man. If you run a laser beam across the Earth, it's not going to be a straight line. It's going to have a curve.
No.
And we could argue that there's valleys and dips on Earth's curvature. And you could argue that that's why it's moving up and down. But if you keep going on the flattest places on Earth, you would find that it's still dips.
We got to get into serious mode now. Now it's going to get to the point where I have to mute you so that I can maintain being sincere and gentle with you. I didn't want to have to
refrain, and you can go.
I didn't want to have to do that, but that's what's going to have to happen. So, again, the Earth measures flat. Do not insert whatever idea that you think would validate what I said. Just ask me what I mean. That's all that's required.
when you say it measures flat, would that, in theory, like let's just say you had a boat.
Well, when I say it measures, excuse me, sir, that I don't know, that I don't want to treat like I'm a bigot. When you say it measures flat, practically, what exactly do you mean by that? See how easy that is? Now you try.
Well,
that was another person.
I'm giving a scenario to see if what you say aligns with the scenario.
No. When I say it measures flat, I have to mean something. You don't even know what I mean. So let's start with you understanding what I mean. Let's start there.
Okay, well, to be fair, I wasn't asking what you meant by that. I was asking
what you should be.
I know, because I was telling you don't be a bigot. So if you want to understand.
How's that bigoted?
Hold on. Is there someone else who has to get muted? Okay, all right. Hold up. Where you at? Keep talking, don't worry. I found you, don't worry. All right. Now, the bottom line is, you guys are talking about 24-hour sun, blah, 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 blah. You said, okay, I know you don't subscribe to a model, but if you're going to say the earth is flat, you kind of have to. And I said, no, I don't. Earth is measured flat. I didn't give you a model to say that. It's just kind of what it is. So the next thing in the conversation should be, oh, really? What do you mean by that? Obviously, that's the next thing that should come up. You're the one that thinks that you need a model to say that the earth is flat. I'm saying, no, not so. It measures that way. I didn't give you a model to do that. So are you going to be curious about what me as the individual is saying? Or are you going to continue to try to run a narrative because you believe that you're right? Because that's where the bigotry comes in. Because first of all, you have a strong belief in what you know. So at this point, I'm not going to say you're being a bigot, but because you have, you think you know certain things, you've been stereotyping this entire time, which is why you're like, well, if I take what most of the flat earthers believe, like, yeah, you're stereotyping, which I tried to stop you because I don't want you to be a stereotyper and I don't want you to be a bigot. So I'm trying to help you not do that. So when you try to cut me off to tell me, no, actually, I am going to do that, I'm going to just go, oh, okay, this person is a bigot, I guess, because he just can't get out of his own way. So the choice is yours. I'm here to tell you why I'm here and how the earth measures flat. But if you want to talk about something else, well, I might just label you a bigot who doesn't give a fuck about who I am and what I'm actually saying as an individual. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm willing to engage, but I don't think the way to engage is you control what comes out of, like, the contents that comes out of my mouth outside of, like, the rude things. Like, let's be fair.
I'm not controlling the content that comes out of your mouth. I'm controlling what you're trying to put on to me.
What I'm trying to put on. Well, I mean, like, even my questioning, like my question, I asked you a question, and then you told me the question I ought to be asking, not answering my question. Like that's
okay,
what
so
I meant.
What was your question again?
Well, as far as what you said, the Earth measures flat.
Mm-hmm.
I was questioning. Well, so when you say that, would that match if I stuck a pole in the ocean, stuck a laser to it, like all the other gentlemen, like another gentleman was proposing, stuck a laser?
Is this going to be practical? Is this going to be a hypothetical that we can practically validate, or is it just a hypothetical? Because I'm talking about something practical.
I mean, this is something that's been done. I mean, these are real experiments that have been done.
What you're saying? All right, finish your point, my man. Go ahead. Ask your question. Because you keep saying stuff. Just ask the question.
Well, you said that it measures flat.
Right.
That's
is
your
what you're saying.
Okay.
Is what you're going to say, meaning whatever you're going to say next. Are you saying it because you're saying, no, it doesn't measure flat, therefore you're making a claim against the claim that I'm making? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? I say it measures flat. Are you beginning to help me understand how it doesn't measure flat? In other words, are you about to make a counterclaim to my claim that it measures flat?
In small proportions, seemingly the Earth is flat. Like even our buildings that we make, like because it's in such a small proportion to the grand scheme of things.
How is you telling me that invalidating what I would have told you? Because I swear to God, it's not.
This isn't exactly invalid. Like what I'm saying right now isn't invalidating what you're saying. I'm saying like locationally,
Right, that's the problem. We're talking about. That's the problem. We're talking about the things that you're bringing up, like small distances that are inconsequential, versus what I would have told. Versus what I would have told you. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was going to get into my. There's a reason I'm talking about locally, and then if you widen.
Well, look, bro. At the end of the day, how do you ask me a question and then go off into your own agenda that you want me to ask questions and or agree with?
He's got that bebop. I didn't want you to ask a question. You're just questioning me.
See,
Can I just clarify one thing real quick?
I'm not questioning you. I told you a measure flat, and you just continuing to talk about what you think.
Are you saying measured flat in
Low
the
self-awareness?
same way of I can cut a cylinder and then flatten it out and then measure the cylinder flat? Or do you mean it in a different way?
No. I mean in a different way.
Yeah, measuring flat. I mean, like, yeah, I would agree. Locally, within smaller proportions, segments of the Earth.
In what way? In what way, Big Daddy Fluff?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that 80 miles is local?
80 miles being local.
Is that what you think?
I wouldn't think 80 miles is particularly local. No.
So why the fuck are we talking about what you keep trying to talk about? I want to talk about 80 miles of flat.
80 miles are flat. Okay. Well, what do you mean by that? 80 miles are flat.
Jesus Christ!
There it
is. 10 minutes to get. I'm so upset that I don't even want to do it anymore. That's what I'm saying. I damn near begged you to ask me that question, and here you are. This is the shit that's how much shit is in your brain that it took all of this for you to get there. I don't have time for. I'm sorry. I don't have time for it. You guys can take over. Like that shit just blew my mind.
Does somebody want to explain to me 80 miles being flat?
Yeah, I can explain that to you. Flat as in adverb, descriptive, definition, in or to a horizontal position, not curving. I hope this helps.
Okay, but I'm asking, like, what's the experiment being referenced? It sounded like there was an experiment.
Like I'm more curious why it's 80 and not 120 or 500 or 60.
I was told 80 miles is flat. I was trying to figure out what experiment that was.
You couldn't open your heart to listen to me. I'm sure that's what you would assume. You make a lot of wrong assumptions. No, it's not an experiment. First of all.
Okay.
And again, you're gonna have to give me. If you really give a fuck, you're gonna have to give me some time to calm down. That's all. I don't know if anybody else can carry the same conversation I would have. I know these guys have heard me say it 100 times, but I don't know. There's something else.
That was a very bigoted statement. These guys.
That's stupid. No, it wasn't.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
This is a side thing I never thought about, but does that also,
bro.
if we're flat and not moving, does that mean that Coriolis effect doesn't exist?
Yeah, none of that stuff exists. You're in a whole different metaphysical world. Like it's a hypothetical.
It's a pseudo force. It's fictitious. It doesn't exist.
Well, Flurf, the reason I asked about like the 24-hour day thing, and heck, we can even reference like the Earth measure flat, like that claim, and what is actually able to be like has actually been experimented on. Like that one, what was it? It was like it was like 6 miles, I think. It was like a pole, 6 miles, and a laser beam, and on water, like down a river. And yeah, that mess was not flat.
That's just somebody looking at something and claiming like whether it appears to drop or something blocking the bottom of it. For
I mean, there's an actual. There were measurements taken at incremental amounts, like on that experiment.
You got it wrong.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, I was just wrong. Everything you know is just wrong. You're just wrong.
Yeah, they measured above the surface of water and then they backed up and looked at it. That's all. I mean, that's all.
Measured above the surface of water. Wait, what?
That experiment was over water. It was like a river, a channel, or something. That wasn't a straight line.
Apparently.
Oh! It was well, hold on. So rivers.
They did it over water to take out the undulating effect of ground. Arguably, one additional factor that I'm not sure they considered, they probably did, is that water also can have a gradient to it. It doesn't have to be flat. So as an example, rivers are going downhill, right?
I don't know what he's chiming in about.
Wait, water doesn't have to be flat within the container?
He started
like, I get it, the river being downhill. I understand that.
You're gonna piss me off. I don't know who this guy is chiming in as if he knows things. That's not a measurement, right? The measurement was when he measured in the vertical change, right, above the horizontal to be at 6 feet above something. Then he just stepped back and looked at it. That's not a measurement. The measurement was when he put something above the surface of water in the vertical datum and said that is 6 feet above a horizontal plane. And then he stepped back 6 miles, which is a linear distance, and then looked at it and said, well, it must be curved because I can't see it. That's not a measurement.
I thought it was just further up the stick.
Oh, what is the experiment called again? I'm curious about that one now.
Well, how about this? How about you come up with your own way of measuring, right? Like of measuring vertical,
wife and kids,
and let us know how you did it. I mean, what did you use? What would you use? Let's start with your mind. What would you use to establish a horizontal plane of reference in reality, so that you could prove it?
You got a wife and kids.
What would I do? I mean, I would go into a body of water. I'm sorry, what?
You know that, right? You got a wife and kids that are probably partly and partially indoctrinated like you were, like I was, like the rest of us were. So don't take this shit so lightly, bro. You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. Hear me out. Because it's not as complicated as you think. You got 5 minutes to figure the shit out at the beach while, your kids are swimming in the water and your wife is sunbathing. You got that time.
Well,
by the way, it was called the Bedford
I do
level
not have
experiment.
the time to do that.
It was the Bedford level experiment.
Okay. Yeah, I just know I do not have the time to do that kind of stuff. Nor do I. I'm not highly motivated. I'm just interested. Like generally, when I have these conversations with flat earthers, I'm just generally interested. Like what keeps you guys ticking? Generally, it's about government mistrust. Like generally mistrust of.
I just gave it to you. Like level, horizontal, vertical. You can create points of equal elevation.
Mic is gone.
You said,
Are you back? Yeah, it's back now. You were like fuzzing out.
Well, you got a lot of energy to be in here for no reason. That's weird.
He's acting like he's interested, but hasn't been interested in a single point that any of us are trying to stay on. We're trying to go on a linear, or we're trying to go on a tangent, and he's not letting it happen. It's interesting. A person who wants to know what you're talking about is the reason that you can't go in a linear fashion. What do you talk like? I don't know who you guys think you're talking to.
Well, like
hey, I'm not your wife. Logic works. I'm sorry.
Well, like I'm interested, but like when things are tangented, like they don't.
Right, you're not exactly. You're not interested. You're only interested in your own agenda based on what you don't understand.
Facts.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so I mean, there's more than just that. I mean, like, if I didn't engage with you, I really just am like totally uninterested with the topic. Like I wouldn't even be in here if I was totally uninterested with the topic. Generally, I like to
Dude,
understand.
you're fucking hot under the collar, dude. Everybody in this chat knows it because of what he was saying. You couldn't even let him. You couldn't even let him speak. You were interrupting him and shit. Dude, this shit has got you like all up in the tizzy, bro. Let's just put it out there. You quit faking like it doesn't matter, bro. If it didn't matter, you go fucking Netflix and chill right now. If it didn't matter to you.
Generally, when I have online conversations, I'm driving. Like I don't know.
Yeah. So you're in here for a reason, which is it fucking matters to you.
Talk to flat earthers, yeah.
Yeah, talk to flat earthers. It matters to you. You wouldn't be in here. You go fucking.
I didn't
turn
say
on your
this.
radio
Like
or
I'm
some
indifferent.
bullshit.
I didn't say I'm indifferent.
Well, it sounds that way. You're coming off like that.
Well, I'm saying I don't really have a stake in whether I'm right or you guys are right. Like it doesn't change anything for me. Like
Exactly. Miggy, this is what it actually is. It's not that he's not interested. He's interested in the flat earth that's online. And we're not interested in that. And that's what he doesn't understand.
So the one where everybody's
He wants to argue with yeah, dude. You want to argue with a cartoon flat earther, man? Go to fucking I don't know any other place other than here.
Well, when I brought up archetypes, like people that care about not experiencing something, and people making and questioning the claims of people that they haven't experienced themselves.
That's not us.
Well,
that's not us.
Okay,
dude, the man told you about 5 times that it's not us, bro.
I've not interacted with you. I've never interacted with you.
Okay, but
I've come in here multiple times.
So when I tell you it's not us, and then you continue to go on as if it is us, that makes me feel like you're a big gift.
Okay. Well, I was just telling you the reason why I explained. Yeah, there is this archetype. They are your moderators. I don't know.
Jesus, dude.
It may not be
man.
you.
All right, you know
it may
your
not
meta,
be you.
your meta's fucking boring, bro. Your meta's fucking boring. Like, get to the fucking. Let somebody else talk, for God's sake. You're fucking like.
I did want to ask when it came to like I posted it down below. The final experiment.
Your fucking Dorito hole already, and let somebody else fucking talk, bro.
No, we get back to the final non-experiment. What about?
Yeah, I mean, somebody said that. I mean, I'm interested. Why is it
talking and you see how I was talking and then you interrupted me? You want to be controlled with the mute button because that would be why you're muted, not because I don't want to hear you speak. I literally brought it back to what you wanted to talk about, and you couldn't shut the fuck up. You didn't hear me trying to say something, bro? Are you retarded?
Well, I'm human and everybody slips. And to be fair, I've been interrupted multiple times.
You keep slipping. But I'm not interrupting you other than to say, hey, that's not what I'm saying. That's it. That's literally it.
Yeah,
I
that's
told you
what I was
on mute and let you finish, and then you did, and then 7 words into what my response was, you started talking again. And that was just 15 minutes ago.
Well, I was giving a clarifier. Like one of the huge things I have issue with is when
Stop. How did we get from one of the things I have issue with when you were supposed to be talking about what the fuck the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Why you keep bringing it up? What do you really want to know from us about that fact? What do you want to know?
Well, we're here because you're questioning my conduct.
No, what do you want to know about Antarctica, the thing that you call the final experiment? What about it? What do you want to know from us about that? What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, there's this language that you guys are using where the final non-experiment, and
it's not an experiment.
And now I'm interested to know why is it not an experiment?
Because an experiment is reserved for the natural world in physics, where you have phenomena that you're trying to ask the question how and why it occurs. And so you then formulate a supposition as to what's causing that thing. So it's if this, then that. Now, if that doesn't happen, the alternative hypothesis is if this, not that. That's what an experiment is, testing that hypothesis.
Yeah.
What they did in Antarctica is not that. That's why I'm saying it's not an experiment. can go outside and I can decide that, okay, I'm going to go to 5 boroughs and I'm going to get, I'm going to take a look around and I'm going to see what types of trees are in this borough versus that. That's not an experiment. That's me collecting data and making observations. That's it. Not
Well,
the
yeah,
same
I
as an
agree.
experiment.
So, like,
So
facts isolated.
if you agree, you answer the question. So if you agree, then let's move on. So the thing that's called the thing that is called the final experiment, which you agree is not an experiment in the sense that I just explained. So that's why I
No,
keep saying
it's not
it.
true
So now that,
because I don't agree.
hold
Look, the reason I don't agree.
Hold on. It's okay. I accept that you disagree. So what's the hypothesis for the final experiment then?
Yeah, they're operating on the basis of. I mean, in general, I mean, in the people that are. I mean, it's a dude and his
What's the
team, of course.
hypothesis, dude? Damn.
It's generally, and you're gonna say you're not running by a model.
Damn.
Okay.
Okay. But
You're gonna tell me you're not running by a model. These flat Earth YouTubers who did.
What's the hypothesis?
Yeah, well, I mean, like generally, so a hypothesis is these are suppositions. Like these are.
What's their supposition? What is it? And how are they testing? That's it.
Okay,
That's what I want to know.
it's easier if I can finish rather than like have my train of thought cut off.
You're not starting.
You're not answering the question.
You're not starting the question.
Like the minute I start talking, it doesn't mean like just lose self control.
You're supposed to be answering the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't. No one can answer a question when no one allows the breathing room to have the question answered.
Well, when I say what's relevant about the final experiment, well, when I was a baby, the doctor slapped me on my ass.
Other day,
the final experiment's relevant to these people because they actually do have a model, a method. They have a model.
All right, bro. We're just gonna stop to this. You gotta answer the question, bro. If you want to put it in the chat, we can unmute you, but this is just getting ridiculous. They always do this. Hey, what's 2 + 2? Well, you see, back in 1955, there was a yard with grass in it. It's like, we don't want to hear all that. Just answer the question, bro.
What is hypothesis for that experiment?
What is the hypothesis in the final experiment? That's all we need. Go.
Yep.
That there is a 24-hour sun in the southern pole.
That's
let Eli hold on. Let Eli take it, guys. Relax.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
That wasn't him. That wasn't him anyway. That was Nimbin.
Oh shit!
But what did Nim say? Because they both working together. That's cool.
I mean, I don't think we're working together. We're both on the same side of things, though. So I guess you could infer that we're working together.
Oh my god! Yo.
Hey, you can't throw him a bone, man. It ain't gonna fucking happen, dude. You're gonna have to just fucking throw him to the wolves, bro. Because fuck it, I mean, you can only.
We're not working together.
You can only.
We're on the same side. Yo,
you can only. You can only bend so far, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that you have to do an experiment in order to prove a preset outcome that you're looking for. I think that you can do an experiment by simply going outside and observing, or setting up apparatus to observe the results, and then after the fact try to figure out what that actually means.
Dude, that doesn't matter because the question was, what does that have to do with the final experiment? Like you are you guys tracking with what we're saying?
This final experiment was them going to the South Pole and seeing if there was or was not a 24-hour sun at the Southern Pole. And before the experiment, they asked multiple flat earthers, not you guys particularly, but in general, whether that was possible.
Do you want to know what our answer was?
For there to be a 24-hour sun, and they were told definitively that it wasn't.
In general, all right. Do you want to know what our answer was, or do you want to be a bigot and talk about what other people think? Do you want to know what our?
I was just explaining the experiment. I already caveated that it wasn't you guys directly being asked.
I was here, so my question was: so then, since you know that, Do you want to know what we were saying while this was going on? Yes or no?
Cool. What was your explanation?
Okay. So these guys said, hey, we're going to go to the south and we're going to determine whether we see a 24-hour sun. And then I said, okay, great. So if you see a 24-hour sun, what would that prove? And some people have said, well, that would prove that the earth is a globe. I'm sorry, that's affirming the consequence. That's actually a fallacy. Other people said, well, actually, the flat earthers think that you wouldn't see a 24-hour sun. So if you did, wouldn't that mean that what you thought was incorrect? The answer is yes. That's exactly what the fuck that means. What does it have to do with flat earth, though? That's what we said. 7 months before any of this shit even kicked off.
Well, would you not have been prescribing to a model of flat Earth when you originally made your assessment?
He didn't hear what I did. He didn't hear what I said.
I know you said you haven't prescribed to a model. I know you said definitively earlier that you don't have a model.
He didn't hear what I said. He didn't hear what I said. I just told you seeing a 24-hour sun wouldn't change how I know that the Earth is flat. So you're not listening because, again, you guys are bigots at heart. You can't. You're not capable of hearing what I'm saying.
So if I'm him, I will ask you, Elijah, now, how is that possible that you are not flat earthers because of that 24-hour sun?
Where's the beach?
And there is answer for that. It's called geometry. Did you check for the guy who asking for that 24-hour sun, the elevation profile of the observation point? Do you know what's that?
No.
That's the how the ground look like around them.
So, like, if you're on the top of a mountain or in a valley?
Yeah, if you're on top of the mountain, that means that you know the height of the mountain. How? Due to what?
I'm just like, I'm just wondering.
You're on the top of the mountain, and mountain it's you choose the height. Height above what?
I mean, I guess the typical answer to height would be off of sea level.
Okay, what if the mountain is 2,000 miles away from the sea level?
Well, it doesn't matter because we just assume that sea level continued going, and when we say level, we mean from the center of Earth, arguably.
Are you saying that 2,000 meters above the sea level is the same on the flat surface and it's the same on the sphere?
So on the flat surface, the sea level would be a straight line, and we could calculate that. But on the sphere, then sea level is actually a distance from the center of the planet. So we can also have that. It's not a straight line, but it is still a constant value as far as height is concerned.
Constant value to what?
As I said, to the center of the planet.
And where is that?
Gravity.
Where is that?
It would be the exact center of the ball.
That mean of the supposed ball, what you assuming to be.
Yeah. So like what I was saying earlier with the cylinder, right?
How we will find out the center of any ball?
You'd measure the circumference, and then
how you will measure the circumference?
Yeah, arguably Earth isn't a perfect sphere, so I guess like
it's always perfect from the space. How you will measure that circle? You said it's in the middle of the sphere. How you will measure that center of the sphere? Oh, yes.
Sasha.
Well,
I don't know.
Si-
I think somebody
silence.
muted
I don't
him.
know.
I think someone muted him.
It's silence. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I hear from people. I don't know if this is true, but I hear from people that they know the center of the sphere because they know exactly where the horizon is. That's what they claim.
Do you know what people doesn't know? People doesn't know how really, but really, you can measure the radius. You can measure the radius of the circle because you draw on the paper, and then it's easy. You can measure the radius of the sphere only if you, how he said, only if you have small sphere and you go around, or if you go to the center. To go to the center, you need to cut that sphere in the hull, or to go to the center, to put some stick. You can maybe do that with some kind of sphere with material where you can cut it. You can never ever do that with the air. That means you need to go around all air to measure you cannot measure the radius. You cannot go down because you cannot dig. That means the only way is to go all around. And not in one direction, because that could be cylinder. It must in every direction 36 degrees to go like that.
You kissed your mom with that ball.
Calculate.
Discord.
Did guy leave?
Yeah, it seems like he did that.
Oh, we got Nim BM or something.
He is muted. By the way, if you want to calculate like the center of something, you don't have to actually go there.
That's what I was saying, though. I was saying that you would have to pretend that the sphere was a 2D object, like a circle, and then do the opposite equation for 2 pi r, right? 2 pi r is how we get to the circumference. This way, we're doing it the opposite way around. So we start with the circumference, and we're trying to figure out the radius. And I agree with you in the fact that we'd have to do multiple slices to more accurately calculate that.
Yeah, you could work it out on math. We
don't need to physically cut something in half to figure that out, though.
I understand that. But what we're asking for is, how do you convert that over into reality? How do you know that your math checks out? Did you check it out?
That's the point of calculating math.
Oh my God.
So I guess I'm assuming here the argument is, how do you know that the circumference that you're getting is accurate? Not the radius outcome, but that the circumference is accurate. And then I guess we could also argue accurate to what degree?
Well,
right?
To the degree that you're actually calculating it as.
Well, I tend to think that there's the possibility of error, right? So if something as large as the Earth, if you're running a tape measure, and you
that's great, dude. I want to know how it was done. If it's coming from you, they did the calculation. Now, how did they verify that? It's easy to say you don't know. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
That's for sure.
Well, it's begging the question. So there's nothing. The calculation is the validation. Don't you agree, sir? Isn't the calculation itself the validation?
I'm just smoking some weed, man.
Dude, we're not talking to you. Shut up.
I'm not sure how they calculated it. I'm assuming that they did it through
it doesn't matter how they calculated it.
average
It doesn't
speed
matter
of trade
how.
routes and shit
It doesn't
back in the
matter
day.
how they
And then we've
calculated it.
gotten closer and
It
closer
doesn't
to the
matter
actual
how
number
they
over time.
calculated it. It doesn't matter how they calculated it. Did you hear what I just asked you?
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't matter how they calculated it.
Yeah, the numbers
No,
are
before
there.
that. Before that. Did you hear what I said?
Sorry, no, I didn't.
The calculation being accurate is the proof.
What?
Isn't that correct?
It should be.
No, you do these calculations and it checks out, right?
Should be.
So, do you know the standard flat Earth map?
Sir, I asked you like the same question 3 times. I'm gonna ask you. Look, it's very it's like I'm agreeing with you, and you're scared to do that. What the fuck?
Yeah, he thinks it's a trap, dude. He's cautiously interpreting what you're saying.
Yo, did he actually?
Okay, so your argument was that the calculation is the proof. I don't necessarily think that every calculation is a proof of something. So
this calculation is the proof, right? Because the calculation matches the model, doesn't it? Or it doesn't? You don't agree? It doesn't match it?
So I don't think I think that in this case you have to measure it in all different directions. But I think that one important way of looking at it would be
No. I'm pissed off. Nope. Where you at? You going on mute for a second? I got to say something to the rest of you. So this is what I mean, right? Like, it doesn't matter if I take my position or if I take what they believe to its own logical conclusion, take their position, still man it. It doesn't matter. He's here to be a virus and waste my time. It doesn't matter if he said the sky was black and then I'm like, the sky was black. He would go, well, why the fuck are we accepting this shit?
Why are you talking to him, is what you're asking?
Matthew, answer my question. Watch this.
Elijah, I think he didn't get it even that, what you have said now.
Like obviously, the calculations match the model. But what are we arguing about?
There are people who disagree.
Isn't this?
It's not him that's supposed to be disagreeing.
No, he doesn't want to show. Look, everything is matches. The calculation matches. Look.
Right, and you guys are wrong.
But he doesn't want to go to calculations because there is a problem.
What are you talking about? He went into calculations, and that's how he came up with his answer.
Okay, let's go with you with calculations. What calculation says? What is the radius of the Earth?
I don't know, man. Ask him.
Why are you jumping then? Like a help?
Because I took physics class and everything, so I know that there's. I know that there's a fixed number.
Physics and geometry are two different things. Are they the same thing? Oh my! Yo, physics and geometry is the same thing. Would you agree? Oh, suck my dick. He can't do it. You did. That's what a demon would do.
They don't want to look in their mind. They don't want to look in that what they believe. They don't want to look into that.
Look into what?
In the globe Earth math.
Wow. The math?
Yeah, that. Do you believe in a globe? Yep. Do you believe in a globe? Oh, that was a difficult question.
Bro, if you answer this question with yes, you're gonna be asked questions that are stupid as fuck, And then you're gonna
I
be
will
banned.
ask, do you believe that globe, what you believe, that globe that has one size or different sizes? That I will ask after that. You know that big Earth, how big it is? I will tell you one secret. I always find interesting that flat earthers, they know the size of the Earth. They know all that equations. But the people who believes in that globe, they don't know. That's interesting.
It's 40,000 kilometers in circumference.
Okay, can you type like this now? How much I can see with 2-meter height on that 40,000 kilometer sphere?
It's what?
Type like this on the Google. How much I can see with 2-meter height on the sphere with 40,000 kilometers? That's what you said.
Assuming equal elevation and terrain and no obstruction.
Or like 6, 7, 8 miles, something like that.
And also you have to consider atmospheric refraction.
It's a 3 miles.
2 meter, yeah. Okay, now that's like
once you factor in refraction, it's different.
Oh yeah, 3 miles. Yeah, it's like 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. I don't know fucking miles though.
6 kilometers. It's okay.
Feet, 4 miles.
5 kilometers.
I have 4 some.
I will give you 5, okay? That's for 2-meter height, okay? Did you get it? I want to know that you get it.
Yes, I got it.
Okay.
You might not hear me though. But
okay, great. Now we go to reality. We have observation with 30 centimeter height. That's 6 times less than 2 meters. Okay?
Yeah.
We see 16 kilometers and more.
Yes. And?
If Earth is a sphere with 40,000 kilometers, what you said, with 2-meter height, you can see only 5 kilometers. But in reality, when we make observation with 30 centimeter height, we see 16 kilometers.
Yes, that's called refraction.
Now that's called we see the surface in 16 kilometers. That's not calling nothing. That's only calling we see the surface.
Yeah, and there are reasons your vision, what you can see, changes depending on atmospheric conditions.
The reason for seeing surface, where surface is, it's calling seeing surface.
Yes, and the reason it changes, because it does change, you understand that, right?
It does change, but the water.
Now, what do you think makes it change?
Does not change. The water, in the example of the Black Swan oil rigs, it's there every time, every day, during the night, during the morning. Only thing is atmospheric conditions change that you don't see that water every time, but sometimes you see, and that water is there. But that water, what you see with that observation, should to be covered on 1.22 miles.
Except you're fucking lying.
It's a GIF.
No, that's from the video of reality in Santa Barbara.
Okay, so if I send you so do they have primary data? Do they have the data on the atmospheric conditions
they have
and all the primary data?
Yeah, they have all conditions. I can give you this. The 42 degrees temperature and minus 17 degrees temperature will not change that water to not be there behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, that's not all the data that's required.
Okay, put 42 degrees of the temperature. Put the humidity, whatever you want. Put whatever you want there. That will not change. That water will not be there. That's what is there.
Look, I'll post a scientific experiment into chat demonstrating it is curved. It's not flat.
You
all the data all the data is in the experiment. You can see it yourself.
Okay, can you tell me? Shortly tell me like this: London, or better, London is not on the beach. Some town on the beach. That's town. Then you say this town. Then you say this island. Okay, this is the distance. This is the height, and this is the drop. And then we will see that with demonstration, of course.
Is the brown queen?
You know that data what you were asking for, that's what I gave you for that Santa Barbara 1 foot observer heights, distance to the horizon. The same thing, you can do it. Do it and show me where is the drop in any observation. And it's not scientific method, it's only measurement.
Well, but you are asking for something that is not, in fact, a scientific measurement. Though.
Here, check the chat.
Man,
your scientific incoming.
Scientific measurement.
Oh wait, I can't post in the chat. Never mind. I guess they're afraid of new information.
See the Globers, what they want to do is they want to flex their belief and their agenda on those who don't believe. They don't actually want to know what we know.
What you know? No, I'm dying to know. Where are things? Like, what's the map of what we know?
Oh, look, see that agenda.
No. You just said you don't want us to know what you know, and yet I asked you basic questions, and you flip out.
Did I make a claim about? Am I a fucking cartographer? Am I a fucking geographer? No, I'm not.
I mean, you okay? So you don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about where things are on Earth. Okay. So, but I've asked basic questions. What?
Okay, it's non sequitur. It's non sequitur to the fact that the Earth is flat. That's why I don't have to know it. But again, you have to get me to engage with your agenda to continue the conversation because you're
my
a fucking
agenda.
nerd.
Bro,
That's normal shit.
I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you basic. I'm not talking about my agenda. I've not put forward an argument. I've not made a claim. All I did was ask you a question. What you claimed was all they care about is their agenda. They don't want to know what we think. And literally all I did was ask you what you think, and you flipped fucking shit. That is a baby response.
I don't think anything about. I don't think anything about the arrangement of blood. I don't think anything of it. So that's the answer.
When you think about how long, I'm asking you. So here's a follow up. So if you travel outside or inside the U.S. where you travel, when you think about, okay,
sit this here because I bought this. No,
you're hot micing heads up.
Bro, what is like your level of acceptance to evidence? Like
drop over distance in reality.
As measured by what?
By curvature.
No, measured by what?
Whatever you want.
Like what?
Like what? If you see the flat surface, if you see the flat surface, how will you describe that surface?
Can you name one way to measure this that you'll accept?
One way, I told you. You see in a distance the island, you know the distance to the island, and you say, look, that island, it's covered 66 foot because it's on 10 miles distance.
Wait, what? That was an example. Wait, what method, what form of evidence will you accept?
I told you, you take an island in a distance and say, this island is 10... Yeah, island in a distance. You're watching the island in the distance, You can find out the distance to the island. Let's say that you know the captain of the ferry. Ask him how far it's a beach from the island, and he will tell you. That's the right answer because he is traveling for a year there. But you can watch on the Google also the distance to the island. Then you see or make observation, and then you see. Look, I'm watching that island on 10 miles, and I don't see that shore of the island because it's covered like 20 meters of the earth curvature. And then you show that everywhere in every location on the earth. And then you have spherical
accounting for refraction?
Yeah, accounting for refraction, and then you still have that curvature. You don't show the horizon flat observation with flat horizon and then say this is curved. No, you show the curvature on some distance and say, look, this is curvature, you know.
Okay, so look up the Rainy Lake experiment, and they found, based off of actual observation, that what they identified showed a curved Earth. Now, I can't post anything to the chat, so you just got to look it up. All the evidence, all the data.
Can you send it to me?
Yes.
Yeah, they said it was concave in that same video. They have observations where it's showing concave, so
I'm posting a link.
You got a problem.
I'm posting a link to the site with all the primary data.
That same video shows that the Earth is concave.
I'm not talking about a video. I'm not talking about a video. I'm posting a link to a website with all the data, the images, the results, all the method, everything is on this page, on the site.
How did you confirm that? How did you confirm that was actually done right?
Can someone? Who was the guy who asked me?
You're gonna answer the question. How did you confirm that test was done correctly?
Yeah, the same way this guy confirmed the test that he sent from that oil rigs was done correctly.
So you're not gonna tell me how it's confirmed then?
No, the same way. Or who's the guy who I was talking to?
Sasha.
Which account is that?
That's what you can see my profile name. It's your problem.
Okay, I got it. So I'm on my phone.
Yeah, so you're basically going to submit information that you haven't verified yourself. Nice.
What do you mean verify myself? So now I can't
how do you know that what they did was actually done to the scrutiny that you're asking for?
They post primary data.
Okay. What was the primary data? Tell me about it. Since you've seen it and you know about it, tell me.
They have weather data. They have geographic data.
That's good. Now, how does that relate to what they've done?
They have all sorts of data. They have elevation data.
That's good. What is it?
It's data. I'm telling you, they have data on elevation.
What's the numeric value?
I'll just send it to you. They have all sorts. They use.
Yeah, well, just tell me. How high were they off the ground?
I'll just send you the link. I mean, I'm sending this guy.
You don't know. So you don't know.
I'm not gonna. I don't know all. They did many different things.
No, you don't know any. You don't know any. You didn't evaluate
a different level.
You didn't evaluate the information.
I just got to send this guy this thing first.
Yeah, your elephant hurling fallacy. Elephant hurling that thing to him, and he has to figure it out because you didn't. You didn't figure it out. You don't know any of it.
Right. No, what you're doing now is you're sea lining and you're gished up.
No, I'm asking you. No, hold on. I'm giving you the floor for you to tell me, and you're denying me that.
They did it at, I'm pretty sure, different elevations.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's suggestive, meaning that you don't really know, which is what I'm pointing out. Yeah, really. See, that's what happens with you guys. You think you can come in here. No, you think you come in here and just chuck some information out and say, there you be, and you don't even know what it is. You think that's going to work, dude? It doesn't.
I'm giving you an experiment that demonstrates the very thing this guy is asking for.
Hold on, Sasha. I'm working right now. So if you're what you're doing right now,
338 meters above sea level.
Yeah, you just seen that right now. You just looked it up because you have egg all over your face because you said some shit
all over my face.
Yeah, you looked it up right now.
I know. I'm not claiming to be the world's foremost expert on this study. I'm giving you an experiment that does the thing that he's asking us to do. It confirms it, giving primary data using actual observation, photos, and everything.
Stop getting hot under the collar.
It literally contradicts your entire worldview. Like literally,
it doesn't. You know why? Because you're saying it contradicts the worldview.
Now you're in denial.
No, he's not.
It's not about being in denial. What I'm doing here is I'm getting right down to the facts. The facts of the matter is you're saying that it's a confirmation for your worldview, and you don't know any of the data. You haven't poured over any of it, or you can't tell me about what it's about.
Your entire worldview.
Yeah, so says you based on an idea that you think somebody figured it out. But you can't even articulate it to me.
It's an experiment that this guy asked for.
Yeah, that's great.
Experiment, here's an experiment.
But you didn't even articulate what it was about. So how do you know if it's true or not?
Miguel, can I ask him simple? How that convince you, and then tell me that, and then I will be convinced for sure.
Sasha, yeah, but I'm not on that point. I really want to get him right now on the fact that he's giving us information and he doesn't even know what it was about. But he said it's confirmation. He said it's confirmation that the Earth is a globe. He's always confirms that you guys are wrong, and he can't even articulate the point to us of how we're wrong based on that information because he doesn't even know what it says. I'm pointing that out.
Didn't look it. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm showing the audience. I'm showing the audience that that's what these guys do. They come in here and chuck information into us and say, "Here, go check it out. This disproves you guys." And he doesn't even know what it's about. So perhaps next time when he comes in here, he's going to be ready with the information.
I do know what it's about.
Yeah, no, you didn't. No,
do you want me to explain it to you?
No, I don't, because you just looked it up right now. No, you just looked it up right now. You just looked it up right now.
I referenced this study before this came up.
Yeah, bullshit, because you would have already told me the elevation height those guys were at.
The exact elevation that they were at.
I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. You know why? No, you know why? Because I've exposed you. I've exposed you, dude.
And then you freak out.
No, I didn't freak out. What I'm doing is exposing you. I'm exposing that what you guys do is come in here and just throw information at us.
Yeah, evidence.
No, it's not. Because if it was, it would be verified and you would know it would be verified.
What do you mean it would be verified? What does that mean?
Yeah, you would be able to say, hey, you know what? I poured myself over the data. I went ahead and checked it and, outside in the field. And I was able to test.
Go to so unless I've been to the exact place. Have any of you been to the oil rigs?
No.
Have any of you been to the oil rigs?
No, they're showing. Listen.
No. So you said some air verified
listen to me.
bullshit.
Listen to me.
Putting it off on me.
Yeah, listen to me. The guy or the guys who've done this, the guy or guy who have done this, are showing you a method, something that you can do and replicate. So in other words,
he was saying.
So hold on a minute. Yeah, you're gonna let me finish, dude. I'm gonna mute you. So in other words, what they've done, you can do as well, which is what the Black Swan was. It was a method. It isn't something that's a one-off, and we're pointing only to that. It's a method in which something that anyone can do and replicate and go and test for themselves. Did they do that with the Rainy Lake? Are you able to go test and verify? No, you didn't do any of that, nor did you even know any information that was presented.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's not going to help you. You're a liar.
Primary documentation of you verifying the oil rig?
It's not about the oil rigs. It's a method. I already told you. Second time I told you.
Okay, when the other guy starts, and he's not the only one to do this. I've seen that maybe 7 times come up as evidence. That fucking meme of an oil rig.
Yeah, I know you hate it because it debunks your worldview.
Miggy, give me just a second, man. Just a second. When I spoke about the oil rigs, I told you everything. I told you the height. I didn't tell you this. Look, there is the Black Swan. Look, everything. And then
you didn't verify it. You didn't verify it.
He gave you information. He at least gave you information that you didn't do. You didn't do that with Rainy Lake.
Information.
No, you didn't. You didn't verbally say idiot. You didn't articulate your points.
Okay.
And that's what I asked you to do.
You interrupted me.
Yeah, now because you had time to look at it while I was talking.
You interrupted me before I could even get to anything.
No, that's some bullshit right there. I gave you the floor.
What was the elevation?
And you couldn't give it.
No. I could ask this guy, what was the air temperature?
Doesn't matter. You failed.
What was it?
Doesn't matter, man.
Oh, it doesn't matter. See, and I said it doesn't matter when you said
it. You know why doesn't? You know why doesn't? You know why doesn't matter? You know why doesn't matter?
Do you know why doesn't verify? It matters.
Yeah, but do you know why? Do you know why temperature? Do you know why temperature?
Yes, because it's a double standard. I got it.
No, temperature doesn't matter. Temperature doesn't matter because you see the surface. That means doesn't matter anything else. If you see the surface, that means that surface is real. Only if you're claiming that surface is not real.
No, I don't know what point that was, Sasha, but if he's pointing that this information shows that the Earth is a globe, he would have been here ready to tell us all about it. That's the most important part about him explaining about the Rainy Lake. He'd be able to tell us what it was about. He couldn't do it.
I told him, give me the location, distance, height, observer height, and the drop over distance. He didn't do that. Yeah, he said watch the video.
Where'd he go?
Why? If you are convinced, if you watch the video, tell me tell me the data, and that's it.
Well, he's gone now, so.
Naja.
Was it Kibosh?
Hello, everybody.
What's up, man?
Hey, so I heard the other guy just left. I got a quick question, if you guys don't mind.
Which question, bud?
Yeah, have you guys ever heard of a megalithic yard?
Jesus Christ.
Take.
Did you hear for the yeast?
Hello?
Did you hear for the yeast?
Did I hear for the yeast?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth, but it's good for making bread.
Yeast?
Yeah. Did you get it? It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth, but it's good for making bread. Yeast.
Yeast.
Yeah. What? Oh, no, what? Let's put
I'm
it
sorry,
like this.
I don't get it.
Banana. Banana. It's a fruit. Has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. It's very sweet and good fruit.
You sleeping?
I thought bananas and yeast were found on the surface.
Do you know what is banana?
What does it have to do with the megalithic yard?
I'm also. What megalithic yard has to do with the surface of the earth?
Well, we've found it. So, like traditionally, I'm more of a flat real or a flat reality kind of.
They didn't have any.
Hello?
And I went to CVS, but I couldn't get off.
I think your mic's hot.
I think you're hot, Mike and Bud.
I thought it was responding. Was he hot mic?
Okay. If he was,
Yeah,
I
he
couldn't
was hot
understand
micing.
him. So anyway, yeah. So just to preface, generally I'm a flat reality kind of guy. That maybe we're being simulated as a round Earth, right? But I've talked a lot about this before with a whole lot of people, but I haven't heard any takes on the megalithic yard, which I just read up on because I'm reading this awesome book called "How We Made the Moon," which is really cool.
My God, dude.
Yeah,
so megalithic yard.
Yeah, well, so just learning about the megalithic yard, I was like, oh, I wonder what the flat Earth guys have.
Yeah, go. Yeah, well, nothing. So maybe you chat somebody else up about it, but not here.
Try again something what is not connected with the and ask a flat earther what they think about that.
Well, because this is not
literally connected to it.
To
get a megalithic yard.
I've talked to you lots of times about this. Just start your own channel and you build it and they will come. Something people, if it's your topic, if people want to hear it, your own personal take, start your own channel. It's very easy to do. You click on create your own and just title it whatever simulation theory type thing you're doing.
Okay, so you guys are just being retarded pieces of shit then. All right,
No,
talk to you
I'm
later.
saying
Go fuck yourselves.
Go talk on your own channel about topics you want to talk about. Don't hijack someone else's channel to bring up some shit no one cares about.
So, just for the quick record, if you could tell us what a megalithic yard is, real quick, that'd be awesome.
Dude, we're not.
No, Jenna, no.
We're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
we're not gonna do
Real
that.
quick, and then
we're not gonna do that. No, we're not gonna do that at all.
DM them and set up a one-on-one or something, or invite them to your server, and you guys can talk all about it.
24/7 megalithic yard.
Yep.
All right.
It's a proposed unit of measurement that equals about 2 point. It's an ancient measurement that equals about 2.72 feet. But anyway, do we have Earth curve?
Yeah, yard. Isn't that thing flat yard?
Keep going.
We got Nables in here. Nables, go ahead. Nables, you're up.
Oh, I'm up now? You're gonna have to give me a minute.
All right.
I'm trying to, I think I've got it for you, but I'm trying to figure out a way how you can account for refraction in your experiment or your measurements.
Jesus Christ.
I'll call it experiment. I'll call it experiment.
Please God, don't send him in military ever. You will not shoot in the enemy, man. In a point when enemy ship is coming, approaching the beach, you will say, "Let me calculate the refraction of this phenomenon."
Yeah, I mean, you could let him if he wants to say experiment. You can use that word. That word is not fully contained inside the scientific method. There's lots of ways to conduct experimentation. See, make sure though, like when you articulate that, because if you say, "Hey, I'm conducting an experiment," people think it's loaded. Okay, that must mean that you have the scientific method behind you, that you're you're doing a hypothesis test. Be like, well, no, I'm not doing that. I'm doing something, and I have a prediction of what might happen if I do this. Like, fuck around, find out. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's a little bit different word than people are generally using, the term experiment. That's kind of, the same thing as someone says, hey, I want to orchestrate whatever sort of social movement. They're not really talking, that use the word orchestration, like, conducting, musical instruments and people to play at certain times.
Can I send something in the chat?
Well, I mean, if you have to ask, probably don't.
Yeah, it sounds risque if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, if you know in your head that it's on topic, it's within TOS.
I actually didn't have anything in specific to send. I was just curious, so I'm not allowed to send something.
You can use the text chat free of will, like until that is revoked because people are doing dumb shit with it. Then it's
I can't, and then my chat is muted, or I can't type in the chat.
Yeah, do what you want, man.
Yeah, here.
Your Rainy Lake test is pretty much not any good. So, I mean, it's anything of that.
I wanted to ask a new question, which was satellite data and satellite imagery.
Now, what about
it? You believe in satellite imagery, right?
Not that I believe. It's not that I believe in it. I know it exists.
You don't believe those are fake. You don't. Yeah, they're not fake.
Well, I mean, what does that got to do with the price of rice, dude? Like, I mean,
yeah. Here, try to wait, real quick, admin here. Try. Is it working now? Can you type?
It is. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think the main thing we're looking at here is from a satellite's point of view. Is the Earth flat and stationary?
No, that's not even what I wasn't getting at that.
Well, I mean, let's start there.
I'm talking about
just very simply. Say you're on the ICE. Say you're on the ISS. You're sitting on the ISS. You're looking down at the Earth. Is the Earth both flat and stationary?
From the ISS?
Yeah.
Well, you would see from the ISS, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
You sure about that?
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure from the ISS. You can't see it from close orbit satellites, but
roll that beautiful beam footage.
I know. Well, I mean, I would say it'd be interesting to try to look up all the quotes and everyone talking about how it's 3%, 4% of the surface of the Earth. But I mean, at this point, I don't know if it's worth. Is it worth?
Well, he's hopeful. Crit, you got to give him that. He's kind of a little starry-eyed about it.
look at the edges, you will see a curvature. And I understand the satellites are too close to the Earth to really get a good actual view of like any curvature. Like you're just too close. So, my point is not about that. My point is when you look at satellite images of, I don't know, Russia or Ukraine before the invasion, and you saw the tanks lining up, or you look at satellite images of lakes or the U.S. Like it's accurate.
Yeah. Well, there's a distinction. There's high aerial footage, photography, excuse me, and then there's, you got your what they consider satellite imagery. So how can you differentiate which one's which?
Because satellite imagery is just like it has defined, like you go towards satellite image, like it's a place where you get them. Like you go to
I know. I'm not talking about where you get them from. I'm saying when you look at them, how can you tell the difference between high aerial footage? I keep saying that high aerial images and the images from satellite. What's the difference?
Area is going to be lower and higher resolution.
Right. Go ahead and give it. I want you to compare two images that are like that, and tell me the difference.
No, I don't know why you're making this about aerial photography. So
because
my question
seem to be.
No. My question was, do you think if like satellite images, like if you were to go to the images that are produced by any, a satellite, like, do you think those are real or fake?
That's irrelevant. I mean, what is the content? What is the content of the image?
I mean, I described to you, tanks on the border of Ukraine, lakes, getting less water. Like you can, it's live.
That's pretty up close. That's pretty up close. That ain't far away. That's like right on the surface. So obviously that could be that. Like that goes to my previous statement. How do you know? Or question. How do you know it's not aerial footage, high aerial footage, and it's versus satellite?
Well, actually, Ukraine might have been. Let me check.
Yeah, see, I think that's what's happening here. You have this.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. No, that's honestly irrelevant. Like I just use that as an example.
That's what I said.
Above. Like, fine. You can see cities, you can see lakes, you can see structures, you can see land masses.
But bro, what's the end game here? Like, that's what everybody wants to know.
My question is this: we can see where the end of the U.S. is. If you can go towards Antarctica, the South Pole, we can see what is there. And if you keep, you will not see an ice wall. You will see what we have on globe Earth maps there.
There is an ice wall.
Like you will see an edge of the continent.
Yeah, but like ice shelf, ice wall. That's
but you'll see the edge of it. My point is, you'll see the full thing. You can see all the edges, the perimeters.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to make it sound like there's these images that you have in your possession that show this information, and I'm going to challenge you on it right now. I'm going to call bogus on this, man. Bullshit. You don't got it.
Why don't we just organize a flotilla?
So here's a more part. You think
why don't we go to Antarctica ourselves?
You think the satellite images that we use for everything? You think they just don't go over Antarctica?
No. So now we're going from images to something else.
No. Satellite images. You think they just
okay?
They don't hover. They don't take pictures over.
But what I'm saying is, I'm calling bullshit on the thing that you're saying that there's images of these things. I want to see them. Show them to me.
Sure, I could show you satellite images of Antarctica. But my question was,
is it showing? Is it showing what you said it is?
Yes, I could show you a satellite image of it. Yes, I could. I could show you one with borders on it. My question to you was, if we have this, is that enough for you to accept it?
No, that's just images of something. You're just taking pictures of something on the ground. Like, what detailed information is that going to give us about the conversation of the Earth being a globe or a horizontal plane? Like what?
That we can see beyond Antarctica.
Okay, so.
And when
that doesn't settle, the dispute, dude. That doesn't settle the dispute.
No. When you keep going, you end up on the other side.
Yeah, let's see the images. I'm calling bullshit. I want to see the images right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god. Somebody's challenged you to pony up on the claim you're making. Wow. Can't believe somebody's doing that. Yeah, well, I'm doing it. Yeah.
Oh my god. No, I'm doing it, but you've already said you won't accept it. So I feel like
I'm asking you to submit.
No, you're asking me for something you won't accept.
Nobody did that.
No, I'm saying like this, bro. What I'm telling you is that I'm
That's
calling
correct.
bullshit.
You're asking for something you won't accept.
I'm
So I don't know
calling
why you're
bullshit that
wasting
you
time.
have them. I'm calling bullshit that you even have the images.
Oh my
I'm saying
God.
you don't have the images.
I will post an image.
No
But
images.
you're asking for
No,
something.
not image.
Yeah, images. You're asking for something you won't even accept. But
dude,
okay.
just post them. If you got them, you got them. If you don't, you don't. Put your winning hand. Put your winning hand down on the table, bro.
You've already said you won't accept it.
Put your winning hand down on the table, bro.
This is the issue. I asked you hypothetically.
Put your winning hand down on the
You wouldn't
table.
accept it.
I'm gonna tell you a fourth time. You want the fourth time? Put your winning hand down on the table.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Let's go. Finally.
No, but notice how you said you wouldn't accept it. So you're asking for something you won't accept.
Okay, well, don't do it then.
Post it.
Yeah, if you don't,
Well, that
don't
was
do
exactly why I wasn't going to do it because he
Well,
said you
don't
wouldn't
do
accept
it. Don't do it then.
You wanted somebody to say that, dude. You wanted somebody to say, "Don't do it." So you, I'm not going to do it.
He's not going to do it anyway. So I tried. Maybe reverse psychology will do it. If you know this photo's not going to be accepted, even by you or anyone watching, anyone listening, anyone on YouTube, don't even bother posting it. Follow your logic to a full conclusion. If
That was
I
my
know
thinking.
I'm in a forum that someone, hey, why even bother posting it? They're not going to pay attention to it. They won't look at it. They don't care. No one's going to give two flying fucks. I wouldn't even waste the click. Follow your logic.
That's why I said, but I did post a link if you're interested. That's
the link.
That has a full image of Antarctica.
Yeah, bro. You said images. What's up with that?
It has the borders.
Really? How do you know they're the borders?
I mean, how do you know the satellite
Gotcha,
images of
bitch.
anything are real? No, because this is the issue.
I'm asking,
when I asked
I'm
you,
asking,
when I asked
I'm
you,
asking for
how do you know?
validation.
What? Because no,
I'm
but that's
asking
the
for
thing.
validation.
If you need to validate a satellite image, fine. I can give you an expedition from the Arctic. Will you accept that?
Yeah. What about the expedition, bro? That has to do with
Will
the
you
argument
accept
for
that?
globe. That has to do for globe versus flat. What is a?
Yeah.
What about the
Confirming
expedition?
what I just posted you that these are the shape of it. Like again,
what?
If you like, is there anything you'll accept as evidence?
Yeah. The measurement of the Earth being a curved surface, like they say it is. That's what I'll
and and the Rainy Lake experiment does that.
Does not do that.
Yes, it does
because
do that.
number one, you didn't know any of the information until I was pressing you for it.
No,
and you were scrambling to figure it out while I was talking to you, because you had egg all over your face. So then you looked it up. And you're like, oh shit, I need to tell him this.
It does do that. It proves exactly that. So that is a measurement. That is a measurement that finds curvature.
Just a second, man. I posted for you, Miggy. That's what he's saying. It's from satellite. That's what
the Rainy Lake. Well, there's a portion of the video that I'm pretty sure he didn't even bother to look at. He's not scrutinizing these guys at all. This is the case that we're making, right? Because if somebody says that the Earth is flat and they did a test, we actually do scrutinize whoever did that. You, on the other hand, you just like, hey man, they did a Rainy Lake test and the Earth is a globe. I'm good. Here's the information. You don't even scrutinize what they've done.
Okay, so what scrutiny have you done on the oil rig?
Hey,
because I've seen that posting constantly.
I didn't make that claim, so I'm not the one that needs to be pressed for that.
Well, that has been posted here a lot. So what? You don't do scrutiny on something that's posted on your own site? So has anyone done any scrutiny?
That you should ask the person who actually gave that to you. How about that?
Okay, well, so notice how one of the most. Has there been any other demonstrations that you have verified yourself that I can look at?
Any elevation profile of the land.
Is there there an experiment that I can go on where it has all the data?
The method,
and you have yourself verified.
Hold on. So the method is you're either going to find the curvature where, as prescribed by the Earth's size. So the Earth is a specific set of size of dimensions, as you may or may not know.
There was a question. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, hold on, dude. It's got a radius diameter. It's got a radius, diameter, circumference. So what you're doing is, whenever anybody tells you anything about any method, any test, whether it be Black Swan or whatever, you can actually replicate that and go outside and verify whether or not what they're saying about the thing they're telling you is true. So you don't have to.
So can you answer the question?
Hold on a second. You don't have to go to that place. That's what I'm telling you, and that's what you're saying that you need to do. No, you don't.
No, can you answer the question?
What's the question again?
The question was, is there an experiment that I can see online that has as much data, primary data, and actual documentation as this Rainy Lake experiment that you have yourself verified?
What experiment? I'm sorry. What did you say? Ray, what?
Is there any experiment that confirms your belief, that confirms
Hold on, let me tell
that you have
hold
yourself
on.
verified?
Wait a minute, dude. I'm gonna have to
That is as robust as this.
As robust as
which one that I've given him? The Rainy.
Okay, the Rainy Lake test.
Every time.
You know which one that is?
Which one is that?
I think it was a couple of Glovers. I think McToon was involved in it, if I'm not mistaken. He posted it in the text chat.
Geometric horizon claim.
Dad, you just take a look at it. You'll see it. They have it in the video. It shows concave and like it's doing all kinds of stuff. Anyways, he didn't know any of the information that was relevant to that when I was pressing him on it, and so he got kind of upset and he was looking it up while I was talking to him.
So he wants us to verify anything that we've posted. Is that the long or short of it?
Yeah, that's the short of it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then there would probably be zero evidence for the globe if it would be something that would have to be verified firsthand by anybody, right? So that doesn't help you. Now, meanwhile, everybody else can measure practically themselves that the Earth is indeed flat. I mean, the surveyors do it. Everybody else treats the Earth that way. So if it's going to be incumbent on someone to verify something that they see online, then there would be, I guess there are no globe proofs at all.
No, a proof that the Earth is flat, that you measure over X distance and you can do this and you've verified it yourself. Because
I haven't verified the distances of the Black Swan. I haven't verified the distances of the oil rigs on the Black Swan. Those are published in municipal, records. So, I mean, do you want us to get in a boat and pull ropes out and go all the way to the oil rig? What do you want us to do?
I was asking him. I sent this guy an experiment, and then he's like, "Have you personally verified it?" Like,
yeah, no, I asked you that. I asked you that, but I also asked you, "Is it possible you could tell me what it's about?" And you couldn't even do that.
I could. And then you asked, you interrupted me to say, "What's the elevation they were at?"
Yeah, the elevation height.
I could even tell you what it's about. I have to recite the elevation.
No, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit because I gave you time to answer. You didn't.
No.
And therefore, I came back around and said, you see, you're posting information. Yeah, dude, you can rewind the tape. You're all on audio about this. So.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I was explaining that they took measurements, that they observed things across certain distances, and they looked at what was the observed height. That
it was ambiguous
by a flat Earth, and what was the observed height from a globe.
Yeah, it was ambiguous because you didn't know any of it lines up, bro. You don't know any of them. Hold on, Sasha. You didn't know any of the information that was relevant to that. And I was asking you. You were like, it just lines up. I'm like, what numeric value is that?
Okay,
you didn't give us a number.
So how was the sea level? How did the sea level or the elevation?
You see, you're not answering what I just finished saying. That's
you said it was relevant to it, and you asked me one question, which was, what was the elevation? How was that relevant?
The numeric value. What was the data?
Yeah, and how was that relevant?
Because you need to know what it is that you're talking about, like Sasha was doing with the Black Swan.
Okay, so that actually, the elevation itself wasn't relevant.
Dude, it's the reason why they're...
My point, I summarized the relevant aspect of the study, of the experiment.
Yeah, it's not an experiment, by the way.
You said we wouldn't see any of this over in real life. I'm giving you one that is documented, and
so is he,
like I could go out and I would not be able to take as detailed measurements of air, of the air, quality and all this shit that they have. Like they have more shit than any of us will be able to take on our own.
The Rayleigh Lakes. What is the actual claim? Is it distance to horizon?
It's what distance you would see. When distance to horizon, yeah, I guess, yeah.
So in that case, they're claiming that the distance to the horizon
far away.
Wow.
They put things far away, and they see how long see how it lines up at certain distances.
Right. So in this case, the water would be the geometric blockage of whatever is in the distance. Well, we already know that the horizon is not Earth curve. You're showing us a white swan? Yeah, we already know. There's lots of white swans.
No. They account
the
for
black swan.
They account for refraction.
No, I don't care about refraction. There's no refraction included in globe Earth math, so I don't know why they would include that.
The refraction is something about affects what you see. So yes, if you're trying to calculate what will you
can you prove that, please? Just prove that. Can you prove that?
Prove what? Prove what?
Prove your claim that you just made.
Yeah, refraction by definition is the bending of light. What we see comes from light. If light bends, it affects what you see because what you see comes from light. Like it's almost a tautology. Refraction is almost defined as the bending of what you see. So by definition, if there's refraction, like this is why.
Hey, Giggles, you didn't give him any data, Giggles. You didn't tell him by how much numerically. So you can laugh all you want.
Refraction is a variable thing.
Yeah,
That's why if you look at something across a distance,
who cares?
You will see it change.
Hey, listen, dude, you can giggle all you want, but you're not telling them any sufficient data that would support your claim. So you're giggling for no reason.
Yeah, the data is that if you look at what you can see across a body of water,
what you can see,
like
is that all it gets?
No, I'm explaining this to you. The data. Look, he asked me, "How do you know?"
The data is seeing.
No. The data is not seeing. The data is numerically understood as measurements and calculations, even. But you can't even do that, dude. And you're over here giggling like it's funny. That's what we're asking for. What are the numeric values that are being used for this, whatever you're talking about? Give us something.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
But
because
I find
that question is retarded when you actually understand what I'm talking about. He asked me, how do you know refraction affects what you can see?
Yeah, numerically, yeah.
Numerically. No. Yep. He said that his question was, how do you know refraction affects what you can see?
Yeah, what are they using to understand what refraction is in this? If you're saying they included it in what they've done, what was the data? What was the data provided for refraction?
They use this standard coefficient, the refractory coefficient, which involves temperature. It involves air pressure, I believe.
Yeah, what is the coefficient?
The coefficient. Now you're going to get into like what are the
what's the equation? Yeah.
I don't know the specific refractory. There's several
how do you know?
equations.
How do you know it lines up, bro?
Oh my god!
How do you know it lines up?
Because I don't know all of the different equations.
No, it's not different. No. It ain't different. It's this one. Not different. It's this one right here.
No, because what you just asked me involves more than one equation. It involves the refraction coefficient.
So then you don't know. Is that the answer? You don't know?
I do know. It's K equals R over R to the power of R. Like the issue is, you're asking me. Hold on. I asked you he asked a very basic question. How do you know refraction, which is defined as the bending of light?
Yeah. How do you know it's affecting the? How do you know it's affecting the observer to what he's seeing?
Bending of light affects what you can see. Because what you can see.
The refraction is not defined as the bending of light. That is incorrect. Can you cite the definition of refraction for us, since this is your claim?
Yeah, the definition of refraction is a wave as it passes from one medium to another, causing that redirection can cause by the wave's changing speed. AKA.
So that's not correct. Can you get us a citation, please?
Okay, if you Google it, refraction is the bending of light.
I want you to provide a citation, bro. You've got
Here's the citation.
You've got diarrhea of the mouth.
I just did the Google search. It is that's what it said. Refraction.
Okay, now we need. The bending. So the changing of light. This is the slowing down, change of speed. Friend.
Change of speed.
No, bending of light, sound, or other waves as they pass from one medium to another with different density.
Okay, what are the two different density mediums that we're dealing with in this case?
In this case, it would be air it would be potentially water because of, I don't know, water particulate accumulates in the air. You know, you have clouds, you have
No,
rain.
sorry. What are you talking about? We're talking about an observation between one point and another.
Yes,
In
and
the air.
everything that
What are
affects
the
the
two
bending of
different
light.
mediums?
Water
What
and
are the two
water
different
and air.
mediums? What are the
Water
two
and air.
different mediums that we're dealing with? Oh, so now water and air. Show me the water.
The water is below, and there's also water.
Yeah.
Like
water-
precipitation is water.
Is there rain all of a sudden in this observation? Show me the rain.
No, but if it's humidity.
Humidity is gas. That is a water vapor. It's a gas.
Yes, water vapor.
So we have gas and gas. What's the two different media? It have to be isotropic media. In this case, it would be gas to water, gas to glass. You only have air in this situation. So you're giving us an example.
No, there's air.
These Rayleigh lakes.
So here's the distinction, right? It's a continuous medium versus a discrete change.
What is the,
like they're gonna try and run a
need
script
to
on
look
you,
up
bro.
what's, I need
They
to
do
look
this
up
all the
sea
time.
lining. Look up sea lining.
Yeah, great. So we don't have two different isotropic media then, is that about right?
Just look up sea lining. I think you are very off.
So at this point, you don't have any two different isotropic media that we're looking through, so refraction, as you've defined it, is not involved.
Refraction is involved.
Great. Show me the two different isotropic media that we're looking through.
If it goes through air and there is precipitation or there is water.
There's no show it to me.
Water. Oh my God.
Show it to me.
Show you what?
In the observation of the Rayleigh Lakes that you're bringing up.
The water?
What water?
In the lake?
What about the lake?
Did they
We're
shine
not
the
looking
light through
through the lake.
Oh my God.
We're not looking through a lake, my friend. We're looking through air. What is the other medium that we're looking through? Not that there's water in the observation, but are we looking through two different isotropic media, or is it only air?
Photons.
What? You're saying does the light go through anything other than air?
In this case, yes. Is the light going through anything other than air for our observation and our measurement? Because you're claiming refraction, and we need to be looking through two differing isotropic media.
Oh my God, I think you're misunderstanding refraction here.
Oh, great. Well, then why don't you show me how I'm wrong using citation and examples, please?
Terrestrial refraction.
And
you know that is
7/6.
Tell me about it.
That one?
You need radius for that. You need radius for that.
Yeah, you're going to need a radius for that. That's in the equation. Where'd you get your radius from?
Oh my God.
Do you understand that you're losing badly and you don't know what you're talking about? Do you understand that?
You're sea lining. You're sea lining.
Great. Just say sea lining over and over again while I concisely point out that you don't know what refraction.
Now we're on to radius. I'm pointing out to you that you have something called...
What radius?
Radius
of what?
You brought up terrestrial refraction. That requires the radius. You brought it up, not us. This is on you.
Fine, no,
Where'd
fine.
you
Fine. No. When it comes to the medium that you asked for, it's the atmosphere.
That's one medium. That's air.
Well,
the atmosphere. There
it's
you go.
not just one air, though, right? I mean, there's like nitrogen, there's oxygen. There can be different ratios of different.
Yeah, it's all gas.
Exactly.
It's homogeneous, right? So it's homogeneous. It's one gas.
Creating cooler
you just described what not
all medium. Any way you slice it, it's only one medium, gas.
Cool.
It's a homogeneous gas.
Medium was. There it is.
There it is. Okay, so we looking through two for your refraction to be valid. So
no. The point is that you hold fraction, holding that consistent, or even if you don't consider a fraction, I think it still lines up. When you have air pressure, what? Do you know how we got here? It's because I'm giving you a experiment that does the thing you guys have been begging for.
Right.
And now you're bitching about, oh, there's no problem. You're in denial. So you're like,
no, we're not. Now you're projecting, dude. Do you think you could not have diarrhea of the mouth? Can we have a? Gee whiz, dude, you have to shut up. Like, is this the new tactic where you just talk constantly and that's somehow a W? No. You're showing us a white swan, and you're also telling us that they've included refraction in this observation. You've defined it as, the passing of light between two differing isotropic media. At the boundary, that light will deviate. I need you to show me the two different isotropic media that we're looking through. You could not provide that. Now you're spazzing out. Does that about sum it up?
I provided it. It's called the atmosphere. And you're in
That's one medium. I need two media, meaning water or gas, intersecting at a boundary. That's where the light deviates. Can you provide that?
You understand that as air pressure increases.
So we're not going to get that. He's not going to show us two differing isotropic media. Now he's going to talk about air pressure. Let's see what he has to say about air pressure. That also debunks the globe, but I digress.
Air pressure is actually confirms gravity. It's why it always goes.
Okay, fine. So this guy's gonna gish gallop. Who wants to deal with the gish galloping motor mouth? Because I'm kind of done with him.
He doesn't know anything. He's
saying you're
spiraling
unable to
everything,
continue?
reading from the Google, and that's it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna unmute him. Somebody else can have fun.
Yes, mediums change as temperature and air pressure change. So air pressure, the atmosphere.
So the gas is
if it's not the same, if the atmosphere is different, 20,000 feet above than it is below, then that is changing the medium. The medium is changing. It might be the same medium, but there is changing conditions, which affects rays.
The same medium. You heard it, everybody. Same medium.
Yes. And
no refraction.
If you have one level of the atmosphere that has one set of conditions, and then another one with a very different set of conditions, very different temperature, very different air, then that will change how light reflects. This is why I don't know if you've ever noticed
the problem. So
not always the same.
What I want you to do,
like the sky
at this
sometimes
point,
turns pink.
Yeah. So at this point, what I want you to do is validate your claim. So what I need you to do is show us light passing through air and doing the things, to give you a value, like a K value. We're going to have some studies.
What's going on, gentlemen and ladies? Today I will be debunking flat Earth again.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I just want to clarify quick.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Ice, are you bringing up the same thing you brought up the other day? Right, this refraction model that has R baked into it, and you're backwards engineering a K value to fit the model. You're doing the same thing again, dude?
Well, it's much worse than that, because if he's going to appeal to terrestrial refraction, then that would be standard 7/6R. But we also still need to know where R comes from. If he's going to appeal to some other type of refraction, which, as far as I understand, there's only one, where you need two isotropic medias, and the interface or the boundary layer is where things begin to deviate. We also need that. But he doesn't have that. So what we would need is some kind of study, like some white papers. You guys love peer-reviewed stuff. So why don't you get us the study and the actual, data where they determined that light is deviating at the rate that they claim? That would be helpful. Instead of just making the baseless claim, give us the details, the studies, the data. I'd like that.
Yeah, they have actual data on refraction measurements.
Great. So you can get us the one that's specific for this particular circumstance where we have light passing through air and it is deviating in the way, and because, they shined a bunch of different lights, different frequencies through the air to get the result that you're talking about, and then match that with the specific conditions. Oh, and then, by the way, tell us where they got the R value from. That's all I need from you. So get digging.
It's all in the link. It's all in the link.
If this is an elephant hurling fallacy, fine, let's look at the link. In the link, and if you're wrong, and I look for it, what do we think should happen, Clash? Do we think we should just leave on it? Well, I mean, what are the other results? Where's the link? How far back do I have to go? Gee whiz.
It was just your last sentence that got cut off.
So now the studies of the how lights works will show where the surface of physical ground will be.
We've got satellite image. Where's this link he's talking about? Does anybody have a timestamp for it? Walter Bislin? Is that it?
Hey, is anyone down to have a civil discussion?
Says who he again posted something, but he didn't look into that.
Water is flat, horizontal, and level. I think I agree.
Yep.
But what evidence do we have? What physical evidence can I show?
Water in reality.
Water is flat. I mean, isn't there also the only thing is like
still water could be flat.
Like it has volume, so it's not really flat. It's horizontal. I agree. I believe the wording is a little confusing.
It must have container, yeah.
Yeah, because
it will flow.
That bubble technology for the levels is pretty accurate.
Yeah, I remember Linus was sending me something about water being horizontal and level, and I came in here to just learn a bit more. Sorry.
So in this link, there's actually, I asked for something very specific and it's not in the link. I asked for the data where they, created this value for refraction and how they did it, and it's not here. What we do have is measuring refraction from GPS vectors. Well, that's not going to do it. And then we have measuring refraction with a computer model where someone just decided to make it up. So we don't actually have the refraction or the data to go along with the refraction that he's apparently appealing to. We don't have two different isotropic media. We don't have an R value in the first place. This is an elephant hurling fallacy. He did not go ahead and do the research, so he's going to stay on mute. We have other clowns in here right now. What are the other clowns going to say?
Perspective.
Now it's all perspective. That's fine.
I do have a question though, because G Foria shared an old map in the chat, and this does not make sense. I actually have. Wait a minute. I have this fucking painting as a painting. That's even better. This map. Do you see?
Bro, what the hell are you talking about? So I see you've sobered up today. Right? Are you drinking again tonight? Are you going to start getting hammered at this point?
No, I'm talking about the map that was sent in the text chat. Well, I don't know what you mean. I don't drink.
You were obviously hammered last night. Don't play.
Hammered last night. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you were in here last night. Yeah, you were shit-faced, and you probably don't remember. But
that was
nonetheless.
Ad hominem? Is that the ad hominem?
No, there's no argument going on. Right?
So,
this is not a debate. It's not an ad hominem. Of what, the globe Earth? I don't know. I don't think I've ever been presented.
Globe Earth. I just want to see like a model, like something that like explains like because there's always like misconceptions about the flat Earth theory, right? Like the society
what's the flat Earth theory?
The flat Earth theory, or no? I mean flat Earth society.
What's the Flat Earth Society? Do you think you're in the Flat Earth Society?
It was a PSYOP, I believe someone was telling me about in the call.
Are you playing this old song and dance again today? Because I'll just ban you.
No,
you can either have a conversation.
Not doing nothing. I promise you my attention.
Here we go. You're on mute. So here's how it's going to go. You're not going to pull the same shit that you pulled last night. You're either going to have a meaningful conversation or all this talk about, the Flat Earth Society and straw manning us with all kinds of other stuff that we don't claim. It's not going to fly. So you pick. You can calm down. You can have a real conversation, and you'll stay on mute. Because I got other people I can unmute and talk to. It's up to you.
I believe my intentions were clear when I came in, but yeah, I do want to have a good discussion.
Okay, so why don't you stop talking about PSYOPs or the Flat Earth Society or whatever. And what are your intentions? What would you like to discuss?
I just want a model. Like I want to see something that explains like it.
There is no model. Models would require experiment. No, there's no model. Models would require experiment. The same reason that there is no global Earth model. Can you show me a globe Earth model?
I believe the globe in the classroom.
No, I'm sorry. That's a polar coordinate projection. That's not even a model. It's simply a map, a projection of a globe that's backwards engineered from celestial, essentially elevation angles, and then they wrap that around a paper mache globe or sphere or cardboard, ball. So they might as well fill it with candy, and you can hit it like it's a piñata. It's not a model. It's a polar coordinate projection.
Well,
that tells me how much you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly, and that was stated. I said I don't know much about this except for this, and then you had muted me.
Right. So, why would you need a model for something that also requires experiments? There's no experiment that you could conduct. For shapes.
So, what would you call? Can I get a map? A map of how a flat Earth would work? Can I get a map?
There's plenty of flat maps.
But the flat maps that I showed yesterday, you guys said that you guys do not believe that's what you think it is. So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, why would you ask us what we believe we think it is?
So could you show me like a drawing you think of what?
Why do you think we need to do that? We can tell you that it is definitely planar in nature. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Let me help you. Instead of you interrupting me right away, let me help you. Nobody here is claiming to know distances or essentially, relationships between the land masses and how the entire Earth looks. But we can validate for you and prove that it is in fact planar in nature, the surface of it. That is our claim. Why do you need a map all of a sudden? You have plenty of maps.
I believe we're having some miscommunication between us.
Do you think that flat Earth is some kind of claim about the relationships of the continents between each other and the overall construction of the Earth? Do you think that's what flat Earth is?
No.
Well, then why are you asking for some kind of map then?
What is wrong? Well, is there a flaw in asking for a map? Is there a flaw that you noticed?
There isn't one. The flaw is you keep asking for something that we've already told you does not exist. It's as if you have a hearing problem or a comprehension problem.
No, it's neither of those. I believe that yesterday when I tried to say that, it was a very heated discussion that I do take accountability for.
Great. So there is no map. Do you have any other questions?
Can I speak with the British man?
No.
Oh, he's not in here. My bad. I think he left.
I'm in UK.
Yeah, a lot of people texted me from this this voice chat, and they told me that the calls can be pretty hectic sometimes. And
Man, can you watch the voice text chat? I posting something. To see it? Do you know what that? Hello?
It would appear as if he's decided to bail. Maybe he's going to get a beer. I don't know.
I want that he choose. There is a big choice. Of course, Icefish, there are many ridiculous, but there are projections from... Well, that not flat earthers made that pictures, for sure.
Yeah, those are all projections of the spherical Earth, apparently. Which one of those is correct? Ice? Can you tell us which one is the actual representation of the ball Earth?
Line 5, row 7.
Just bear in mind that every map that is shown there in the side chat there has been derived from flat Earth elevation angles to the stars for the mapping purpose, for making these maps. So any way you slice it, they started with a flat Earth and created these weird maps. Choose whichever one you want. They all came from flat.
Check this out.
Yep.
So I ask him for a map that he likes, and he gives me the WGS 84, which is not a map. It's a geoid. It's just a concept. It's a mathematical concept where they place all their flat Earth measurements on there like a disco ball. So he gives me the WGS 84. That's hilarious.
You know what's hilarious is that it's 2025 and there's still people.
There we go. This guy's here.
Hilarious.
Hey,
That's
man, I know.
hilarious.
Listen, B-Trigger was just talking about Mighty comes in here every time and gets triggered, and then he has to be muted.
In the same way, in 2025, people still believe the sea level, that water is curving, and that it's like, okay. But it's 2025. Water is curving.
Yeah, it's 2025. It's time to start trusting your senses again. What you see, what reality is. Try using that for a change.
How are you guys so
That'll get you
retarded? It's
somewhere.
2025. We already know the Earth is a sphere. Stop being so retarded, please. Thank
I just want to note that I was muted because the guy said that the link that I gave did not give evidence for how they got the refraction numbers they got.
No.
And then he started reading it, and then he was like, "Okay, they use,
What did they use?
And they use
what did I ask for? And what did I ask for? What did they use?
I don't know what you asked for, but they used 3 different methods.
You don't know what I asked for, and you posted the link, not knowing what I asked for?
You said primary evidence from them.
Yes.
On refraction.
How they got their values for the refraction that you're appealing to.
Yes,
now,
and they do.
They used models. They didn't use actual data. They used models.
They did.
Okay.
You didn't read the third
Read it out
section.
for me.
You read the first 2 sections, and then you did not read the third section, which the next sentence was measuring refraction from observation, where they use only.
Give me the citation. That will make it easier because I am not finding what you're talking about. So give me the citation, and then we'll discuss it.
Measuring refraction from observation.
I need the citation. Do you know what a citation is? That means from the source, get me the quotation or the paragraph or whatever section is describing to me what they went through to get the value that they're claiming. So get the citation.
You want me to link the entirety of the text?
You know, it's funny. I didn't say anything about linking. I said, get me the quotation or the section, the paragraph, whatever it must be for you to validate where they got their data for the refraction. And then we'll discuss it.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's long.
I don't give a shit how long it is. Cite it.
Okay, what format do you want it?
Okay, he's going to stay on mute at this point.
Bro.
He's obviously trolling. Who else do we have? Whisper Jack.
Yo, yo.
Are you white knighting for JJ?
No, I was about to interject and say that he's like the dumbest person on the politics server. As far as intellectual, he's disingenuous, and every time I've ever come into contact with him, definitely not white knighting.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's definitely true.
I guess it was just a caution against wasting your time, you know.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just, highlighting the fact that he is not providing what I'm asking for, especially when he just told me that he didn't even know what I was asking for. So there you go. Oh, we calculate the expected drop of the horizon on a target. Nope, still not what I asked for. Where does the value for the refraction come from, JJ?
Try. Says who? Just with some stupid data, but to try to be like a data.
You want to talk to ICE? JJ?
No.
You want to talk to JJ? No. Okay.
No, to give you the answer for that, what you're asking.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
That means it was like, let's say, observation, 6 foot height. There was 35 degrees of temperature. There was humidity, 67%. there was uh, there was a little rain on 5 miles, but you could not see. There was one wave, a small one, doesn't matter. It was all other things, you know. And
Yeah.
and there was I saw the horizon on 10 miles. And that's happening every time when you have a 6 foot observation with that data what I gave you will give you the 10 miles horizon. If you now move the elevation or the change the all these data like humidity, temperature, pressure, gases around, whatever, density, that distance will change. That means for the 3 foot height and this temperature, and then now you give all other, I don't know, and then you say this, that will be example for me of the curvature, every time this kind of whatever data you have, and this is causing that you have the horizon on 10 miles. That means with 4 foot observer height with on the black swan oil rigs, there is happening something to make that 10 miles. And then you need to tell me now what that is. That it cannot be that 37 degrees and is the same, because you are saying that it's changing, that we need to invoke that stuff like a temperature, all that stuff. Okay, invoke them. Tell me what are that data. What is the temperature? What is the pressure? What is the gases on 10 miles? Whatever. Add or put that all inside and tell me that will happen with 1 foot observation. With 2 foot observation will change for sure. With that data. If you change the temperature, it will change again. But give me that data, how it will change, and repeat that, and that will need to repeat. That means if you have 35 degrees tomorrow, the same conditions, it will show you the same conditions. That means 1 foot observer height, 10 miles observer horizon, more. Same things, always. And that will be the curvature. What you never see, but it's explaining that flat, refracted, everything will be that. Practically.
What you're saying is no matter where the horizon is, they can always just claim some kind of ambiguous form of refraction, backwards engineer it by saying that day there was air and that day there was temperature, and therefore the horizon is exactly where it's supposed to be.
Or better, like with empiricism, you will prove, somehow, if you make that demonstration. That means you change the temperature, you change everything, and really it's changing. That means you will prove that. And if you show that, all of us will be, oh my God, look at this, But nobody has that. That's the problem.
But what are they comparing it to? Why are they claiming that it matches? What does it match? What are you comparing it to claim whether it matches or doesn't match?
I don't even understand, because you on the black swan you see the surface and they are saying, oh, refraction. What man refraction? You see the surface. What is going on with you? There is nothing to speak. I can understand if we speak, let's say, about the top of the oil rigs. There is something strange happening, because that's not real top of the oil rigs. You see the blurry thing and you see the spiraling. But that's not the surface of the earth. There is a water you can see. Nothing is happening.
Well, the standard is the thing that I'm actually looking for, because if someone wants to claim refraction, non-refraction, which is what they're claiming, because we have no boundary for the refraction to actually occur, then they're claiming something different. And I want to know where that value came from. I want to know what tests were performed using a light, or even several different, we'll call wavelengths of light, different frequencies, and how they can predict that the light is going to do what they say it is doing. And that doesn't exist. And that's when I asked for it, they elephant hurl some Walter Bislin nonsense at me. And everybody else, for that matter. And they don't even understand what Walter Bislin is saying. They've never read it. They have no clue. So they just claim it. And that, to them, apparently is satisfactory. I'm surprised they're not more concerned with how Walter Bislin got the value, the K value, or the refractive coefficient, the index, the chart, all that stuff. Where did it all come from? Do you know? Maybe you should be a little bit more skeptical, JJ. Now, who else do we have? We got Stan, we got VLTK, whatever that is. He's on deafen. Who would like to speak to Ice JJ Fish? Because I have no more use for him.
Surely there are better interlocutors than that guy.
Well, you know, in this server, not a lot. Very few. Most of them are of the same ilk. So, we have Lotrict. Hello, Lotrict. I don't know if I've ever spoke to Hebby. Hello, Hebby. Welcome. We've got Daniel. Some people I've not necessarily spoken to before. Well, anyway, we've given JJ enough time to find us where this data came from and these values and these coefficients and how they were determined. He still hasn't done that. I'd just like to point that out. Also, I'm doing that while he's on mute. And I did place him on mute, so, you know, just raising my hand, yep, I did that. And I'm not ashamed of it either. I'm glad he's on mute. That way he can't just filibuster and say things that are nonsensical and not what I asked for. So, one more time, JJ, can you get us the study where they, you know, measured the different frequencies of light, or any light for that matter, and how it can refract through one medium to do the things that Walter Bislin is claiming? Can you get that for me real quick? I'll give you lots of time. As soon as you put that, I'll unmute you.
What he posted in the side chat, they're just a little bit up there. He claims, according to that gravity affects the atmosphere. That's an interesting concept. Now you got to prove gravity, buddy.
So it's not refraction. Now the light is bending due to gravity, he says. Oh, well, that's fine. All we need is the scientific experiment for gravity. So, can you get us the scientific experiment for gravity? Let me make it easier. We don't even need the experiment. Just get us the hypothesis, and then we'll go from there. Can you give me the hypothesis, please, JJ? You can put it in the side chat. That's fine. Just get us the hypothesis for gravity. I mean, I hate dead air, and I know Heretic does not like dead air. We're trying to keep this thing going.
I'm definitely not about the dead air. You know what amazes me, though, is how many grown-ass adults think that a circle equates to a sphere. You know, when you talk about the horizon, then they want to come back on you and try to straw man you and be like, well, that's a circle, right? Okay, so the horizon, being your limited circle of vision, is horizontal. The horizon's horizontal. And it just amazes me how many grown-ass people think that a circle equates to a sphere, standing on a sphere. A horizon means ball. That's crazy. It's insane. It's absurd.
Well, they're victims of hypnosis. They've been told this their entire life, so they can only see the world really through their hypnotic state. You know, they can't see flat, even though they experience it every day. They couldn't see it if they wanted to. They are dug in.
Yeah, it's that emotional attachment. And I bring this up a lot, is that when the mind is emotional, the mind is blind, ultimately. And when the mind is rational, it allows the eyes to see things that an emotional mind otherwise wouldn't. Right? It allows you to accept reality as it presents itself. And when people have these emotional attachments to things, be it, you know, a globe or a political ideology or a religion, globe basically is a religion, then all rationality goes out the window because of their feelings. They've got no facts.
This is true.
Yep, they only have feelings.
Yeah, and they question anything and everything with respect to flat Earth, but never question anything about what their beliefs are and what they've been taught. They don't question any of that. They just accept it at face value that it must be true. And they talk to us, and it's like the third degree. What about the other stuff? Maybe you should question that. Maybe you'll find out what we found out. It ain't the real thing.
Yeah. Like what I just posted here, you must always be willing to truly consider evidence that contradicts your beliefs and admit the possibility that you may be wrong. Intelligence isn't knowing everything, it's the ability to challenge everything you think you know. I don't think that these religious globers have that ability. There's a lot of them that they just don't. They're anti-flat earthers because they don't have that cognitive capability.
Okay, and JJ, the stuff that you're posting there in side chat, those pictures, you're proving our point. You're proving our point. The horizon is not Earth curve. So continue to post pictures like that. It just proves our point that the horizon's not Earth curve.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
You think the horizon is Earth curve? Wow.
So the horizon's not horizontal then?
I disagree with everything wholeheartedly.
So is the horizon horizontal?
This is a simulation, by the way.
Who am I talking to? I'm talking to Stan. Okay. Stan, is the horizon horizontal?
The horizon can be interpreted any way you want it to be.
No, we're not interpreting basic shit. Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
So that was cool. Stan, I appreciate you actually having that intellectual honesty to answer honestly. And yeah, the horizon is horizontal. It's your limited circle of vision in a horizontal circle over a topographic plane. Plain and simple. No pun intended. I wonder if Ice JJ would agree that the horizon is horizontal. Yeah, there's this weird effect that happens, JJ, where because you're closer to the ground, things that are on the ground are going to appear to be cut off at the base, but they're not actually cut off by any kind of physical Earth curvature. This is all in your perspective. Who's got it? I think Amish has it. A couple of you probably have it. Are those graphs that show exactly what I'm talking about? Your resolution to the floor is a little bit different than your resolution to the ceiling, being that you are closer to the floor.
Yeah, my question was, why would it look different on one day from your perspective in your same eyes, and then the Chicago skyline looks different in another month when you look at it in the same spot with your same eyes?
Because it's optical?
No, but why is it different?
Yeah, that's optical.
Yeah, okay, but why is it
It's
different
different.
given it's the same eyes?
Okay, all right. So I'm going to get through this and you're not going to interrupt me, okay? All right. So when you have a difference in air temperatures and water temperatures across a great distance, and those things are constantly changing, that's going to change what and how you see, not curvature.
No, can you explain how?
How what? How what?
Weather conditions. Why they change what you see?
The weather,
The
because
weather
of the weather
changes.
conditions.
The
The
weather's
weather
always
changes,
changing.
which changes what and how you see, JJ.
No, but like on a clear image across the water, why would the water, the temperature, and air pressure affect what you see?
Why wouldn't it?
Exactly. Like this is my point earlier, and these guys are like freaking out, saying you need to prove the exist. Like that's called like when light bends due to air pressure and temperature.
Why would
Hang
it?
on a sec here.
bending
Hang
of
on a
light.
sec here. Ice, JJ. Again, you're proving our point that the horizon is not Earth curve. That's been our whole point all this way along. The
No,
horizon is nothing more than an optical effect.
You said there was no refraction.
You're trying to make the horizon the front edge of the globe. That's what you want it to be. You want it to be Earth curve. You talked about some observation there where they did all these measurements and it matched perfectly. So they found a horizon that matched perfectly to some fictitious globe. The point is, the horizon changes. It will change throughout the day. If you watch it, it will change through the day.
Yeah,
It's
why do you
not
think
a
it does?
location
Why
that's
do you think it
based on
changes?
Earth curve. It is an optical effect that happens because of air temperature, moisture in the air,
Exactly.
etc., etc.
Exactly.
So what is your
Exactly.
point?
My point is they measure. No, my point was their measurement and their equation for refraction didn't actually require any shape or radius or any of that of the Earth. That's a constant that can be tossed. What they actually measured with hard data was air pressure, temperature, the very things you were saying affects
And what
what
did
you
they
see in the
prove?
horizon.
They proved that the
proved that
horizon
once you hold
changes
no, they proved that one no,
they
they
measured.
use that.
the horizon changes location, proving our point.
No,
Do you not understand that?
what
It
they
proves
proved
our
was
point.
what they proved was holding for
you proved my
those
point,
conditions,
JJ.
holding those conditions consistent. That you still what you observe matches up with a round Earth expectation.
So wait a minute. Pause right there, please. Pause right there. So hold
Versus the
on.
flat Earth observation.
So
what you would
hold
see.
on. So they measured air temperature and the air pressure and all of this, but they didn't measure Earth curve. They just assumed a ball off of all of this.
Yeah. What did they measure the drop?
They took they used
a drop.
flat Earth model
JJ,
also.
JJ, if they measured a drop, what did they measure it to? What did they reference it to know that there was a drop?
They referenced it to points that they held up at different distances.
So what would it be referenced to know that it dropped? What would be the reference point? How do you know it dropped X amount?
By seeing how what the equivalent
compared to what?
What you are
Compared
observing.
to what?
What you are observing.
Compared to what?
What do you mean compared to what? You observe what you would compare
what
to what you would expect. Compared to the
you're going to say that it's dropped down by 3 feet.
Compared to the expected compared to the expected observation.
So you're in reference to a flat plane. In reference to a flat plane, we have to point that out that they measured it flat to do the experiment. Oh, it's not even an
No,
experiment.
they did it.
It's
No,
an
they did it. No, they did
observation.
it based on both. They did it with several models: flat Earth model, whether considering it's flat,
No,
and
stop.
considering
You're not going to
it's
do
curved.
that. Nope.
They did both.
You're claiming that there's a flat Earth model, and we don't even claim that there's a flat Earth
No,
model.
not a flat Earth.
The
Like
globe doesn't
they
even
said,
have a
claiming
model.
it's flat. Claiming it's flat. Assuming it's flat. That's what I meant by flat Earth.
Why would they even claim that it's curved? Why would they have to make a claim that it's curved when all that we've witnessed when we go out and look at
it's a hypothesis.
when we go and look at reality,
That's exactly.
we see
They're
a
testing it.
horizontal horizon.
No, okay, so they're
we
testing
use that
the
in
hypothesis.
building. We use it in surveying the
Yes, in
horizon.
surveying,
horizontal.
They tested the hypothesis. They tested whether or not it's curved as a hypothesis.
No, it's not an experiment. It's an observation.
And then you test the hypothesis with observations and experiment.
It's not a hypothesis. It's not an experiment. It's an
That is
observation.
the definition of no. A hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah, it's a actual special prediction based upon cause and effect. DV and IV.
It's an educated guess.
No, it's not.
Based on, I mean, in layman's terms, but yes,
So what did they vary and manipulate to prove globe? What did they vary and manipulate to prove globe in this particular experiment? What did they vary and manipulate to prove globe?
Whether or not, like, the expected flatness of the Earth.
So they varied the flatness of Earth.
Well, they varied what you would expect. So if you calculate what you would expect,
so they varied what you would expect. How do you vary what you're going to expect when something hasn't happened yet? Do you know how dumb that is?
No, it's not. If it's flat,
yeah.
Flat.
What
if it's
did
flat
they
with equal
vary
elevation,
and manipulate to prove globe? What was in their experiment that they varied and manipulated to prove globe? Go ahead.
They varied the distances. They did it at 2 kilometers, 5, 7, 11 kilometers. They varied the targets.
They changed their observation point. They changed their observation point. That's all they did was change their observation point. There's still no experiment here.
No. They placed different types of actual surfaces, lights, boards, poles, like different things.
Okay, so they put stuff at different distances. How does that?
They did it. They did it. They repeated
it. What did they vary and manipulate to prove globe? This is not an experiment. This is not an experiment.
It was repeat. Yes, they varied the observation heights and the camera heights. You know,
oh my God! This is a train wreck. This is not an
everything
experiment.
that you can vary. Like,
you need to vary and manipulate what is causing the effect. So, what was the observed phenomenon? What was the observed phenomenon? Let's backtrack. So we start right there, so that we can start out with the scientific method. What is the observed phenomena to start the idea of having an experiment in the first place?
The farther something is away, the more the bottom part of it that's hidden. And it matches.
Okay, so I've got some coffee cans that I can show you in my hallway that are disappearing bottom up. Is my house curved?
No. What? No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But, you know, over a distance, you would expect to see.
I put two coffee cans in the side chat. They're in a hallway. Can you tell me if my house is a globe?
Those are from different angles. Those are taken from different angles.
Yeah, exactly, from different heights, and it's disappearing bottom up. Is my house curved?
What? No, but the surface of the
the
floor.
What?
Yeah, the surface of the floor
is from a different angle. You're absolutely right. I raised the camera and then I took one from a lower angle and it disappeared bottom up. Where's the globe in this instance? Why do I need
an upwards angled photo?
Yeah, that's the whole point. That it has to do with observation height.
They did it exactly
level. This is an optical thing? Do you not see that it's an optical thing?
That's what they varied the height. They varied the height. They varied the observation height. And if you were to say over distance, starts disappearing. The exact same thing that you predict, and it's not really a coincidence, is it? Or it's a magical one.
So the fact that I can make something disappear bottom up in a hallway proves the globe. Like, this is just ridiculous.
No.
It's an optical phenomenon. Can you not see now? Can you not see now that it's an optical phenomenon? If I can do it in a hallway, I can do it in reality. This was done in reality. So I can go to a beach.
Yeah, because you're shooting with an upward angled photo on a floor that probably does not have perfect leveling. Like, again, when you're looking across water, you're not shooting an upwards photo with something getting in the way with the ground level in your face.
No, the whole point.
You're shooting.
The whole point is this is an optical phenomenon. If you can't understand that, you are thick in the head. It's an optical phenomena. We can make things disappear in a hallway. So we can also do it at the beach. So what you're seeing is not Earth curve. You need to go look for something different if you're looking for Earth curve.
They accounted for that. They accounted for that because just like if you were to post other pictures from different angles of the can,
why would they account for Earth curve? Where did they get the Earth curve from in the first place? Where did they get the radius from?
No. That's the thing. You calculate based off your observations.
Why are you calculating? Why are you calculating? Why can't we just measure it in reality for what actually happened?
Because you won't know if what actually your measurements mean. Because if everything is flat,
so we need to.
If everything is flat, then and there's no curvature. If everything is flat and there's no curvature, then things will not start dropping.
So what you're telling me is that we need to go out in nature and pretend that the Earth is a globe. And we need to make all of our calculations in reference to a globe. And if they don't match up, we need to find some coefficients so that we can alter our results so that it matches our globe. That's what I've gotten out of this whole conversation from you, and it's absolutely pathetic.
Right, but we have instances where, over long distance, where there's no drop. Also, we have from your own side saying that when there's no geometric obstruction, it can appear that way, that there is.
Yeah, they did not reference it from it's all based off of the globe. They took what would you expect if it was a globe, and what would you expect if it was flat?
No, don't do that.
Don't do that. You just did it right there.
If it was flat, what would you expect? And they test that.
Nope.
Depends.
Nope, it's not an experiment.
And then you see if it's a globe. You're up like you say. Our experience of the world is of a
good grief,
and this is our experience
it's not an
of the world. And now you're saying it's an illusion. Well, then our experience is still of
but your own side says that it could be a
blaming it on an illusion.
Your own, your own side, bro, says that it can be an illusion.
Yeah, and what they're also saying is that they've accounted for the relative heights. They've accounted for the air quality, air pressure, all the factors that affect what you are seeing.
All right, so do you have a specific example?
Yeah, it's the one we're talking about. It's the link.
Which is?
The Rainy Lake experiment.
Which is what? Oh, Rainy Lake. What was the distance to the horizon?
They used 4 different distances. They used 4 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 7, and 11.
What? No, there's only one. There's only one. Right? There's only one horizon.
To the horizon?
Yeah.
Like distance from where they are to...
Yeah, because if it's physical geometric Earth curvature blocking the view of something, right, that means that the horizon's going to be at a specific distance.
Bingo.
Based on the geometry.
Well, okay, so how far away is the point? Because they're measuring how much 11 kilometers is going to be what is the farthest point they're looking at. And that should drop. That's far enough to have measurable drop with curvature.
What?
If there's curvature over 11 kilometers, you should start to notice.
What curvature?
We've got observations
If the
over
Earth
20
is curved-
over 20 miles, bro. No drop.
Okay, well, if you have one that has as much actual primary data that has the actual data for air pressure and temperature, and all those things,
None of that even matters.
It matters because, as we just determined, like all discussed, that is the
No,
reason.
it doesn't.
If you look,
You didn't show me. You didn't show me where that data came from. Remember? I asked you for that data. Why don't you just keep repeating the fact that you're talking about optical illusions. You brought refraction. Ours isn't refraction, and optical illusion.
Okay, he just said what you see is an optical illusion.
No, I didn't say that at all. This is the thing, man. As soon as you get busted, you start filibustering. You got to stop doing that. So, let's start over. I think Plum Bob had it right. You think this is some kind of scientific experiment. In the experiment that you are appealing to, the only thing that determines whether or not you can see the bottom of something is height, because that's the thing that you change. But, let's be more specific. If this is an experiment, what is the naturally observed phenomena? Meaning, what is the thing in nature that we're seeing occur? Is it the horizon, or is it something else?
I think you guys are arguing with each other at this point.
No, you're arguing with yourself, JJ, and you don't even realize it. You're just sitting there punching yourself in the face and shooting yourself in the foot over and over again, and you don't even realize it.
And JJ, this is a question for you very specifically, so please answer. I'm all ears.
Is the horizon a naturally occurring phenomena in your mind?
It depends. Yes. It's by definition. By definition, it is the area by which the sky meets the ground. Like,
I'm sorry, that is a what is question. That's a what is question. What is the horizon defined at? Is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. That's not a phenomena necessarily. So what is this experiment exactly supposed to be proving? What is the naturally observed phenomena?
the disappearance of things, over the bottom of things, over greater distances.
Okay, fair enough.
In accordance with
what is your presumed cause that we're going to vary and manipulate?
Curvature.
Okay, let's vary and manipulate the curvature. You go ahead and show me how they did that.
Well, it's not you vary and manipulate the curvature if there's no curvature. We're determining if there's curvature in the first place.
Your hypothesis was the curvature is the reason for this thing. So now we need to turn on and turn off the curvature. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't introduce other questions. No, you don't introduce other questions. No, you don't introduce more hypotheses on top of your already built hypothesis.
The hypothesis is if the
one more time.
No, your hypothesis should be if Earth curve, then bottom up disappearance.
Exactly. So if Earth curve, then bottom up disappearance. So what you need to vary and manipulate in this scenario is the curvature. Turn it on and turn it off. Let's go. Go ahead and show me.
Yeah, it's a straw man of.
No, it's not a straw man at all. You said the curvature is the reason for things disappearing in the distance as they go away from you. Now, we could, I think that is a naturally observed phenomena. As you get farther away from things, they seem to disappear bottom up. Sometimes.
And you did say it was an experiment.
Yeah, you said it was an experiment. So your presumed cause is the curvature doing that. So you need to flatten out the Earth and then put the curvature back and see if it changes. Please do that, because this is a scientific experiment.
Yeah, that's just trolling. You're good. I gotta admit, you're funny.
No, it's the scientific method standard.
If you honestly think that if
I don't need you to poison the well. I just need you to vary and manipulate your presumed cause for the effect that you are appealing to. Please do so.
You're asking me to manipulate the size of the Earth, or them to manipulate this Earth.
Nope, I'm not asking you to do that. You said curvature is the reason for this happening. The curvature is the thing that you must very manipulate. Turn it on and turn it off. I didn't say anything about making the Earth bigger or smaller. I didn't say any of that.
You must also have control variables. So you must make sure that nothing else is going to affect the result.
That's exactly what they did. We've been over this.
No, it's not.
The issue,
No, it's not.
yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bro. They cannot control the weather, bro.
No, but you can account for it.
They can't control the waves, bro.
Yeah, but
they
you
can't
can
control all this.
Yes, yes, but if you can wait, yes, you
those things must remain constant. You got to make sure those sort of other confounding variables remain constant.
That's exactly why they have.
So they can manipulate the weather, can they?
That's exactly why they have
the ocean surface
portions dedicated to the data on air pressure and temperature, and the very things that affect.
Not record it. Control it.
Well, So if you take the experiments on days or times when it's exactly the same, then you can control for it. You need to measure it in order to control for it.
Okay, so what days did they do that where the weather was exactly the same? Show us in the data where they did this on the days where everything was the same. Oh, it was the same day. So you telling me the weather doesn't change throughout the day?
No, yeah, things change throughout the day, and they have like if you check the chat.
We don't have a control variable. This is great.
Check the chat.
So we don't have a control variable. So this is not. Yeah, I know. You're going to repeat that you've already been over this. Great. That's filibustering. So tell us all the different conditions and how they accounted for them, please.
That's still not manipulating.
So first, okay, so are we still at curving the Earth first, or we're now there? It's like.
Oh yeah, no, we can stay on curving the Earth. So the Earth is not going to be curved in this scenario, is it?
If the Earth is not curved, then you can.
Sorry, I have to end it,
bro.
It's not an if-then statement. This is the scenario where you go ahead and straighten the Earth out and then bend it again to see if you get the cause of the effect. And like T-Dub said, a control would be great too, but I know that you can't do that because conditions change basically moment by moment, and there's no way you're going to be accounting for things that change moment by moment. So go ahead and flatten out the Earth and then curve it again.
Just remember, you're trying to
see if there's curvature at all.
Earth curve does this. You're trying to prove that Earth curve does it. So go ahead and bend it.
It's trying to prove there is curve.
No, because Earth curve is not the naturally observed phenomena. You said, in this case, the naturally observed phenomena is things disappearing bottom up. Your presumed cause was Earth curve. So you need to manipulate that. Are you all of a sudden changing the parameters of the experiment, non-experiment? What are you doing?
I don't think you understand how science works. Like, this is why none of.
See, now it's an ad hom where he's going to say, I don't think you understand how science works. Now it's an attack on me about how I understand things. He's not going to go ahead and just admit that there's no way he's going to unbend and bend the Earth that, as far as we can tell, isn't even bending. The thing that he thinks makes it bend is that things disappear bottom up according to their distance. That has nothing to do with curvature. That just has to do with things apparently being occulted or, blurring in with the horizon, which is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. I'm not sure that you can even bring Earth curvature into this conversation because no one's measured any Earth curve before. At best, what this is an affirming the consequent. If things disappear in the distance, how would it go? If the Earth is curved, things would disappear in the distance bottom up. Things disappear in the distance bottom up, therefore the Earth is curved. Pretty simple, just a fallacy.
No. You are confusing. This is the science point. You're confusing like two different things here. Like one of them is experimental control. The other one is experimental isolation. Like you don't need to alter the thing being tested. You just need to be able to change conditions around it. Like for example, I'll give you an example. If we were measuring or saying whether or not light bends through water, then you do not need to control the bending. You just need to control the conditions around the water.
What you're saying is that if
you
we're trying to find out if light bends through water, that we can actually do it through some other medium other than water to prove that it bends through water by not using water. This is nonsense. Absolute
That's
nonsense.
not a scientific experiment either. It's just an observation. I mean,
Well,
you can just set up a condition where the light will bend through the water and just observe it. It's not an experiment.
When you can see how it, acts at the boundary.
No, you're looking for cause
it's pretty.
and effect.
It's pretty.
Cause
It's
and
pretty.
effect.
Yeah, cause. Yeah. See how light interacts with water, and if you're trying to measure,
So your cause is Earth curve. You've already told us.
no, but this is like saying you can't prove magnetic fields exist unless you can alter magnetism.
You told us the cause is Earth curve. You need to vary and manipulate Earth curve. To
And that's as insane as saying that is as insane as saying.
Yeah,
if I say magnetism,
It's kind of dumb, isn't it? It's not science.
No. What you're saying. What you're saying means that you can't say magnetism
it's not
exists.
Science. If you're not
can I get one
manipulate
sentence in?
Earth curve, if you're not
just
going to
get
bend
one
and
sentence
manipulate
in?
Earth
I
curve,
promise
you are
you'll be
not
okay.
doing science. You're doing
That's like saying,
pseudoscience.
okay, can you manipulate magnetism?
Yeah.
You can manipulate the force of magnetism, like not just magnet.
Yes.
If you have two magnets of equal strength, you can manipulate how strong magnet.
Oscillating magnetic fields is quite well established, and it causes things to happen like induction.
No, yes, but the actual force,
I don't know what
you
you're
cannot
talking
change.
about, bro.
No. But the actual magnetic, like if you hold everything else constant, no. Like the poles, like it's like, can you prove whether or not the poles are magnetic fields?
Is that what you're claiming?
You can make it. You can manipulate magnetism because the cause is magnet.
It's like, can you prove the laws of
Magnetic
physics
thing.
exist? No, I mean unless you can alter the laws of physics. It's like, what?
I'm gonna say it again. Maybe you didn't hear me. Well, the cause of magnetism is magnetic things. That's why when you manipulate those things, you can tell that there's magnetism going on. Now you can't do that.
Exactly.
Okay. So, okay. But
And
how
if
does
you
that
manipulate, if you manipulate height and observation and distance, and you can tell that something.
Okay, so you just changed it. Are you now saying, JJ, that height changes and causes things to disappear bottom up? Is that what your claim is now? This is
No, I'm saying they're accounting.
This
for
is
those
completely
things.
different
I'm saying
now.
when
You're
you
saying
account for
height
these
causes
things.
it.
No,
It was
no, I'm not.
Like
I'm saying
5 minutes
I'm saying
ago.
they account for height. So at different heights.
No, if you change something, then that's your independent variable, bro. Sorry, bro. The thing you're changing is your independent variable.
Yes, distance.
Distance now, not height.
There are several variables, some of which can
a lot of things cause it.
Things can affect things, and you can isolate for other things.
This is why you control.
But when you actually measure,
you got to have one cause. One cause.
Yes, the cause they are investigating is the curvature of the Earth. You cannot. It does not mean you have to change the curvature of the Earth. It means you need to do calc. You need to see what are your observations, and how does that line up with what would be the case?
Hey, bro, guess what? There's something here that you're missing, bro. There's something here you're missing. Your independent variable must already exist.
Oh my god! If the question is, does your observation match up to reality? Or no,
bro. In a scientific experiment, in a natural scientific experiment, your independent variable must be already known to exist. That's how you know you can manipulate it and vary it. You're trying to manipulate and vary something you don't even know exists yet.
No, hold on. I think you're confusing things. They are looking to see if curvature. No, you are. If curvature exists. Using
if it exists,
as a method.
No, it must be known to exist in order for it to be the cause of something.
No, because
in a scientific experiment, yes, sir.
Yes,
because
they're testing if it's the cause. To test if it's if it exists.
JJ,
our observation of things going bottom up, we're seeing whether or not curvature exists.
calm down, please. Are you trying to say that the only cause of things disappearing bottom up is because of Earth curve? Or is it because of height? Which one is it? Because you've mentioned both in the last 5 minutes. You said it's Earth curve
So
and
the
you said
cause
it's
of
height.
things going up at those distances consistently, specifically at far distances, is curvature.
How do you know that? And what curvature are you looking for? Where did the curvature come from in the first instance that you think you'd even need to look for? Where did it come from?
It comes from the fact that things are disappearing over the horizon at equal distances. It's not some kind of variable from heat or an illusion from the camera. Even with the highest cameras, even in any condition, it's always at a certain distance, it starts disappearing.
So it always happens at a certain distance. So this distance would be
No.
curve?
It does not. What? No. It's
You just said it happens at a certain distance. If it happens at a certain...
I think you misread. No. At certain distances, whether at any given
more
point,
than one
as
distance.
you get to a point, whatever that point, it
So the
starts
horizon
to
can be
disappear
more than one
according to a same fucking rule. Sorry for the cursing. The same rules. The same what we would expect.
So the horizon can happen at different distances. Is that what you're saying?
No. It's equal distances. But
So
then you have
the horizon is always at the same
what I meant was
distance.
elevation and terrain makes
So the
some things.
horizon's at the same distance.
Well, if you are on a different elevation,
okay,
then
so
something
at
what you
a
were seeing in
single
the distance,
elevation, at a single
at the
elevation,
single elevation,
and we'll
then yes.
call it 10 feet. We'll call it 10 feet. The horizon will always be a certain distance because you're at 10 feet. Is that what you're telling me?
No, because then you also have, this is what you also have to control for, air pressure and temperature, which affects how light moves.
Okay, so Earth curve doesn't cause it. It could be something else.
That's why they accounted for those things. That's why they measured those things.
They accounted for the things because. Hang on a sec here. Hey, Daddy Flurf, go ahead.
Can you ask him your question again? Which was, so is Earth curve the only thing that caused things to disappear bottom up? I didn't hear the answer.
The answer was in general, out of every possible way things could go bottom up in general. No, it is not 100% of all cases everywhere of things going bottom up. But of things going bottom up at far distances, we can determine, like in the same way at equal elevation, holding that consistent in the same way, then yeah, that's curvature.
Okay. AJ, what makes a far distance? Like I got coffee cans in the hallway that are disappearing bottom up. That's not a far distance.
I think it's like 8 inches. I think it's like 8 inches.
Hang on a sec. JJ, hang on a sec. The only thing changed was the elevation of the camera. That's the only thing changed. The distance to the object was the same. The camera was lifted up and caused for the thing to disappear bottom up as it got lower to the ground. And I'm just wondering if the only thing that causes things to disappear bottom up is Earth curve, because you're all over the place in what's causing it. So if it is just Earth curve, then it must happen at a very specific distance. Does the horizon always happen at a certain distance?
No, a curve is not. No. A curve is. Curves are not. Like, I think you're confusing a curve with like an angle. Like you're describing like the point of a triangle. Like there's some point where it goes down. A curve is a continuous arch. So there's not one distance. It is 8 inches dropping per mile.
So where do you get that from? Like what are we measuring? What are we comparing it to? And where does this happen?
It happens everywhere. Everywhere where there's equal elevation, you will observe this. If you account for elevation,
that it's 8 inches per mile squared, then you're claiming that the physical horizon happens at a set distance at a given height.
No,
that
because the
doesn't
physical
happen
horizon,
in reality.
because the physical horizon, as defined by what you see as the sky meeting the ground, is affected by the bending of light. which is affected by air pressure.
Then
Temperature.
so would your bottom-up abstraction.
So, so
Oh my
like you
God.
keep. It's like you comprehend it in one sentence and then you just lose it in the next.
Okay, so what's the maximum tolerance for what you just said?
The maximum tolerance? I don't know what you mean by that.
Can you see around the entire Earth because of refraction to see your own asshole? Or is there a limit? What's that limit?
The max limit in theirs, they actually had it. So I could actually find. Yeah, I think they actually have what they like in their reference.
Take your time. Yeah, take your time. Get me that maximum tolerance, and then we can go from there. Well, not we, but them. Because I think what I'm asking is all they want to know. So you're making it hard. And for brevity's sake, do it for 10-foot observers. Good.
Right. And just to be clear, not just the maximum of that day, the maximum period.
And then how would you know if the horizon was at a certain point because of Earth curve or because of your supposed air pressure? How would you know the difference? Is there like do you get a memo that comes through saying
No,
that's actual Earth curve? How does
We've
that work?
studied because we've studied and can consistently determine refraction based off of air pressure.
Good. What's the
Temperature.
maximum? What's the maximum?
Okay, so the max. Okay, so it's measured in K. They use a K factor, which is K0. Zero is no refraction. 0.17 is standard refraction. 1 would completely cancel curvature, light bending exactly along the curve of the Earth, a condition that never naturally observed. And then above 1 would be bending light more than the curvature, inverting the horizon like a mirage.
Okay, stop there, JJ.
So the
curvature.
highest.
What curvature? Where are we getting this curvature from? What are we referencing to?
Well, if you want to get into the specifics, I mean, geodesy.
Hang on. Yeah.
Geodesy, like from laser imaging from
Well,
GPS is what gave us.
hang on. Let's just stick with this maximum thing
884.
first. And we can get back to that.
So the highest, they conducted the experiment over like in calm air and stable conditions, but the highest they measured was K.0.0.2. And so under extreme temperature inversion, where the air right above the water is much colder or denser than the air higher up, you can get super refraction or ducting. K equals 0.5 to 1.
So
These
did
are
you hear my
rare.
example? That's nice. Honestly, for the sake of brevity. 10-foot 10-foot observation. What's the maximum based on everything you just went and found?
Maximum what? Distance to the horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So use your maximum K value and give us a maximum distance to the horizon for a 10-foot observer.
Okay, so with no refraction,
My guy,
you were
are you gonna?
1.8.
My guy, maximum. That's the only one I want.
Okay, wait.
I don't have any
Maximum
fun
isn't maximum possible.
Yes. What do you think max means? Max.
Well,
Max
because
power. Max.
theoretically, you could have,
Max.
and potentially,
Are you gonna say theoretically you can look at your asshole like you told me no when I asked you?
Okay, well, so the maximum realistic is about 1.5 to 1.3. So at 0.5 super strong refraction, you would get 6.8 kilometers. At 1, basically never experienced, light bends with Earth, supposedly cancels out. The horizon distance would be infinite. And then above 1, it would flip. That is what happens when you get, if you were to max out refraction.
So infinite flat surface is curved.
What?
Do the optics
so
come into
infinite
this at
flat
all?
surface is curved.
No. Infinite horizon would be flat.
Does the optical instrument come into play at all? Its ability to, resolve at all? What the fuck? Infinite horizon? What are you talking about?
That would be flat. No, that would be flat.
retarded,
No.
JJ. We already went over this, motherfucker. Okay, the horizon is horizontal and flat, used as a motherfrickin' adverb as a descriptive, is in or to a horizontal position. You fucking numbnuts.
Yeah, but that was a totally non sequitur response to what we was, or maybe red herring.
No. Like if you were to zoom in, you would theoretically be able to go infinitely in the like indefinitely into the. You would be able to see much further.
Right. So guys,
If you use a telescope, and
did you hear me talking? I'm sorry because I would lose my powers for going fucking off. Did I not allow you to speak and do what you had to do? So, guys, to make it as least meta as possible, Homeboy just told you that what he believes, to challenge it is falsifiable because theoretically you can see much further than we can even test. So, what are you going to do with that with your time? What are y'all going to do with that? That's up to you.
No. You didn't hear me. And what that means is, if refraction was that, it means you would not see any drop. You would not, if you were to use a telescope to look horizontal and go even further out, you would still not see a drop. Or and the drops that you see at lower at distances like the ones like they used, 2 to 11, those would be resolved if you had stronger cameras, was less ocular, restrictions.
Yeah, but none of that speaks to a value for the horizon's distance. So if you're saying the horizon's distance could be infinite, then I don't have nothing else to discuss with you.
No. Well, it depends.
No, it's okay.
It depends on what you're using. I mean, how far you go. If you use a telescope.
Right. So if it depends. So if you use a telescope or anything, it could be. Okay, I'm not jacking that. You
Like
can
if you
say
use
it,
an
you can
iPhone, it's going to be different from a telescope.
Right. You could say it. You could believe it. At this point, I know there's really nothing else I can tell you. You're too religious.
No. It's that over the distances that we have observed, if you could resolve those, if it was flat, you would be able to resolve them. Like better cameras and better lenses resolve these illusions. So you would be able to see, you would be able to use, better cameras to resolve those things over a few miles. But,
like even you guys know that he doesn't know that he's not really responding to what I'm saying because he doesn't know. That's on purpose. He doesn't know. He doesn't
I think
know.
you're
So
misunderstanding.
And that he doesn't know to the point that he thinks that I'm misunderstanding him. Even though I told him specifically what I wanted, and every time he opens his mouth, it's not that. He's talking about the
What is it that
resolving
you want?
capability.
No,
He's talking about the
Right.
resolving
he wanted where how far the horizon is, and the fact that I said
Yeah.
theoretically infinite if you had a K value of
That's ridiculous.
No,
That's
no, no.
ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
listen,
yeah, well,
listen,
K, yes,
no,
a K
listen,
value
bro.
of 1.
Listen,
A
bro.
K value of
Hey,
1 is
hey,
impossible.
hey,
I agree with you. It's ridiculous.
Hey, shush. Listen. So for the standard, right? They just round it to 7/6R. That extends the horizon distance to 1.32 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. No amount of zooming in is going to increase that, right? No use of better powered optics is going to increase that under those conditions. You're just going to see a closer up version or an enlarged version of that. Now, what is the freaking maximum distance to the horizon possible?
Depends on
For
how
a
high you
10-foot
are.
observer, for a 10-foot observer, like I
For a
said.
10-foot observer.
Yep.
For a 10-foot observer, I don't.
I'm not even entirely sure why this is being asked. I mean, did you guys take into account
3,000.
refraction yet?
Because he needs to state what would falsify this for him, and right now he's saying nothing. He's saying
I'm
let him focus on the question, guys. Let's just let him focus on the question.
I'll tell you. Yes. I'll tell you exactly how. Is that if our observation of the objects in the distance were not dropping
Gave him an out.
at those distances,
Gave him an out.
I thought he was studying. I was talking to the other guy.
No, but that's the thing. Like, it's falsifiable, and it's very falsifiable. That is the issue.
He was just about to give us a distance.
You're not talking about anything. Listen, when you're talking about resolving objects, the one thing you're not talking about is the value for the distance to the horizon.
Apparently, a 10-foot observer might be able to see 4.5 miles.
Is that the maximum?
No, they just proved it.
Physically plausible. I mean, but that depends on what the refraction is. Like,
so what's the maximum tolerance? I don't know why this is. Is there no maximum tolerance? Is that what you're trying to say? Because theoretically, what?
I mean, I just don't even know why this is